So much to go through. This is a big one. This really is a big one. The excitement around this fight has been absolutely through the roof. So many people asking me, are we doing this? And of course, here we are. We was always going to be doing this. So a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Big shout out to everyone that's in the chat. And it's going to be a big, exciting night. I am very much looking forward to this. Slightly different layout to those that join us on a regular basis. You can see that I've just kind of tweaked and changed things. I've made the chat a bit smaller but wider, just so it gives us a little bit of a window for us to use for pictures and things along those lines. So, yeah, we're kind of looking all right. We're looking a little bit different. We're looking a little bit fresh. I'm kind of into it, so yeah, really excited for this. I've been watching loads of videos on this one, so obviously we've watched their fights previous anyway, like the Jake Paul ones. Tyron Woodley I've seen, I don't even know how many times, what we've been a UFC fan. So we've got that kind of UFC background that we can talk about. The only thing I would say is that it doesn't translate. They are very different sports, and that is something that is the big concern here. The big concern is that Tyron Woodley is out of his depth when it comes to boxing. Striking, we don't quite know where he's at. It's one thing doing some stuff on a bag, but doing it with someone that's moving and punching you back is very different. So, I mean, training-wise, you can get a read, definitely. You could look at training and see a bad boxer from a good boxer, but it's hard to look at two training videos if they're quite close to know who's going to win. Otherwise, everyone would be doing that for all the boxing fights, and that would be obviously a big way to tell who was going to win the fight. Some people think they can see it that way. I personally can't. I think there's too many differentials when you've got someone moving in front of you. I couldn't tell from training who's going to win. Might it just cement your thoughts? Sure. Might it change your mind? Sure. But we just don't know how good Tyron Woodley is at boxing, is the truth. Because he's never really used it. He's used striking. He's used throwing his hands out and big overhand shots. But how is he at peekaboo style? How is he with just working the jab? How is he with setting up big shots behind the jab? What's his footwork like? Is he any good at laying traps? Is he any good at feinting and taking that information, downloading it? We know that he's going to have advantages in there because obviously he was a world champion in the UFC. And, some of these things do translate. Like the feinting, for example. But as we said, this is very, very different. He's going to be used to finding openings that are so big for MMA gloves, whereas now those openings need to be bigger because obviously now he's wearing like much bigger gloves. So those openings are going to have to be greater. There could be times where he thinks he sees an opening in that split second, but the gloves won't actually allow for him to capitalize on that. There could be some moments where we see that. There could also be some moments as well where he just gets a little bit lost. Like the footwork in boxing can be a little bit different. We was actually watching someone yesterday, Muradov, who had wonderful boxing footwork, really bouncing around, and you can just tell straight away that it's different. A boxer's footwork and the way that he moves, his mannerisms, it's more different than MMA. Because with MMA, of course, you can use your whole body as a weapon. With boxing, it's just the hands. So there's so much for us to go through, so much for us to break down. Really, really excited to spend this Sunday night with you guys. David Walker said, is there anyone else loving these weekend streams? We're on an all-nighter again. No work tomorrow. Woo! Shout out to you, David. I mean, my voice is pretty much, we're here. This is where we are. We're down in the gutter right now, which might help us for this fight, as we've gone down a semi-octave. But that's just from so much talking. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to cheer too much and woo away. But yeah, I mean, I must admit I'm really enjoying them as well. And again, let me take this opportunity to say there is a new football channel. If you are a fan of the Premier League, we do weekend watch-alongs. We've been doing them for the past 2 weeks, proving to be very popular. I think yesterday we did over like 10,000 people joining us, which was fantastic. So, yeah, but that's going to move to its own channel. So, I do need to get a little link up, but you can find a link on the Wrestling Dates Twitter account. I'm supporting Woodley, says Burn It Down. Shout out to you. CCSYT said there is a fight before Fury. Fury kicks off the main card and it will be quick. Fury will be slept in the first round. Put your money on Fury. Fury will sleep in the first round. Put your money on Fury. I don't know what you mean by that, bud. Do you mean like put the money on Fury? Because I think Fury wins that fight. When does the fight start? Will you show it on screen? Why do men have nipples? Wow, that's a lot to cover there, Jimmy. That is a lot to cover right there. Austin, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. Putting in a link to that new football channel. I feel like we've probably hit everyone that's interested in football. I think anyone on the in the community that's interested in football is probably already subscribed now, I would imagine. I know that like it's a minority that are interested in like European football, because I think we've got a lot of American friends that maybe aren't that bothered by the Premier League. But I don't know, thought it worth mentioning here just in case there was anyone joining us for this that's interested in football. We will be doing the internationals next week. We will be doing the end of the transfer window and everything. So yeah, we're covering quite a bit of stuff. Who do you think is going to win, says Shinjo? Well, my opinion hasn't changed. Well, it has actually. But it hasn't changed in the past 48 hours. At first, I thought Woodley would win. And the reason why I thought Woodley would win is because Woodley is undeniably, a big step up from Ben Askren when it comes to striking. Ben Askren was never, ever, ever known for his hands. Never known for his hands. Like, Ben Askren was perfectly picked because he was an MMA fighter. He was a bit of a name. He was really known for getting knocked out by Masvidal, but he was a good MMA fighter. Don't let that fool you. He was definitely a very, very good MMA fighter. He just didn't... I think he got to the UFC a bit too late. And I also think that his striking just... You know, he got found out a few times and... He's quite laid back. I think you can get away with that outside of the UFC when you've got, like, his wrestling abilities, but you can't get away with it in the UFC. So I think Ben Askren was a great name for Jake Paul to box, to get a victory over, to make himself appear credible. But the problem always was that it was not a striker. Now, undeniably, Tyron Woodley is that step up, and Tyron Woodley has knocked people out. Now, it's been about 5 years since he's done it, but he has knocked people out. There's a lot of questions around Tyron Woodley. If the step down in quality matches where Tyron Woodley is right now in his career, because obviously he's on the decline, yeah? He's been at the top, and now he's on the decline. So if this step down in quality to Jake Paul matches where he is, and we get a Tyron Woodley, what we saw like 3-4 years ago, he's going to win this fight. He is going to win this fight. I have no doubt about that whatsoever, right? But we don't know what Tyron Woodley's going to show up. We don't know how far that decline has been. And my concern is that MMA and boxing are very, very different. And I think, like many others, that Jake Paul has spent 2, 3, 4 years dedicating to this. You know, Jake Paul is living and breathing this. Yes, he'll do a few other business things and he'll do a few vlogs and whatever, but he's always training, he's always working, he's always learning. You compare this Jake Paul to the one that took on Deji back in the day, and it's night and day. Like, this is a completely different animal now. This is a much, much better fighter, a much greater IQ. He knows how to plant his feet. He knows how to set up shots. He's got more in his arsenal, We know that he's got power because he keeps putting people away. One of them being Ben Askren that stepped inside the octagon. So we know he's got power. We know that he's improving his range of shots. We know that his footwork looks to be okay. There's one other thing we know, though. You can bully Jake Paul. You can bully Jake Paul. Ben Askren did it. Right at the start of the fight, he managed to drive Jake Paul back, had him in a real vulnerable position. I remember the start of that fight thinking, he's going to do this, Ben Askren, because he drove Jake Paul back, and Jake Paul was having to weather a little bit of a storm. So you can impose yourself on Jake Paul. Now, Jake Paul having to weather a Tyron Woodley storm, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be real interesting. So my prediction is that if this fight is going to end early, it will be Tyron Woodley. If it's going to end late, it will be Jake Paul. Jake Paul reckons it'll finish in round 2. I think that it's going to need to go longer than that for Jake to get the victory. I think that I think what Jake is banking on is that Tyron Woodley's energy will fall away by that point. Tyron Woodley, I think, will be quite cautious. I think that he is going to be prepared to go 8 rounds. I think that this could end up going the distance. I think that Jake Paul is going to win by decision. Now, how I've come to this, right? It could be technical TKO. I don't see him knocking out Woodley. Could be TKO, but I think decision might be more likely. I can see it being the case that Woodley is going to be very aware that boxing gloves are heavier. I think Woodley is also going to know that he has got 8-round cardio, but don't burn it all at the start. I mean, you know, pacing yourself is something that UFC fighters know how to do. So he is going to pace himself. I don't expect him to come out and just bring the early storm, because if Jake Paul weathers it, Woodley is dead in the water. So I think Woodley is going to pace himself. I think that he is going to pick his moments. I think he's going to try to, like, throw a few shots, get a few of those overhands in. That's the money shot. If he can get that big right going, then he knows that, you know, he's got a chance with that. So I think he'll want to let that go at least once in the first round. But I think, by and large, he'll allow Jake to kind of show a little bit of what he's got. If I'm Tyron Woodley, I want to get an idea as to where Jake's at, to be honest. If I'm Tyron Woodley, I'm not going to say that I'm going to let Jake punch me in the face so I can see how powerful he is. I know how powerful he is. But what I want to do is I want to see, you know, where are the openings? Jake, how well-rounded is Jake? What's Jake like under the bright lights, like trying to box and trying to show what he has been working on? Is he going to go out there and just dazzle us all? Or is he going to go out there and expose himself, expose that he has been lying all this time? All this time, Jake Paul keeps saying, haven't shown you half of what I can do. Haven't been able to show you what I can do. Well, show me what you can do. Show me what you can do. What can you do? And, you know, if he's got wonderful movement and I can't hit him, and, like, his head movement's all over the place, and he's constantly catching me, and he is quicker, and he's got great footwork, and he's got great hand speed, and he's got great head movement, and he's got 1-2s, and he's pulling his shots off and everything, then I'll think about, right, I need to change this. And I'll start clinching him a little bit more, start getting a little bit closer, not giving him the freedom that I gave him before. But I want to download all that information first. So if I'm Tyron Woodley, I'm going to be cautious. I'm going to allow Jake to kind of show a few things so that I can gauge where he's at rather than just listening to him tell me where he's at. That's going to take a bit of time. I could see the first round going before we even know it. So the first round could easily just pass us by. Then I think it'll settle into a rhythm where Tyron Woodley is not trying to expose himself, not trying to force himself so he doesn't, like, get caught with his cardio. And I think then, you know, it'll be a battle of nutrition. I think that Woodley is going to struggle to, like, use the jab and actually box with Jake Paul, because I think that this is something you can't really teach in 14 weeks. It's all well and good saying I can box, but this is like proper boxing. This isn't like just throwing your hands out there. This is like proper boxing, setting up shots, feints, setting up traps, hiding behind the jab. Like, it's just more than just going and throwing your hands, of course. It's the sweet science, so it needs more than 14 weeks to learn, and I don't know how much prior knowledge coming into this Tyron Woodley had. So that's going to dictate the rest of the fight, to be honest. I would then imagine that there'll be a moment for Jake Paul. You know, Tyron Woodley's going to have to make sure he's really respectful. He has to be respectful of the power. You don't need to respect Jake. You don't need to respect his boxing skill, but you do need to respect the power that he possesses, because if he throws a right hand and it catches you, there's a really good chance you're going down, right? I mean, it's just how it is. We've seen him do it again and again and again with people, so you've got to respect that. So that is a threat that's going to be there, but I can see this fight drifting. I can see where a lot of people have rushed in, where a lot of people have left openings. I could see Tyron Woodley being smarter than that. I could see Tyron Woodley just kind of standing off and allowing Jake to show what he can do, and allowing Jake basically to maybe even present some openings that Tyron Woodley can come in with. You know, you stun Jake Paul a couple of times, he's going to think twice. He's going to think twice about doing that again. So I really think that this got a really good chance to go to decision. I think this has got a really good chance that Jake Paul will edge it, because I think he'll just edge it on the jab. I think Jake Paul eventually will settle into a rhythm where Tyron Woodley is looking for openings, doesn't want to really open himself too much because he could get caught with what Jake's got power-wise. Doesn't have the boxing skill to really set up much, so he can't find a way through. So really what we might end up getting kind of from round 3 is a Tyron Woodley that's very defensive. We might end up with Tyron Woodley out of options. A Tyron Woodley that doesn't want to expose himself because he'll get caught, but equally doesn't have the shot selection to really unlock Jake Paul. I mean, the thing is, trying to actually break through someone's defense is really difficult. It's really difficult. It's something that takes a long time to hone and a long time to learn. And, you know, I don't know if in that moment Tyron Woodley's going to be able to do that. Woodley did say in an interview that he has the ability to do that. And he mentioned some of his prior UFC fights where he had to do it. There was people that were covering up and he had to find a way of unlocking them. So maybe he does. Maybe, you know, maybe he finds a way of unlocking Jake. I'm not sure he will. I think that he's in there with one of the better boxers he's ever faced, Tyron Woodley. I think if you dedicate yourself to something and you really do learn it, and I think Jake Paul has, then I think that you are... you know, you are going to be, don't they say like 10,000 hours makes you a master of something? 10,000 hours dedicated at something makes you an expert, that's how you become an expert. That's how you become a master. I mean, like, Jake Paul is just in the gym learning all the time. The amount of money that he's got that he can just throw at trainers, to have the best sparring partners, the best training camps, to have, like, you know, whatever he wants he can have, basically. Like, no issue for Jake Paul. He can just train 24/7 if he wants. He can just absolutely live that boxing life and not worry about money. I mean, there's so many boxers that have to worry about income. Jake Paul doesn't. Jake Paul's young. He's rich. He can just keep training. You have to give him all of that. So, I think we might find a cautious Woodley that does try to find some openings. I don't know that he's going to succeed, and I think then he might become quite defensive, because, come on, if you're Tyron Woodley, if it goes to the judges, you can always dispute it. If it goes to the judges, you can always say, nah, dog, you know, he's clearly paid him off, blah, 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 blah. Will it help you save face? It's better than getting knocked out, innit? You know, if I'm Tyron Woodley, I do not want to get knocked out. I do not want to be a meme. If I'm Tyron Woodley, I'm trying to avoid that. So I could see him being a bit defensive here. I think he's seen Ben moving forward and, going for it and leave openings. He will have watched the previous fights as well. You know, he would have done some tape study. I think he is coming into this confident, because I do think Tyron Woodley genuinely believes he's going to win this. And, you know, why wouldn't he? In all fairness, why wouldn't he? He's a former UFC champion. So why wouldn't he believe that? But I just worry. I just worry that Jake Paul has dedicated himself to boxing a little bit more, has had more time, has obviously had more fights. I mean, Tyron Woodley, you can see from the stats above, no fights, no wins, no losses, no knockouts, no draws. I mean, it makes him look like a nobody, but that's because in boxing, he hasn't done it. He hasn't had a fight. He's 39. He's 15 years older as well. Like, there's so many question marks around what he's bringing here. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to it. My prediction is going to be Jake Paul on points. Jake Paul decision. But it could be that the jab, the referee does have to stop him because Paul is just all over Tyron Woodley that's trying to cover up, trying to weather a bit of a storm, and the referee might just come in and, we might just see the end of it. So I don't think we see a knockdown. I can't envisage Jake Paul knocking out Tyron Woodley. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in the world where I'm going on Twitter and seeing memes of Tyron Woodley being knocked out. So I don't know. I can't see that. I just can't see it. So TKO or decision. I'll go decision. Whew, long answer. Pay-per-view time, 8 p.m., 5 p.m., Tyron Woodley main event. It's on a bit later, yeah. I hope you're right, Outdoor. T Wood by detonating right hand. Is this fight real? Yes, apparently. When does Tommy fight? What does Tommy fight, or when does Tommy fight? He fights Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor is an MMA fighter who I don't believe ever reached UFC. I remember him being Bellator, but I don't think reached UFC. And he is someone that is quite small. He is someone. I mean, I don't mean that as like disrespect. I just mean that the size difference. In fact, I can show you the size difference. There you go. That's the difference between Tommy Fury and Anthony Taylor. Tommy Fury is 6-0, and I think Anthony Taylor, I don't know that he's ever had a fight. He's certainly never won one. So, we've got Tommy Fury against Anthony Taylor. There's a lot of talk about Tommy Fury. If Jake Paul faces Tommy Fury, he loses. I would not change my mind on that. If he faces Tommy Fury, he loses. Tommy Fury has been boxing his whole life. He is the younger brother of Tyson Fury. And he is, he's been training with his brother. Tommy Fury has been training with Tyson Fury for this, like going through boxing. And I mean, imagine having Tyson Fury as a coach and John Fury around as well. So, I don't care what Jake Paul's bringing, because what he's not bringing is the same level of experience that Tommy Fury would be bringing. So I don't get that fight. I've understood what Jake's been doing up to this point. He's faced a YouTuber. He faced a basketball player. He faced Ben Askren, who was a wrestler. And now he's facing Tyron Wood. I would not understand the jump from that to Tommy Fury. I wouldn't understand it. I really wouldn't understand it. So if next is going to be Tommy Fury, then if he wins this and next is Tommy Fury, I have to give him all credit in the world, because he's stepping in there with a boxer with an actual boxing record. I mean, look at the record of Tyron Woodley. No fights, no wins, nothing. Yes, he's done it in MMA, but it is different. So if he steps in there with someone that's had 6 boxing fights and 6 wins in Tommy Fury, who actually, I would imagine, he's only going to get that fight if Tommy Fury wins tonight, which I expect him to. Tonight is just a little setup fight. I mean, this is Tommy Fury versus Anthony Taylor. Like, there's really nothing here for Fury to worry about. Fury wins tonight very comfortably. Very, very comfortably. I think Tommy wins tonight. I could see Jake winning, and then It's hard to see them not on a collision course. There's a lot of talk, but I can't quite get the mindset of Jake Paul. Is he seriously that good? Well, we'll find out, won't we? We'll take it a step at a time. But that would be huge. That would be absolutely huge, that fight, because no one can deny Jake Paul after beating someone like Tommy Fury, because he's beating a boxer. That would be it. There'd be no conversation. Like, there would be no... We just haven't seen enough from, like, Jake Paul. We haven't seen enough. He's been putting people away early, in all fairness to him. He's been using his power, but where he's used his power, we just haven't seen the boxing skill. So... Bew said, what are you watching it on? Bew, shout out to you. I am watching it on BT Sport Box Office. So I'm watching it on that. It is pay-per-view, unsurprisingly. It's £16.95 here, so just around about £17 to watch it, which is probably about $20, $22, something like that. Not bad. I would imagine it's probably more in America. It's got a good undercard for us as well. Tommy Fury is obviously someone that's quite interesting. He was on Love Island as well, which I don't watch, but I'm aware of him. So he was on that. He's got obviously 6 wins, boxing wins as well. He's a boxer. I mean, he is a boxer. He trains as a boxer. I don't know how far he's going to go because it's still very early for him, but I mean, he's got a fantastic training camp around him and a great corner. So Tommy Fury is very interesting. Daniel Dubois is a legit heavyweight prospect. He is like, where out of Britain we've had Tyson Fury, we've had Anthony Joshua, we've had Lennox Lewis, we've had David Haye, we've had, all these people that have kind of come through. Add Daniel Dubois to that. Daniel Dubois is, I think, 16-1, and that loss only came fairly recently against another great British fighter, Joe Joyce. So it was kind of like this big British heavyweight mega clash, and Daniel Dubois lost it in the 10th round, I think it was. Couldn't continue. So he lost it, I think it was the 10th round, but it was a great fight. Close fight, and it was brilliant. Really, really good. So I think that we are looking at a really good undercard tonight. I've got to give them credit for what they've been able to put together, and I think we are also looking at a really interesting main event. But we could also be looking at our next fight, which is going to be Jake Paul, Tommy Fury, if results go the way that I think they will. Make no mistake about it, I want Tyron Woodley to do it. I think Woodley's come out of all of this press looking really good. I've been watching the press, and it's been really, really good. I think that he's come out of it looking really positive. He's come out of it looking quite composed. A couple of moments that I wasn't a fan of. Towards the end of his face-to-face with Ariel Helwani, I kind of felt that he was really going down to Jake's level. But other than that, he came out with some really good one-liners. He seemed quite cool and relaxed, and he keeps saying, I just want this to be over. Every time I hear him like talking in interviews, he's like, I just want this to be over. He's like, I'm just sitting there dying of cringe, and I just want this to be over. I just want to eat some rubbish food and watch Netflix. Like, I think he's kind of coming across quite well. Everything is fake. Hopefully Woodley won't take a dive. Matt says, do you see Amanda Serrano losing? No. No way. Too good. Oh my God, I really want her against Katie Taylor. I really want her to take on Taylor from Ireland. They're saying that match could happen in 2022. So I really am hoping that we get to see that. I really am hoping, because she's such a fantastic fighter. And Amanda Serrano as well is so impressive. I mean, what I'm hoping for tonight is that we get to see a wide range of her abilities tonight. We should be able to. She's a firm favourite. I might even have the bookie odds for that. I did jot them down. Amanda Serrano, minus 2,000. In order to win $100, you would have to bet $2,000. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. So she is a firm favourite coming into this Serrano against Mercado. Apparently that is going to be our co-main. Serrano walks it. I mean, she's got 40 wins, 30 by knockout. She's got great ring IQ, great footwork, great conditioning, great experience. There's loads to like about Amanda Serrano. And as I said, really looking forward to seeing what she does tonight. We've got, as well as that, Daniel Dubois, who is taking a real step down, taking on Cusumano, who, I've got to be honest, I have no idea who that is. I read a little bit about him earlier, and apparently he's a journeyman. He's just a body for Daniel Dubois to make his debut against in America. This is his US debut. Before this, he's been fighting primarily in the UK. But as I said, he's 16-1. He is coming into that as minus 2,000. He is as favourite as Amanda Serrano. So Serrano will win. Dubois will win. Fury will win. In the main event, we've got Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley. I think Jake Paul edges it. I think it's really close. If Tyron Woodley wins, I would not be surprised. I think it's hard. It's just hard, isn't it? It's hard to know at what point does Jake hit his level. At what point does the skill of the opponent catch up with where Jake Paul is? The other thing as well is how far has Woodley declined? What's Woodley's boxing, not striking, boxing ability like? Because as we said, in MMA, they do strike him. This is boxing. It's different. It's just different. And there's two. It's just, you have to set things up, and you've got to have good footwork, and you've got to have a good jab, and you can't rely on anything else to get you out of trouble. In MMA, if you're getting driven back, you could go dive down for a takedown, you could go in for a clinch, you could use your forearms, you could use some knee strikes. Like, there's so much that you could do. So, it's just different. It's different. I'm so up for it, though. I can't wait to see how it's going to go down. And I hope I'm wrong. Make no mistake about it. I'm firmly behind Tyron Woodley. But I think if you are someone that, say, hates Jake Paul, let's just say you hate Jake Paul, right? If Jake loses tonight, I'm afraid it won't be over. This won't be the end. Because Jake has got a rematch clause. And also, he's got a dedicated fan base. And that dedicated fan base are always going to sell X amount of pay-per-views, which means he's always guaranteed X amount of money, which means he's always going to get good level opponents. If he goes out and gets Anderson Silva, or he goes out and gets Tommy Fury or Dylan Dennis or whoever it might be that excites his fan base and catches the imagination of people, he'll still be able to make big money. Like, a loss here, it would have to be a real bad loss. It would have to be he gets battered around, he looks awful, and then he gets sparked out. Like, he would have to be humiliated in order for this to be even close to being the end. But if not, I mean, I could see there being a rematch. If Woodley wins, there will be a rematch. So, yeah, if you're hoping this will be the end of it all, I don't think it will. People don't like people that film dead people in Japan. Well, that's true. It wasn't Jake that did that, though. That was Logan. But yeah, I mean that is still facts. But what time is Tommy fighting in the UK? Says Wrestling Days fan 2.0123. What time is Tommy fighting in the UK? I don't know, is the answer. I don't know what fight he is. I know he's not the co-main, but I don't actually know what fight he is in the pecking order. So, I've seen a lot of cards saying he'll be out first. So, as to what time that's going to actually mean, I'm not sure. But I would imagine that when we start, we start in about 15 minutes. The show hasn't even started yet, by the way. But we start in about 15 minutes. Then I should imagine there'll be a lot of, this is what we're in for, here's a video package, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I could see it being a case where the first half an hour at least is just talking. So I don't think we're going anywhere for 45 minutes. Put the chat on subs only. No, I want to be open to as many people as possible, and people that want to stop by and share their thoughts. And I'm certainly not going to get bullied into doing it. Austin has put it onto subs only. No, I'm not doing it. I won't be bullied into doing it. So if you want to buckle to the trolls, then so be it. But I'm going to leave it open to people that want to share their thoughts on the fight. We can shoot them down. It's really not a problem. And if the mods don't want to do it, then I'll start doing it myself. Don't put it on subs only. I need Tommy, Jake, and Ivan to win by decision, and I get 760,000. Flip. Shola, shout out to you. I hope this turns to a draw. Well, if it does, then there will be a rematch. I want Nate to call Jake out the Battle of the Younger Bros. Is the fight free on Fight TV? No. It's on pay-per-view. Tyson winning by decision. Don't think Tyron has knockout power anymore, but I don't think Jake could KO Woodley. That's a good point. Thanks for all the UFC shows, Terrence. Shout out to you. Days, don't know if you know Daniel Dubois. Keep an eye on him. Yeah, we were just talking about him. Majority draw, says Chromebook. Ben Russell said, Days, for the last year I've been debating whether or not to start a YouTube channel with streams, but I don't know whether or not to give it a go. What do you think I should do? Do it. Yeah, do it. Just go straight into it. You'll be absolutely fine. You'll have fun. I mean, you've just got to do it because you love doing it. So just do it. Is he streaming the fight? We can't stream the actual fight. Do you think there's a lot of pressure on Woodley, says Wolf Kissed Fitzpatrick. Do I think there's a lot of pressure? I think there's pressure everywhere, to be honest. I think there's pressure on Woodley. I think there's pressure on Jake Paul. I think there's pressure everywhere. I think that Jake Paul, both guys are walking in there knowing that any knockout is going all over social media. It's going all over social media. So I think that there's pressure absolutely everywhere. But I think that I wouldn't say there's extra pressure on Woodley. I think he's getting paid the biggest paycheck of his life. As long as he doesn't get knocked out, he can always dispute it. And he can always say, no, I won this. I won that fight. The big thing for Woodley is, I suppose the pressure is don't get knocked out. Don't allow it to be taken out of, like, any doubt to be taken out of people's minds. He needs to make sure that he is in there and is being competitive and not leaving openings. So he needs to do whatever he can to make sure that's the case. When does the fight start? I don't know. It's the answer. I don't know when it starts. The show starts in 15 minutes, but how they're going to space the show out and when the fight's going to start, I'm not sure. I can't watch it on Watch Wrestle Pros. I am up on Mount Joseph, Oregon, which is 1,000-acre ranch. Your broadcast is respect. Todd, shout out to you, sir. Who do you think KSI will fight next? Because he said he won't fight Jake because they will have a fight. Jake will have the advantage. Yes, he would. I don't know who he fights next. I mean, KSI, if he's going for a fight with Jake Paul and he's working towards that, then he's going to have big fights and he's going to have to work hard and he's going to have to dedicate himself to boxing. He's going to have to give up the rap stuff. He's going to have to just, like, dedicate himself to boxing. I think you've got to give credit to you've got to give credit to Jake that he has really thrown himself into this. Days, if Tyron knocks out Jake, how would you feel? If Tyron knocks out Jake, how would I feel? Austin, I just sent you a DM. I would be over the moon. I am someone that probably tunes into this so that I can see Jake Paul get knocked out. I'm someone that I like trash talking. I don't mind trash talking in boxing and in MMA and in all those things. I have no issue with that. But for me, the problem with Jake Paul is that he goes so childish. Like, there was bits during the face-to-face where they're talking and Jake Paul's like just making noises. He's like, no. Like, it descends to like a child. Like, I think if you can come out with witty lines, like, you know, when McGregor was like, who the is that guy? It's a great line. It's a great line. And it just shows that he's in full control of the room. It just shows that, like, you know, he's... And this is why people love McGregor, because he's got the ability to do that. Obviously, you know, I don't know if as many people love McGregor now. He's still wildly popular. But, yeah, some of the stuff he does oversteps the mark now. Bringing in, like, the family stuff and everything. And I know that he's lost a few fans as a result of all of that. But you can't deny that, you know, McGregor at his best is brilliant. But you don't get that from Jake Paul. What you get from Jake Paul is robots. What you get from Jake Paul is lines that he thinks are witty, but they're not. They're not. It's not. It's just not. And then, like, it descends into like just making noise. Jake Paul gets to the point where making noise is you know, he thinks that is a build to a fight. Like, this is my problem with Jake Paul. Jake Paul is a contradiction. Jake Paul is someone that says, I'm a boxer. I'm here to be a world champion. I believe in boxing. Yet all he does is face people that aren't boxers. Like, that's a contradiction. The other thing as well is that he talks about this is the fight game. Yeah, this is what we do in the fight game. He doesn't know what the fight game is. He's 24. Like, he doesn't know what the fight game is. The fight game to him is the trash talking that McGregor was doing. But, like, not the thousands and millions of other fights that have took place. Like, he was saying to Ariel Helwani, trying to explain what happened with Woodley's mom. He's like, look, this is the thing that goes down in the fight game. It's like, no, it isn't. There's thousands and thousands of fights that take place. There's not people's moms that are getting involved. There's not robots that are walking on stage. Like, this, what he's doing is not part of the fight game. He is bringing childish antics into the fight game. Again, a contradiction. You can't sit there and say, I'm taking boxing seriously, I want to be a world champion, and all this kind of stuff, and then not face boxers and be so childish in the build that people just, like, cringe. It's just so bad. I mean, I had so many people saying to me, have you seen that face-to-face? Have you seen the face-to-face? And I sat down and watched it, and it was atrocious. And as I said, I was really, really disappointed in Tyron Woodley. Because I thought that he did really well, and then I think he fell to the level of Jake Paul. Yeah, no worries, dude. I'm just responding now. Who have you got winning, Woodley or Paul? I'm edging Paul. Bet your life savings on Woodley. It's going to be free money. People were saying that about Askren, though, buddy. So I kind of I feel like we've been there. I think it'll be a draw. Yeah, get in your thoughts. What do you think? I've spoken for ages. I've spoken for about 50-odd minutes. What do you think? Harley said, to be fair, Conor insulted Khabib's religion. So I guess Conor is bringing childish behaviour into the game. Well, I completely said that he has lost fans. I mean, who the F is that guy is old, Conor. Like, the stuff with Khabib, I think the reason why that was forgiven was because it was very, very personal. There's a whole backstory whereby one of McGregor's training partners was cornered by Khabib's camp and was intimidated. That's what made... Why do you think McGregor got on the plane and went over to New York? What do you think prompted the throwing of the trolley at the bus? Like, it got really, really personal. So, you know, McGregor hurling insults at Khabib, you know, he's been going off about his father on Twitter. I mean, Conor has completely overstepped the marks, like, many, many times when it comes to Khabib. Many, many times. But the hatred between them, you know, Jake Paul said, this is the fight game. This is what the fight game is. What we're talking about with Conor and Khabib is not the fight game. That is personal. They hate, they loathe each other. Like, Khabib could make serious money if he just agreed to fight Conor. He won't do it. He won't do it. He doesn't respect Conor. He doesn't want to give Conor that payday. He doesn't want to give Conor that spotlight. So that's a very different thing. You see, with this, there should be no bad blood, really, between Tyron Woodley and Jake Paul. I'm sure there is now. But there shouldn't be, because, you know, Jake Paul just is doing it on purpose. Like, it's irrelevant who he fights. He's gonna talk trash every single time because he knows that sells pay-per-views. To him, this is the fight game. This is the fight business. This is what you do. You talk trash. You act like a child. That's how you sell pay-per-views. My problem is, yeah, I get that logic, but you should be wittier. Like, you should come out with, like, better lines. Like, the stuff that he comes out with at times is just childish noises. It's just rubbish. I mean, it does work me up, in all fairness. So, as a heel, he's doing a great job. But I'm not going to give him credit and say that he's doing those childish noises on purpose to wind people up. I don't believe he's doing that. I just think he doesn't have anything else to say. I think he talks and gets to a point where he doesn't know what to say. So his only reaction is to go, no, 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 and do things like this. And we saw him doing it against Ben Askren. We've seen him doing it in the build to this fight as well. And it's just so childish. And for him to then turn around and use terms like, this is the fight game, this is what happens in the fight game, shut up. Honestly, shut up. He hasn't got a clue what the fight game is, and he will get found out. He will get found out. I don't know that it's tonight. It will be against Tommy Fury if it's Tommy Fury. He will get found out. And then he can start talking about what the fight game is. But at the moment, to have faced a load of non-boxers and start telling us what the fight game is, so irritating. Everything about him just is so irritating. And he makes money off that, of course. And he, as we said, if you are someone that hates Jake Paul and you think that a loss tonight is going to end all of this, then so be it. But there will be a rematch. We already know it's in the contract. I hope Woodley wins, but I think Jake will win. Jake looks hard these days, that he is on juice. People are acting like this is huge. Trust me, you've not seen Eva Doudrop yet. When will the fight happen? When will the fight happen? The fight will happen hours. I mean, like, we're hours away. The show hasn't even started yet, and we've got like 5 undercard fights. Like, there's every chance that the main event is a good 5 hours away or so. I genuinely don't know when the ring walks are scheduled. I haven't looked. Humble Conor sucks. At least heel Conor, you had a reason to watch the fight. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think Conor's lost his way a little. I think that you are right. Who said this? Michael. You are right, but the kind of humble Conor in the build to the second Dustin fight was not what we needed. And it wasn't what Conor needed, because I think Conor had a lot of... I think you can mentally get at Dustin Poirier. I think that Poirier has got a bit of a weakness there. He might be a bit stronger on that front now, but I think there is a little bit of a weakness there. I think that he is someone that was riled in the first fight. I think that he was someone that was saying that he had aged and matured and that wouldn't bother him anymore. But the thing was, Conor never tested him. Conor never did it. Conor was like, here's, some proper 12, and he had some of the sauce, and it was all very cordial. And as a result, he did not get in Dustin's head, and Dustin went about his game plan. Like, Dustin was not going in worked up, not fighting off anger. He was just able to go in and do what he needed to do. So I kind of think that backfired on Conor in that second fight. I think he knew that, and that's why coming into the third fight, there was a lot more talk. But Conor's talk just wasn't the same. I mean, even Dustin turned around during the press conference and went, "You used to be better than this." I mean, didn't he say something like, your wife is your husband or something? I mean, it was cringe. It was bad. Like, again, if it just wasn't Conor. I kind of think Conor has maybe changed. Now he's a family man. I think he's kind of settled a little bit, mellowed a little bit. I think making money has had an effect on him as well. Having all these businesses and these business ventures. He's not the single track, fight-minded person that he was before. I don't think he lives and breathes it like he did before. And I think Conor's got lost along the way. Now, can Conor get himself back? He tried to in that last fight. He didn't have his family around for the training camp, and he started doing the trash talking again. It's just that it didn't work, did it? It didn't land. So I agree. I completely agree. The trash talking is what sells fights. People want to see two people that we believe really hate each other go at each other. It does sell fights. There's no denying that. But the childishness of it, the childishness of Jake Paul is the problem. I have no issue. If he's got some really good lines to come out with, and he's talking smack like Conor used to, then I'm all for it. And, he's had some good lines in the past. Woodley's had some good lines in this one, but for me, it always descends into robots and stupid childish noises, and it just, there was one point at the end of that face-to-face, if you watched it, there was one point where they were sat opposite each other, just making noises back and forth, and like Ariel Helwani had to go, "I think we'll end there." Like, it was just embarrassing. It was just really, really embarrassing. Tommy Fury against Anthony Taylor. Montana Love taking on Ivan Baranchuk. Daniel Dubois versus Cusimano. Amanda Serrano versus Mercado. And then we've got Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. So we've got 5 fights on this main card. I think one of the fights has kind of been and gone. And I think that we are... I'm really excited for these. The Tommy Fury fight, I can't wait to see. Montana Love, the Love fight is really close. So I'm really looking forward to that one as well. That's in the super lightweight division. Then we've got Daniel Dubois, who is making his USA debut. And as we said, he is top tier. He is absolutely top tier. Daniel Dubois could be fighting for a heavyweight world championship in the future. Like, he's young. He had a good amateur career. He's got a really good record of 16-1. His only loss has come to Joe Joyce, who's a really, really good star and good fighter and experienced. And it's not a shameful loss. So I don't hold that against Daniel Dubois. And this is a journeyman that he's facing. He should absolutely get the win here. Then the co-main event is Amanda Serrano, which is going to be amazing. Really looking forward. She'll win, and I'm looking forward to seeing her skills. And then we've got the main event, of course, which we've been talking about all night. It's 5 a.m. That's what I was told. I could believe it. Yeah, I could believe it. According to the internet, the fight will be at 8 p.m. Eastern time. No, that'll be when the show starts, I would imagine. The BT Sport coverage has started now, and we've got 4 undercard fights to go through. I think you're looking at past midnight, around midnight Eastern time. Harley said, "My fight prediction, the referee is going to fall over after 30 seconds. Justin said, "I'm not a UFC fan." The Fury fight will be at 1 a.m., says Runic. Adam said, do you think we'll get another show like last when it was Majority Music? No, that was Triller. And this one is Showtime. Showtime are a proper professional, like they've put on boxing shows before. This is proper, no faffing. I don't think there's any musical performances. I mean, Jake Paul might have requested something before his fight. I genuinely don't know. So it could be that we get something before Jake Paul's fight. But I don't think there is. I haven't seen anything advertised. And it's a stacked card. We've got 5 fights on the main card, and they're credible. You're talking about the greatest female fighter in Amanda Serrano. So she's the co-main. You're talking about Tommy Fury, who's there's a lot of people looking at Tommy Fury. So you've got Tommy Fury. You've got Daniel Dubois, who I said is a future world champion, like really could go on to become that. And you've got a really close fight with Montana Love. So I'm looking. I love the card. I love the main event. I love the co-main event. I think it's just going to be a really, really fun night. I live in Europe, so when is the main card? Well, the show has started now, but we're in the BT studios. So the show has started, and we are waiting to go to that first fight. As soon as we go to that first fight, I will let you know. I live in Europe. We read that one. Jake Paul is the next Muhammad Ali. We're just seeing the weigh-ins for Tyron Woodley and Jake Paul. They're obviously Jake Paul trying to snatch the hat of Tyron Woodley at the weigh-in as well. There they are, like getting face-to-face. Tyron Woodley just vibing. You know, I think the way that he's composed himself, expressed himself, you know, he tried to reach for the hat. They're just showing that. And, I mean, like, it's just silly. I mean, I don't, in all fairness, him trying to reach for the hat, I don't hate. I don't hate. It's there, and he's gone for it. And, you know, he managed to snatch Floyd Mayweather's thing. So I don't hate it. It's a bit childish. That it's not really the fight game, but it's better than just making noises. So, yeah. But there's no denying it's huge. Tonight's huge. It's a massive, massive show. Did you see Jake being childish when he was stacking cards and something during an interview, acting like the match is nothing? I hate Jake so much. Days, how are you doing for sleep, says Moldy Spoon. I'm doing all right, buds. I'm doing all right, yeah. We're doing okay. 1 a.m. for the Fury fight. Can you do an F1 stream? Well, I'm glad I didn't earlier, after what happened earlier. They did 2 laps and they called it off, didn't they? Alex says, Jake wants to fight Canelo. Oh my God. Let's be real, Canelo would be committed with attempted murder if they ever fought. I mean, yeah, it's madness, isn't it? I mean, what I would say is that maybe a Canelo that's on the decline, maybe a Canelo that's looking for one last payday, you know, and if Jake Paul, like, you know, maybe in like 8 years' time or something, and Jake is going to be about 32 at that point, and he's been boxing for those 8 years, and he's managed to get some impressive wins, maybe then they will look to do it, but I mean, I can't see Jake Paul winning that fight. Even in 8 years. 8 years of just non-stop boxing training. I can't see him winning that fight. Do you think Jake will fight McGregor? Do I think Jake will fight McGregor? I could see it happening one day, yes. I could see it happening one day. It really does depend on how these fights go. Because I think that McGregor will do it. I think if this is the end of McGregor's MMA career, which I don't think it is yet. I think he's still got a good few years in him, but I don't know how many fights that's going to mean. But it looks like he's not quite at the top anymore. I mean, he's lost twice in a row now to Dustin Poirier, and it looked like in that third fight he was getting battered, to be honest. I mean, There could be a reason as to why he was losing that first round, but he was losing it. And you can make the argument that he would come back into the fight in the second round, and he absolutely could, but he still lost it. He went on to lose it. He was losing it. I can only judge on what I was seeing. He was losing the round, and he ended up losing the fight. And that's after meeting Poirier before and losing that fight. I don't think Dana is going to be too interested in Conor fighting nobodies. Like, they've got to have some sort of name. But you could have Conor do Diaz. You could have Conor do Masvidal, maybe, which would capture people's imagination. There's definitely going to be opponents for Conor, but there's no denying that unless you're getting like really big names, really good names, there's no denying that the pay-per-view buys will, start to fall away. Because there'll be other stars that kind of come through and take the spot. It's just the way it goes, isn't it? It's cyclical. So Conor might find himself in a situation where, we already know that he's looking at taking on the likes he wanted to take on Pacquiao. If Jake Paul is beating people and he's got a decent record and he's bringing in big numbers and McGregor's MMA career is starting to stall, I can't see why in a good few years. I mean, it might be 5 years. Might be 5 years' time. Well, I don't know what McGregor's going to be doing in 5 years. But if it's still going well for Jake Paul and the offer is big, would McGregor turn it down? You've got to think, he's a money man. If it's a fight he thinks he's going to win, and we know the MMA thing is, he's never going to win the title again. He's just fighting kind of nobodies just to give UFC easy paydays. He might be tempted to take it then. So could they ever face and fight in a boxing match? Sure. But I think things need to go Jake Paul's way. Like, Jake Paul could easily, within that next 5 years, reach his level and just get blown away. He could absolutely get blown away. Tyson versus Jake will be at about 5 a.m. So if that's true, then we're looking at about 4 hours, 15 minutes. When is Tommy? Apparently, it's going to be in about 15 minutes' time. 15 minutes' time. If you are watching and you are going to be sticking with us, obviously we are going to be talking about all the fights as we go through them. So if you are joining us and you are planning on sticking around, drop a like on the stream. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And really, really looking forward to spending tonight with you. There's lots of fights to look forward to. If Jake wins, do you think we will send Ngannou? I like that, Lewis. I like the we in there. What do we do next? Yes, I think we send Ngannou. That's exactly what we do. We send Ngannou to sort this kid out. No, I think next surely would be Tommy Fury, and to be honest, I think that would be it. If he beats Tommy Fury, he has to get all the respect in the world, because Tommy Fury is 6 foot tall. Like, Tommy Fury is Jake Paul. Because don't forget, Tyron Woodley. I'm going to show you the face-to-face with Tyron Woodley. I've got the Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley face-to-face. I mean, there is a size difference, a significant size difference here. Like, Tyron Woodley walks around like 170, but this is at 190. Like, this is very comfortable for Jake to be at this weight. Woodley, this is big for him to be fighting at this weight. So, do you know what I mean? Like, Jake Paul has gone and found a legend from a lower weight class that's not known for striking, but does have great name recognition, certainly amongst the MMA community. And Tyron Woodley is someone that I think people have got respect for. He does split opinion, but he is someone that, his credentials and what he achieved in the octagon is undeniable. Like, you can't deny what Tyron Woodley achieved. So I think that it's really good opponent selection by Jake Paul. It's really good, once again, opponent selection. He is always increasing the threat. He is always increasing the opposition. He's always increasing the danger that he's about to get knocked out. So I have to give him credit. I really do have to give him credit. He is constantly taking that next step. This is a long way from YouTubers. We are a long way from YouTubers, right? So I have to give him that credit. But to go from Tyron Woodley to Tommy Fury, who has got a record of 6-0, is an actual boxer, has practiced and been training boxing his life, apparently, and I can believe it. He's the younger brother of Tyson Fury, 6-0 in boxing. Like, to go to that after this, I don't get it. I can't get my head around it. I can't understand the logic. I don't get the logic of how we make that jump. That seems like too big of a jump. So, yeah, if it is going to be Tommy Fury next, I think he's in trouble. I think he's in big trouble. So, we'll see how it plays out tonight. Did you see the UFC card for November 6th? The main event is Usman versus Covington. VD3, we do watch-alongs, of course, for all the UFC every single weekend. If that's something that interests you, then make sure you're subscribed to the channel and joining us. As we said, we're here. We just did UFC yesterday. And we always do, we've done the previous Jake Paul fights. We've done the Logan Paul fights and gone through a lot in the in recent years. We are going to be doing that one as well. I did see that fight was announced. I'm very excited. For me personally, I think Usman is much improved from when they last faced. I think Usman's striking is much improved. So I'm quietly confident that he will get the job done a bit more convincingly this time, because the last time they faced each other, it was a little bit niggly, wasn't it? Right now, I can see people asking, when's the fight? When's the fight? And I can tell you that we're just looking at old footage of Tyron Woodley, and we're seemingly a long way from any fights. I would imagine they'll go, right, let's go over to the action. This is going to be our first fight, blah, 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 blah. But they haven't said anything yet. I think we could be about 15 minutes from Tommy Fury, but as we said, they haven't seen anything. Haven't said anything. 2 bad days doesn't get a nickel every time someone asks that. Edward, when is the Jake Paul fight? It will be in about 4.5 hours. Can you give us your picks? Says Daniel. Can I give you my picks? My picks would be Amanda Serrano. My picks would be Jake Paul, and it does hurt me to say that. But as I kind of did a big breakdown earlier where I was saying I really do expect it to be a case there. Tyron Woodley is going to be quite defensive. I think that he will look for opportunity, but he is not going to leave himself exposed. I think he would be foolish to not respect the power that is provided by and being brought by Jake Paul. So I think that we are looking at Jake Paul potentially winning this on points, or maybe the fight goes and Tyron Woodley starts to gas towards the end, and we start to see Jake Paul get a TKO, or just pick off jabs and get a points decision. So that's what I'm leaning for in the main event. I would love to sit here and say I think Tyron Woodley is going to be victorious, but I'm struggling to see it. Out of all the possible outcomes, decision or referee stepping in and stopping it for Jake are probably the two that I see most likely. So I'm leaning towards those. Co-main event, Amanda Serrano wins, easy. Before that, we got Daniel Dubois. He's going to win. He's just fighting a journeyman. He's faced much better opponents. Tommy Fury against Anthony Taylor. Tommy Fury is going to win that one. He's coming in at I think he's about minus 2,000 now as well. I had him at minus 1,500, but I think it has actually got bigger than that. And then we've got Montana Love against Baranchuk, and that is quite a close fight. I can't quite get a read on that one. I'm not overly familiar with those. I might be leaning to Montana Love. Montana Love, I believe, is undefeated at 15-0. Baranchuk is 20-2. But as I said, it's so close. So close. So I'm looking forward to each fight for different reasons. Three of the undercard fights, because I just want to see Tommy, I want to see Daniel, I want to see Amanda Serrano. The Love and Baranchuk fight is really close, and I can't wait to see which way that goes. And then we've got the main event, so there's lots to look forward to. Bernie086, shout out to you, my friend. Really, really do appreciate the support. Again, just a reminder, if you are watching, if you are joining us, drop that like. It makes a big, big difference. It's something that really does help the channel, really does help the stream. We always try to get to around 1,000 or just over 1,000. I think we're probably even sneaking up to about 450. So yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It does genuinely make a big, 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 big difference. How many rounds are the fights? That's a good question, Charlie. I think we're looking at 8-round fights. There might be some that are going to go for 10 or so. But I think we are looking at 8. So the main event is 8. We are looking at 10 2-minute rounds for Serrano. We're looking at 10 rounds for Montana Love, 10 rounds for Daniel Dubois, 4 rounds for Tommy Fury, 10 rounds for Conwell and Rubio. I think that's been and gone, actually, that fight. That was a prelim fight. That wasn't on the main card. So I have no idea if that's even happened yet. They certainly haven't spoke about it or given us any results on that. But, yeah, so it's going to be 8 rounds for the main event. Undercard ones, 10. Tommy Fury against Anthony Taylor, 4. Why is the Fury fight only having 5-minute rounds? I don't have it. We're having 5-minute rounds. This is still just set up from our UFC stream yesterday. There we go. Yeah, they're all 3-minute rounds, apart from apparently the Serrano one might be 2-minute rounds. What boxing match would you most want to see that hasn't happened? I'm going to be super predictable, and it's going to be Joshua Fury. The reason why I would say that is because I'm sat here in the UK for there to be a fight between 2 top British heavyweights, ideally to unify the world's heavyweight championships in a unification fight. The eyes of the world would be on that fight. It would be one of the biggest boxing fights ever. No shenanigans, no, YouTubers and all this kind of stuff. It would be one of the biggest pure boxing fights ever. There would be great debates as to who would win it. It would mean so much to us here in the UK as well, because obviously both are from the UK. And, yeah, for it to be for, arguably the biggest prizes in sport. I mean, to me, I still regard whoever is the world boxing champion as being the greatest sports person. And maybe that's a bit outdated now. Maybe you could make the argument that Francis Ngannou is, the best sports person in the world. Or maybe you'd look at it and say it's LeBron James, or you might look at it and say it's, I don't know, Lewis Hamilton or Serena Williams or Federer or something along those lines. But for me, it's always whoever's the heavyweight champion, as long as they're credible. And, they've not like Andy Ruiz, who just won a fluke against Joshua. Did well. I mean, I say fluke, but, yeah, it's, still don't quite know what went wrong with all of that. But to me, whoever is the heavyweight boxing champion is the king of sport. I think back to Holyfield and Tyson and Muhammad Ali, and you think back to the greats. So yeah, I'd always be looking at that fight. That is an absolute dream fight. Does Fury beat Wilder in the trilogy? Yes, I believe he does. I think he's got his number. I think Wilder is a really good boxer, who is more than just that power punch. I think he's got good speed, good hand speed. I think that he's got good boxing abilities. I just think that he's. I think Tyson's got his number. To be honest, I think that Tyson now knows what he has to do to kind of nullify the threat. I mean, that big shot that Wilder carries, if you can neutralize that, that's half the battle won. And I just think that Fury's good enough to deal with what's left. So I think that, yeah, I don't think that Fury's even that worried about Wilder. I think he sees the Wilder fight now as an annoyance, because we were meant to be getting Joshua versus Fury. That dream fight was meant to be happening, and Wilder is the one that spoilt the party. Now, he could absolutely go in there, find that shot, and get the victory. He could absolutely do that, but I have to think it unlikely. I think, actually, Usyk's got a better chance of beating Joshua than Wilder's got of beating Fury. So we might see, like, Usyk versus Fury for the Unified Championships, which would be a bit of a shame because I really want it to be the Joshua one. Aren't you streaming the fight? We're here during it. Right, Fury versus Pual. They're talking about the war of words that those two have been having. Bernie086, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. We need Bibby Childslayer versus Pual. That's exactly what we need. Blessings from Ireland, says Richard. Shout out to you, sir. I would love to see Serrano against Katie Taylor. What a fighter Katie Taylor is. Absolutely fantastic. So I would love to see that fight. I've heard rumblings and rumours that it could be next year, that we do finally get that. But we'll have to wait and see. So, yeah, we're just seeing things being said between Jake and Tommy Fury. It seems like we are heading towards that. There has been a real back and forth. Anthony Taylor says that it seems like Tommy Fury has been more focused on Jake Paul than he has been on himself. And he says that's how he's going to get, that's his path to victory, basically. What watch time will it be in the UK? We're probably looking at the main fight being in about 4 hours or so. Yes, I can check. Okay, I got it. It's, Austin, got you. Everyone knows Tyson has much more experience. Is it in 4 minutes? I honestly can't tell you that. Right now, we have got a sit-down interview that Ariel Helwani did with Jake Paul. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at the moment. Jake Paul will KO Woodley so hard, the haters in the chat will sleep for a few minutes, says Andrew Ashes. Oh, I love it, man. I love it. Fair play. Yeah, pick your sides. Pick your sides. You do what's... You do what you cheer who you want to cheer. How long do you think the Paul fight lasts? I think there's a good chance that it could go for a while. I think there's I think there's a chance that we do see this go in the distance. It's not on BT Sport yet, no. They're just on a panel show at the moment. Woodley's boxing is good. I do boxing, and he has got potential, and he will beat Jake by knockout. Do you think Jake will stop calling out everyone if he loses? No. I don't think this will derail that hype train at all. I think that there's a rematch clause that's in there, and I think that we are building towards that rematch, to be honest, if he does lose this. So the trash talking will sadly only have just begun. John, shout out to you, sir, says, I'm going for Woodley. I really hope he isn't underestimating Jake. He does have knockout power. That's shout out to you, man. I completely agree. I think that he does possess that knockout power. I think that he should have respect for that. And I think that, I don't know that he does have respect for it. He says that he doesn't. I think he's coming across like this is an easy payday. But he has to. He was in Ben Askren's corner. He saw what happened to Askren. He's going to know that he doesn't want it to happen to him as well. So I think that, yeah, I think he will be ready for this. He will be prepared for this. He's been training really hard. If you've seen his training videos, he's looked great. He has looked good in them. But as I said, I can't get a good enough read from that because it's one thing training against like a heavy bag, but it's completely different training and sparring against a moving target and something that's actually hitting you back. Taylor, shout out to you, sir. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, let me know. Put your thoughts in. What do you lot think? Do you think we're going to see Jake Paul win? Do you think it'll be by decision? Do you think it'll be knockout? Do you think it'll be technical knockout? Do you think that Tyron Woodley is going to win? Like, what are your thoughts? What are you seeing? What have you seen? What have you heard? What do you think? My thoughts are Jake Paul TKO or decision. So TKO, stoppage, or decision. I don't think he knocks him out. Woodley is going to try and smash Jake early, but gas out after 2. You see, Shogun, that's a really good point, because I actually think that there is a danger of that. But I do wonder if Tyron Woodley is going to be wise to that as well. Is Tyron Woodley going to know that that is what, you know, a lot of people have said to him, this is what they think's going to happen. Even Ariel Helwani said, you know, you are not the favourite. People think you're going to gas out. And Woodley responded, don't worry about my cardio. Don't worry about my conditioning. I can go all night. Like, he is, like, dismissing it. But he's got to know that those concerns are out there. He's got to know that those concerns are out there. Jay said, Jake Paul round 3, TKO. Yeah, getting your Tommy fight. Tommy fight we're still waiting for. They are starting to talk about him. As an MMA fighter, I do support my boy Woodley, says Aussie WOG. Tom Small said Woodley never comes out guns blazing. He's patient, and I think that's what will cost him. Paul 1998 says Jake Paul versus Francis Ngannou would be close. Days, it's the 30th of August in the UK right now, meaning today marks the 365th day of Roman's title reign. What a year it has been. Huh? Ozzy says, evening Days, hope you are well. There's a perception that Woodley is washed up, but he fought Usman, Covington, Burns, lost by decision twice, has plenty for Jake Paul. Been boxing years, easy money. Love it. Love it, Ozzy. I love it. I hope you're right, buddy. I really do hope you're right. Googling, Google will break the internet. How many fights are there tonight? There's 5 fights tonight. 5 fights tonight. James Chadwick says NWA 73 is just beginning. Have fun, my friend. Paul is a future world champion. Show us the fight and shut up, says Nathan. It's not on, so I don't know what you want me to show you right now. But right now we've got Michael Bisping standing with a microphone. We don't even have a Tommy Fury fight or anything. In fact, they are in the arena, and there's quite a few empty seats in there. But at the moment, it's just non-stop talking, and it's been that way for over half an hour. So nothing happening right now. As soon as it does, we'll start going through it. When is the Tommy Fury fight? It can't be long, Poppy. It really can't be long. Jake Paul is overrated. We're just seeing Jake Paul. I believe he's already arrived, and he's walking around. He's got Problem Child. So he's got a Cleveland basketball shirt. It says Problem Child on the back. I don't know if he's going to look to... the other one says Paul on the back, so... I don't know if he is going to be wearing one of those. Of course, the thing to remember as well is he is in his home state, hometown. This is going to be a crowd that you would imagine is going to be behind him. So the crowd will not be with Woodley. That will not be a problem for Woodley. Yeah, we will be in his home state. Anyone got a Twitch channel? That could be streaming, it says Leroy. They'll be getting pulled down, bud. They'll be getting pulled down left, right, and centre. Who are you rooting for, says Hammer Studios. I'm rooting for Woodley. I think that I know that he's took the money, and I know that he's gambled. Yeah, he's put his legacy on the line. No one's done that but him. So he's put his legacy on the line. But I do just worry that he's got a lot to lose here. Someone asked the question earlier, do you think there's more pressure on his shoulders? And I don't think there is, because I think he can turn around and say, it's boxing, I'm not a boxer, I'm an MMA fighter. Credits Jake Paul, he was able to go the distance. I think it's really important he doesn't get knocked out. Like, Tyron Woodley cannot get knocked out in this. If I'm Tyron Woodley, I'm thinking probably don't get knocked out first. That's my priority, is don't get knocked out. Other than that, like, make it dirty, try and get a few shots off, take it as long as we have to. I mean, if I'm Tyron Woodley, I've seen nothing from Jake. Jake, I think, has he gone to the second round once or something? Like, the amount of time that Jake has spent actually fighting is somewhat stupid, like 6 minutes. So, like, we don't know what Jake Paul looks like going into a third round, a fourth round, a fifth round. We don't know. But we know that Woodley can go those. We've seen Woodley go, like, the distance in UFC. We know that he can work for a long time and go for a long time. So, yeah, I think that for me, if I'm Woodley, I'm going in being relatively defensive-minded. I'm going in having seen Ben Askren get knocked out. I'm going in knowing that everyone's concerns are that I'm going to gas out. So my game plan, if I'm Woodley, is be defensive, stand off Jake Paul, allow him to show a few things that he can do. Nothing that's going to cause me any bother, but let's just try and gauge how good this kid is, because there's every chance in the world you give Jake Paul a little bit of an opportunity to show what he can do, and you're going to quickly realise what level he's actually at, and then you're going to be able to work out what you need to do to put him away. Like, mate, let's not get this twisted. Like, Jake Paul is not Canelo. Like, he's not Mayweather. Like, you're not going to give Jake Paul a bit of room and a bit of time, and he's all of a sudden going to show that he's one of the greatest boxers walking the world. Like, this perception that people have that has been built up has largely come from Jake Paul's talking, because it certainly hasn't come from his actions. What I've seen from his actions is power. He's got power. He's definitely got power, and you've got to respect that power. So if I'm Tyron Woodley, I'm allowing him a bit of room. Show me what you've got. Let's see if he presents any openings. Make sure my defense is good. Make sure I'm not giving anything away. I'm using that as my foundation. Then, once I think I can find some openings, because there will be. I mean, Jake Paul has not fought a boxer, so there will be. He's going to make mistakes in there. Jake Paul will make mistakes in there. So I'm going to look to see if I can find those openings, and then I'm going to go for those. Now, for me, if this fight goes the distance, I've got to get out of jail card, haven't I? Like, I was winning that fight. I don't care what anyone says. I was winning that fight. I don't care what the Jake has paid those judges off. Anyone with two eyes saw I won that fight, right? And I can have that argument till the cows come home. I can say that, I'm not a boxer. I was winning the fight. And I've got all these kind of ready-made excuses, if you will. But I save a bit of face. Like, all right, I couldn't knock out Jake Paul. That's better than getting knocked out by Jake Paul. So I'm going in with the mindset, defend. I'm going in with the mindset of don't let him knock me out. I'm going in with that mindset, which is why I think this could go a few rounds. Unless someone does something stupid early. Unless Tyron Woodley thinks he's going to go in there and just blow Jake Paul away. He might do it. He might go in there, big overhand right, Jake Paul goes down. Like, that could happen. That could absolutely happen, but I've got to believe that Jake Paul is going to be good enough to know that's coming, or there's potential that that's coming. So I've got to think that Jake Paul is going to be prepared for that. So if I'm Jake Paul, I'm also thinking, like, how am I going to wear the chinks in the arsenal here? What am I going to do to I want to take it the distance, in all fairness. If I'm Jake Paul, I'm looking for openings. If Tyron Woodley gives me anything, I'm going to try and take it. And if not, I'm going to look to take it the distance as well. Because I'll be of the mindset that this guy hasn't boxed. These gloves are heavy. And he is 39 years old. Like, what's he going to be like in round 6, 7, 8 with heavy gloves? I mean, let's not forget these gloves are heavy compared to MMA gloves. Like, lugging them around, it's going to feel different. It's all well and good doing a bit of sparring, a bit of training in them, but when you're in the actual fight environment and you're several rounds deep, those arms are going to feel heavy. They're going to feel heavy. The lactic acid buildup and everything, it's going to be harder. It's going to be harder for Jake Paul as well. I mean, it's going to be a real test. This is why if I'm, this fight could really come down to, in round 6, round 7, who's got more? Is Jake Paul the real deal? Is he still in there, fighting away, looking fresh, looking good? Is his cardio checking out? Like, we're going to get these answers, I think, tonight. So my prediction is that this could drift towards a decision, or we could see a late stoppage for Jake Paul where, Tyron Woodley is tiring, he's just getting tagged a lot. He's seemingly out on his feet, but he's not been put down. Like, referee might just step in. We could see it getting waved. The referee not wanting, Tyron Woodley to take any more punishment. The ref could come in, have a word with him, going, look, you've got to defend yourself. You've got to do a bit more. You're not doing enough for me at the moment. You're not fighting back. I'm not seeing a strong enough defense. And, this thing could get waved by the referee quite late. So, I don't know. I've seen a lot of early stoppages by Jake Paul. It would be quite easy to say that we'll see another early stoppage here. And we could, if Tyron Woodley rushes in, if Tyron Woodley loses his mind and just goes for it. But why would you make the same mistake as everyone else? Why would you watch Nate Robinson do that and make that mistake? Why would you watch Ben Askren? Don't forget, Tyron Woodley was there in Ben Askren's corner watching this fight live and watched how Ben Askren went and did it and saw Ben Askren get blown away. So would you not learn from those fights? Like, why would you make those same mistakes? So, again, if I'm Tyron Woodley, I am very much doing whatever I can to take this into deep waters, to be honest. Joaquin Uribe said, do you think Jake will call himself the Legend Killer? I don't think so. I think he's sticking with Problem Child. That's his marketing thing, isn't it? Problem Child. Why would Tyson rush in? Have you ever watched him fight? I've watched him fight, yeah, but I've not watched him have a boxing match. So, this is different. He knows this is different. He has seen, I think he might not want to admit it, but I think that he's going to have respect for Jake's boxing ability. He might not want to admit it. It might pain him to admit it. There's no way he would admit it before the actual fight. But I think that he will. I'm not expecting this to be the same Tyron Woodley that we see in MMA. I think this is different. I think he knows this is different. He will be told that this is different. He's been training with Floyd Mayweather. Like, Mayweather is going to bring him up to speed with how this differs. I also think that kind of training is going to really open his eyes to just how much, you have to do in boxing. And the footwork, the movement, everything that he's learned, I don't see how that translates to him just rushing him. Unless he's just going to ignore it all and go, nah, I'm just going to fight my fight. I don't get it. I don't get how it's going to work out. I don't get how he's going to rush in. And if he's going to do that, then he deserves to get beaten. If he's going to try and blow Jake Paul away early and run the risk of getting caught, then it's a massive gamble. He's already taken a gamble by taking this fight. Why take another gamble? So, I don't know. The strategy is really, really important. The game plan's really, really important. The abilities are obviously very important as to how they stack up ability-wise. There's a lot coming into this. There's a lot to look out for. There's a lot to get excited about. So I feel like we're getting close as well, by the way, to this one. Fury versus Taylor. Lots of excitement around this. Serrano is the first fight. Fury is the co-main. Well, we've got a graphic up right now saying that cruiserweight bout, they're actually advertising it as 10 rounds. Tapology had it as 4. So it looks, I'm guessing it is 10 rounds then for Fury against Anthony Taylor. But Tapology said it was a 4-round exhibition. But either way, they've got the graphic for this. They've been talking about Tommy Fury. They've got the graphic. They're showing the arena in the background. I don't know if that means that we are going over to this fight now, or how this is actually going to work and play out. we've gone back to the studio. So anyone thinking that the Tommy Fury fight was starting at 1 a.m. or 13 minutes ago has unfortunately been, it's been proved that that's not the case. 45 minutes, we've seen people talking about Jake Paul and how the fight's going to go, and Tommy Fury. And Tommy Fury's been getting quite a bit of screen time here. They do have John Fury in the BT Sports studio. So, there's quite a bit of talk around Tommy Fury. I don't know what the coverage is like in America, but right now on BT Sport, we're in a studio. There's about 5 people sat around, and one of them being Dan Hardy. And we've got, and John Fury, a lot of talk about Tommy Fury, and it really wouldn't surprise me if that is the next opponent after Tyron Woodley, if Jake gets the job done. Bernie086 with a hot dog. Shout out to you, buddy. T. Woodley has serious knockout power that is real, says Brian. It is true. Yep, you're not wrong. I completely agree. Has Tommy fought yet, says TTV, James Andrews. No one's fought yet. We're still waiting for our first fight. Montana Love fight could be next. The Tommy fight is at 2 or 3 a.m., says Adam Gray. Well, they've gone back to the studio again, so we'll find out what it is. They're still showing the graphic in the background of Tommy Fury and Anthony Taylor. It might just be because they're talking about that fight right now. I mean, it would. The thing is, this is Jake Paul's. This is Jake Paul's card. Jake Paul has got a lot of say as to what happens on this. Like, if he wants to disrespect Tommy Fury by putting him out first, it really wouldn't surprise me if that's the kind of thing Jake Paul would do. As soon as he announced that Serrano was co-main, a lot of people said he only did that to upset Tommy Fury as well. The Great Pumpkin says, do you watch Cultaholic or What Culture? No, I don't, but I don't get a chance to watch any YouTubers or anything. Right, here we go. What have we got? I don't know. We're going over to the ring announcer, but the Great Punakin, shout out to you, buddy. Let's see what fight we're going to. We've got a couple of lovely ladies in the ring. And looks like we're waiting to get an announcement going and maybe our first fight getting underway. When is the Tommy Fury fight? We're still waiting to find out what this next fight is. There's an announcement coming for something, but don't quite know what it is. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. We're here every single week for the UFC. So if you are UFC fans, we're here every single Saturday for UFC. If you are into these boxing events with the YouTubers and everything, we do all of those. Obviously, we cover the big heavyweight stuff as well. We've done Canelo, we've done Lomachenko. So we have done quite a few boxing things in recent years. Obviously, the pandemic really got in the way, but obviously now we're starting to see a lot more boxing events coming back. And looks to be a capacity crowd in Cleveland, Ohio is where this is taking place. I believe the home of Jake Paul. So he will have the crowd firmly behind him. So, we are building towards our first fight here. But yeah, drop a like. It really does make a massive, massive difference to the stream. It really is appreciated as we build towards this first fight. We're going over to the arena. Let's just see what's being announced. Opening attraction. Right, let's take away Fury in case it's not Fury. Right, let's see who we've got coming down. Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. So they have gone with... it's clever. It's clever. He is putting out Tommy Fury first. So the Tommy Fury fight is coming up now. Tommy Fury against Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. Now, there has been a lot said between these two. This is a big, big fight. There's been a lot said between these. Anthony Taylor wanted it put into the contract that if he wins this fight, he wants the rematch to be at Wembley Stadium. He wants to be on that Fury Joshua card in the future. He was saying, promise me that the rematch will be at Wembley Stadium. His Anthony Taylor is so much fun. The sit-down interview between him and Tommy Fury was a really interesting watch. And Anthony Taylor is had one fight, I think. 0 wins, 1 loss, no draws, no knockouts. He's an MMA fighter. He's an MMA fighter that can strike, but there's levels to this game. And honestly, he's stepping in with Tommy Fury, who is going to be more than ready for what Anthony Taylor is bringing. He's bigger than Anthony Taylor as well. You can see the image on screen that's got the face-to-face between Tommy Fury and Anthony Taylor. What I like about Anthony Taylor, though, is he's definitely soaking up the limelight. He's definitely having fun. He's not made this childish in the way that Jake Paul does, but he's done some good talking. He's built the fight up, and this is one to look forward to. Anthony Taylor with some striking skills, but not much background in boxing or professional boxing experience. Stepping in against 6-0 Tommy Fury. No says, what fight are you most excited for on 266? 266, is that the Volkanovski-Ortega card? Probably looking forward to maybe seeing the return of Nick Diaz. Nick Diaz returning. It's been a long time. So seeing him come back, seeing what he's like, that should be a really, really fun moment. I think Valentina Shevchenko's on that, but she should win that fight quite comfortably. And then I think the main event is Volkanovski-Ortega, obviously from Ultimate Fighter. I'd be into that fight. I'm looking forward to it. Can't quite get a read as to who's going to win that one, to be honest. I feel like it'll be Volkanovski, who has managed to get past Max Holloway twice. Right, here is Tommy Fury. He steps out. He's got a blue robe. The Union flag is embroidered onto his shoulder. It's a great-looking robe. And boos greet Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury is greeted with boos. This is because we are in Cleveland, Ohio. And we have got... obviously, a very pro Jake Paul crowd. Big entrance stage as well, it should be said. The ramp looks a little bit steep, in all fairness. I don't quite get that. Like, they're having to kind of, like, slowly make their way down the ramp because it's quite steep. But we've got a stage, we've got the ramp, make their way down, and then they walk kind of around towards the ring. Smile on the face of Tommy Fury, looking very relaxed. As we said, he's got a nice blue robe on, embroidered Union flag, and making his way slowly down to the ring. The graphic said this is going to go for 10 rounds. I don't expect it to go for 10 rounds. I expect Tommy Fury to get the result in this one. I think this should be relatively comfortable work. I do think that Anthony Taylor has got potential to be an annoyance, but I don't think he's got potential much beyond that. Tommy Fury fighting out of Manchester, England. 6 wins, 4 knockouts, no defeats, no draws. This is a big moment for Tommy Fury. This is the biggest stage that he's boxed on so far. I think even Anthony Taylor was saying that in the build-up. He was saying that, you're going to struggle under the bright lights. Tommy Fury saying that he was born for the bright lights. And I'm looking forward to this. I am looking forward to this. Come on, Fury. Yep. Tommy, round 2. Getting your thoughts. Yep. Retribution reckons that it's going to be Tommy in round 2. Fury all the way, says Dylan. Manchester in the house. Alex Murphy, shout out to you. Jonah says he plays Warzone. Shout out to you. Bernie086 says the robe is awesome. What I'm going to try and do is if I can get onto Twitter, I should be able to get pictures to be able to show you what people are wearing. Tommy Fury. So, we've got 77-inch reach, 66-inch reach for Anthony Taylor. So, there's here is an image of the robe. So, I'll show you the image of the robe that, I mean, it was quite nice attire that Anthony Taylor was wearing as well, but this Tommy Fury robe looks quite classy, and it certainly looks the part. We're moments away from starting with this first fight of the evening. Tommy Fury versus Anthony Taylor. Taylor apparently is still mouthing off in the ring, is still shooting his mouth off in there. So we've got the announcements about to be made. Right. Let's go over to this and grab this image that I said that we would show. So I think this picture might be a little bit dark. In fact, it's not even saving for whatever reason. Flip. Okay, they're just doing the intros at the moment, so you're not missing out on anything. We've got both guys just in the corner. Right, referee just getting his intro. We're going to be underway with this one very, very soon. Tommy Fury versus Anthony Taylor. So important that Tommy Fury is victorious here, because if he is victorious here, then you've got to think a massive, massive payday and a massive fight awaits him in the form of Jake Paul. There is the Tommy Fury robe. Just looks really classy. Just looks really nice, to be honest. So he's stepped out, came out to a chorus of boos. A chorus of boos for Tommy Fury, who's still got that robe on, standing in the corner. Gold gloves as well for Tommy Fury. And looking every inch the superstar. So, fighting out of Manchester, England. His nickname is TNT. His last fight was a win in June of this year. So, he's been quite active quite recently. Tommy Fury getting his introduction. Austin says, I love that robe. Looks classy, doesn't it? Is this a 3-round fight? No, they've announced it as 10. Tapology had it as 4, but looks like it could go 10 rounds. And we are moments away from getting underway with this. Hello, Days. Hope you are well. James Kenny, shout out to you. F Feelings said for the UK, come on, Fury. Anonymous says, yes, Tommy, face to face right now. You can get an idea of what that looks like from the image that we've got on screen. And we are about to get underway with round number 1. Fury in the corner, looking very composed. Anthony Taylor looking quite eager to rush in. Anthony Taylor looks like he's about to go running over to unleash an early storm. The size difference here is astounding, to be honest. Really is very unusual to see two boxers like fighting of such a height difference. But here we go, and Fury coming forward. So his shorts are exactly the same. They're blue. They've got the Union flag at the bottom. They've got stripes on the back, actually. So I think he's kind of representing the UK at the front and showing a little love to the US on the back. Anthony getting tagged there by Fury. Fury standing in the center. Anthony in really nice. I like Anthony's shorts. Anthony's shorts are pink with white trim and looking really classy. And some lovely strikes coming in by Fury. Anthony Taylor knows. He knows, man. He knows this is a problem. Another body shot there by Tommy Fury. I'm sorry, but if Jake Paul faces Tommy Fury, he is done. He is done. Tommy Fury looking really good in the opening stages here. Clinching up with Anthony Taylor. Referee separating them. And big shots coming in. Taylor having to cover up as Fury is getting his shots off. Anthony Taylor trying to fire back with some shots of his own. Taylor, both guys in the center, trying to throw a big overhand right. You can see that he was trying to set that up. The size difference between these two. Some body shots coming in by Anthony Taylor. Uppercut coming in by Fury. And referee once again coming in to separate them. There's no doubt whatsoever who's the better fighter here. Better boxer. What Anthony Taylor is doing at the moment is just trying to throw overhands. He's constantly like coming forward, head movement, just trying to throw overhands. Like trying to jab away and actually trying to box Tommy Fury. I get the feeling that Anthony Taylor already knows that this could be a bit of a lost cause. He just got tagged in the face there with a lovely 1-2. Uppercut coming in by Tommy Fury. Anthony standing his ground in the centre, swinging away. Tommy Fury going over by the ropes and they're clinching up. And referee once again coming in and separating them. So much... big overhand by Anthony Taylor. And fair play to Taylor. He's kind of fighting for his life here. Like, he's coming forward and just throwing these big overhand bombs. And Tommy Fury is having to eat a couple of shots. But, lovely strike coming in. It is round 1 of 4. So, BT Sport, I think, struggling here with some of the graphics they're showing. There was a graphic before saying it was going to go 10 rounds. Now it's gone back to saying it's going to be 4 rounds. Nice shot there by Fury. Lovely left hand. 1-2. What we're seeing from Fury is he's throwing a few combo shots. He's still not been able to put Taylor away. I would say that that's going to be a frustration for Fury, who was joking that he was going to put Taylor away within the first 10 seconds. So Taylor stands and stares at Tommy Fury. And round 1 is done. It's a Fury round. But, yeah, there's some moments in there for Anthony Taylor. Some big overhands like this. Big overhands coming in by Taylor. That's the only weapon that he seems to have. So it just seems to be a case that there's a bit of head movement. And then when he can get the range, Anthony Taylor just throwing a big overhand. Couple of them seeming to get through. The better boxer, a million miles, is Tommy Fury. There's absolutely levels to this game. And Anthony Taylor actually stopped and looked at Tommy at the end of that round. I think as if to say, I'm still here. And I have to say, I think that even Anthony Taylor might be surprised that the fact he's still there. Let's see what round 2 is going to be bringing. But really, really interesting first round. And this might be the round where Tommy Fury puts him away. I think Tommy Fury knows what Anthony Taylor is bringing. I think Anthony Taylor knows what Tommy Fury is bringing. Body shot there by Fury. He's getting his follow-ups off. He's working the jab and then following it with a good right hand. Anthony Taylor driving Fury back against the ropes. And Fury tying up with Anthony Taylor. The referee coming in looking to separate them. Pulls them apart. Tommy Fury right now trying to work the jab. But just missing with it. And it's just allowed an opening for Anthony Taylor. There's definitely a little bit of sloppiness in there from Fury. It's not as clean as what you would like to see. There's a few times where he's trying to get his shots off and they seem to just be going past Anthony Taylor. Referee coming in again and having to separate the fighters. Almost a minute into this second round. They go into the clinch again. It's getting a bit scrappy already in round number 2. Body shots coming in by Tommy Fury. And Anthony Taylor holding and throwing. I think there's probably already enough here for Jake Paul to be able to kind of make fun out of Fury. I think Fury were already almost 1.5 rounds in. And unless he's about to put Taylor away, this fight is in danger of slipping into a 3rd round. We're just seeing now Taylor covering up as Fury is letting the hands go. And he's swinging away rights and lefts. And Taylor takes a step forward, drives Fury back against the ropes. He's just trying to get a few shots off. But referee comes in and separates them apart. So we're back into the center. We've got Anthony Taylor, some good movement from him. Fury is the one that's just trying to find a way through. And he launches forward with a good left jab. Big uppercut just falls short. Massive uppercut by Fury. But Anthony Taylor was just out of range. If that had landed, that could have been a big, big problem. Some lovely strikes coming in. Fury with some body shots. They clinch up. And Fury getting through again. He pushes Anthony Taylor back. And, we're seeing Fury, I think, probably just getting a little bit frustrated now. that he's not been able to put Anthony Taylor away. He did say that he would do it within the first 10 seconds. Lovely strikes here by Fury. Anthony Taylor covering up and just having to eat some of those shots, eat some of that power. That was a lovely little sequence by Fury. Fury at the moment clinching up with Anthony Taylor, and referee's going to have to get involved again to try and separate them. And Fury, this is another Fury round. He's looked the better boxer once again. We're seeing the limitations that Anthony Taylor has got whenever there are exchanges. We're seeing that Fury is winning those exchanges. And for me, it's 2-0 to Tommy Fury. But as I said, if you was Jake Paul, there would be enough here for you to maybe make fun of Tommy Fury and say that you couldn't put him away in 2 rounds. You couldn't put away Anthony Taylor. You've got an 11-inch reach advantage. You tower over him, and you couldn't put him away within 2 rounds. You know, we know that Jake Paul is much similar in size. So, yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. I kind of feel that Tommy Fury should be putting away Anthony Taylor. He really does look the much, much better fighter. Legend Killer says, come on, Tommy Fury. Fury for the win. Bend over, shout out to you, sir. 3rd round knockout by Fury, says Daniel. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 3. And we're seeing that Fury actually taking a slight back step just so he can launch forward. Gets a couple of 1-2s off. And Anthony Taylor doing a really good job of like moving forward. And again, trying to throw that overhand right. Anthony Taylor edging forward with Fury just slightly on the back foot, getting backed into the corner. Uppercuts coming in by Fury, and some shots to the body there by Taylor. We've got both guys going back to the center. We're seeing Fury being a little bit more calculated now. So Fury seems to be backing up a little bit more than what we've seen. Not because I think he's fearful of Taylor or has gained respect for Taylor. I think he's just trying to back up so that he can then launch forward with some attacks, because he's been getting some real joy when he's done that. The two of them getting in close to a clinch over by the ropes. Referee having to come in and separate them. Anthony Taylor with his head out the ropes for a moment, coming back into the center. And we've got Tommy Fury right now trying to throw a left hand. Taylor covering up. This fight really is in danger of drifting. Tommy Fury is being quite watchful. He is not putting himself in any situations that are going to be bad for him. He is just waiting for the right openings. We see Taylor stumble. It was a stumble. It wasn't a knockdown. There was no knock there. He went over to the corner and actually fell out the ring. He didn't go down to the floor, but he was past the ropes. So he was on the edge of the ring. He took a stumble and no knockdown, no count or anything along those lines. So that doesn't go against him. It's just he just slipped. But Fury is, there we know, nice body shot. Anthony Taylor not able to get in close to do any sort of damage. Fury using that reach and doing the damage from range. Again, without a shadow of a doubt, Tommy Fury the better boxer. What you do have to give Taylor credit for is the fact that he's still in there. He's not getting blown away. He's not really been in tons of trouble. It's been a few flurries that he's had to weather. But, yeah, I mean, the stumble was the stumble. I wouldn't hold that against him. We've got about 40-odd seconds left in round number 3. There's only 4 rounds in this fight. BT did show a graphic that there was 10 rounds. But now the fight has started, we know there's 4. In all fairness, Tapology did say 4. Both guys in the center, and Tommy Fury just really not able to unlock this this puzzle that's in front of him at the moment. Trying to throw left-hand jab. Overhand coming in by Taylor. Both guys in the center. We're seeing the work rate kind of drop down a little bit from both guys. We're seeing Tommy Fury. I kind of feel like Fury knows that he's done enough to win this fight. We're going into the final round now. But, yeah, I think that this is going to be disappointing for Fury. Fury undoubtedly would want to have knocked out Anthony Taylor. To have an 11-inch reach advantage to tower over the opponent the way that he does. to be. I mean, the only thing I would say is that he is dominating. Like, he has won all 3 rounds, in my opinion. Is the better boxer. Like, Anthony Taylor just can't get close. He just can't get close to do any sort of damage. I mean, this was always going to be the concern because of the height difference and the difference in reach. But, yeah, Tommy Fury giving a really good account of himself, but maybe not to the extent that he would want. I think Tommy Fury would have wanted that finish, and he hasn't found it with 1 round to go. This is the final round. Tommy Fury versus Anthony Taylor. So we are underway. Joris, shout out to you, my friend. Barry, shout out to you. Says, come on, Fury. Sam says, 11-inch advantage. Yeah, I mean, really, Tommy should be doing a little more than what he is. I want to see him working a bit more, to be honest. There's been a few times where he's taken that step back and he's been a little bit watchful. I mean, I understand if you've got the fight won, because that's 3 rounds in the bank, then, you know, I could understand him thinking to himself, why risk anything? I mean, right now he's standing, just jabbing away. If Anthony Taylor gets in close, then he can throw a big right hand of his own. They clinch up, a few body shots coming in by Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor can just be really quite annoying in this round, in all fairness. Clinching up there and just a few body shots coming in. But fair play to Taylor. You got to give him credit. He's definitely giving Fury a fight here. But, yeah, it's not the most competitive. We haven't seen Fury in any kind of trouble. A few strikes coming in by Fury. Trying to get the shots off on Anthony Taylor. And they're clinching up again, getting driven back against the ropes. Referee steps in, parts them. We got 1 minute 45 left on the clock. And again, they're clinching up. It's been such a dirty fight. I think there's a really good chance that this is what we'll see in the main event between Woodley and Jake Paul. I could see it being the case whereby we're actually going to see both guys being quite watchful. Neither guy wanting to be that knockout meme. And that wasn't bad by Taylor. That wasn't bad by Taylor at all. Taylor actually, I think, upsetting Fury now. Fury throwing a little bit more intensity. Taylor at that point seemingly hanging on for his life. And Fury seems to now be emptying the tank. He's got a minute left to go. And I think he wants to end on a bit of a flourish. That was a lovely left-hand jab by Fury. Snaps back the head of Taylor. And Taylor trying to use a bit of head movement. And we're seeing some really good work by Fury. You could argue a little bit too late. But, yeah, we know that Fury and Fury's Corner are going to talk about how they dominated this fight. I'm sure they'll put over the fact that Taylor is, a little fighter, a good rock that took quite a bit of punishment. You know, he is just, like, taking a bit of a beating at times. Some of these shots that Fury is throwing looks like they're quite moody. So I would say that Taylor can definitely take a punch. I think you'll hear a lot about this, but maybe not the performance that Tommy Fury wanted here. But certainly the win. Certainly the win. Taylor coming into Fury. We've got about 15 seconds left to go. And Fury standing his ground in the center, waiting for Taylor to do something. And that is the end of the fight. You have to say disappointing. You have to say disappointing for Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury repeatedly said he was going to knock out Anthony Taylor. And Anthony Taylor actually said, will you take that as a bet? In the face-to-face they had with Ariel Helwani, Anthony Taylor said, will you bet your purse that you will knock me out? And they didn't do that bet in the end. But he hasn't done it. He hasn't knocked out Anthony Taylor. I think there will be disappointment in that Fury corner. But he's won it. He's won it. We have to wait for the official decision, and of course you never quite know, but he's surely won that fight. Fury took all the rounds. It's an easy Fury win, says Austin. It's honestly sad. Tommy Fury will be a bit of a laughingstock to Paul and all of the fanboys now. Well, I mean, in all fairness, does that actually lull Jake Paul into a bit of a false sense of security? Because I don't think that if Jake Paul steps in there with Tommy Fury, I do not think, even after watching that, I do not think Jake Paul wins. So, does that actually help in any way Jake Paul to take that fight The only problem is that he's going to have is how does he convince people that this is a credible threat? How does he actually build up Tommy Fury? The problem that Jake Paul has got is he's stepping in there with a former welterweight champion in Tyron Woodley. So that speaks for itself. You know, his credentials speak for themselves. But Tommy Fury has not achieved anything. So you can't say I'm stepping in there with, you know, a former champion, or I'm stepping in there with a knockout machine. Like, this performance is going to make it more difficult to sell that fight, definitely. But does it make it a more realistic prospect that we get the fight? I'm not sure. Right, boos for Tommy Fury. I mean, I think this is going to be 4-0 to Tommy Fury. It's going to be very interesting to see what both guys have got to say. This one going the distance. I think at surely Anthony Taylor Lowe's. They say that surely this will go one way, but we have seen controversial decisions. We're waiting for the decision to come in. I could see Jake and Woodley both having advantages. We're just waiting for the result, Keen. Unanimous. 40-36. All three judges. Still undefeated. So, Tommy Fury wins unanimous every round. Every judge gives it to Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury wins by unanimous decision. That is his 7th victory. He was never in trouble. There was never a doubt that Tommy Fury was going to be winning that. He's going to speak to Ariel Helwani now, who is inside the ring. Let's see what's going to be said. Where are you watching this? This is on BT. We've got a microphone, but yeah, we're not actually getting the feed of what Tommy's saying. He's just thanking everyone for coming out. He shouts out Cleveland. Cleveland cheer. There we go. Are you disappointed you didn't knock him out? Let's get it on, Jake Paul. Let's get it on, Jake Paul. Tommy Fury says, let's get it on, Jake Paul. He says, this was an easy night. Tommy Fury calls this an easy night. He said, this should be no test at all. He says, I've only had 7 fights. So I've got everything left to work on. He calls out Jake Paul. Tommy Fury says, let's get it on, Jake Paul. So Ariel Helwani says, was you more nervous than usual? And Fury says, yes. This was my American debut. He says, Dad, that was for you. We're learning. We're building. Yeah, excellent. All that money for a pay-per-view and they can't get a microphone to work. FPL Central says, let's go. Tommy Fury versus Jake Paul. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And, I mean, what I would say is it's great he got the result that he needed. The problem is that it wasn't the way that he needed. So, BT Sports speaking to Tommy Fury right now. Fury said it wasn't my best. Boxing is the toughest game in the world. I'm learning day by day. And I'm getting better. The problem is, I don't think Jake Paul is going to be interested in taking on a boxer that is learning. Jake Paul is looking for someone that's going to sell pay-per-views. Is Tommy Fury that person? He's got the name. He's got the name, the Fury name. He's got the family. Is that enough? Does that do it? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. He says we move on 7-0. So if you are just joining us, Fury beats Taylor. Unanimous all 4 rounds. And he calls out Jake Paul afterwards. He says, no excuses, no hiding, no running. I want you next, you bum. So there we go. He calls out Jake, and Jake, we're seeing him sat backstage. Jake, I think, would have been watching that. I think he'll know that Tommy Fury was going to do that. He'll know that Tommy Fury was going to call him out, but Jake Paul also knows that he's got things that he needs to prepare for tonight and focus on instead. He'll worry about Tommy Fury in the future. Getting your thoughts about Fury against Taylor there. I mean, I thought that was really interesting. Didn't go the way that I expected. I thought that Fury was going to knock him out. I thought round 2. I thought round 1 he would work it out. Round 2 he would knock him out. It just never went that way. No one is paying to see Tommy Fury, says unlucky one me. Yeah, I maybe you're right. He does have the Fury name though, and if Tyson Fury gets involved in the build as well, like maybe that would be part of the deal. Like you can have the fight, but your brother needs to be in your corner because we're going to need that star power. So if that is part of the deal and Tyson's involved, then maybe we've got something then. Domination, it was an awesome fight, says Burn It Down. Claxis said, did Jake Paul fight yet? No, we've only had the one fight so far. What are the odds on the Jake Paul fight? I've got them down. They might have slightly changed. 24 hours ago, Jake Paul was favourite, minus 190. Tyron Woodley was plus 160. He robbed him. Anthony Taylor smashed him, says Hiwu. The fact that Tommy didn't knock out Taylor goes to show that he will have a tough time with Jake, says Unknown Alpha. Adam asks, did Tommy win? He did. All 4 rounds. It was unanimous. Brad says it was boring. Johnny said, Days, my teacher laughed. They asked, what do you want to do when you graduate? And I said, sit in front of TV. Fair play. Mystic Gohan says, honestly, Fury never looked for the knockout, but Taylor was durable. Fury will beat Jake Paul. Sam, other mother, shout out to you, dude. Hope you are well. Billy said, smaller fighters are harder to figure out than taller ones. Just look at AJ and Ruiz. Good opening fight. People are talking, says Steve. That's true, though. Yeah, fair play, actually, because that will be all over social media. That's a really good point. Everyone will have their opinion on what we've just seen, and that will be playing out on social media at the moment. FPL Central said Jake or Tyrone. For me, personally, I'm leaning to Jake Paul. I think he wins via decision or TKO late. I think that both guys are going to be very wary of being knocked out. I think both guys don't want to be that meme, and I can see them defend him. I mean, I think it's actually been quite amazing that we've seen so many early knockouts from Jake Paul up to this point. I really have been surprised. The reason why I say that is because you would think that Ben Askren would also have gone in there not wanting to get knocked out, but I think Ben Askren really took Jake Paul for granted. I think, and in fairness, you can see why, because Jake Paul had faced a basketball star and a couple of YouTubers. So there wasn't really much for Ben Askren to really be too concerned about. But I think that he maybe should have paid a bit more respect and certainly respected the power. I have to think that Tyron Woodley won't make that mistake. So I can see this being a bit defensive. I can see it being a little bit like what we just saw. Tommy Fury knew that he'd won that fight. And in the 4th round, apart from a bit of a flurry with the final minute to go, it was, just kind of picking off his shots and not really forcing the action. Justin G said, I've got Woodley in round 1 with a flying knee. Cheers to the #1 commentator on YouTube. Justin G, shout out to you, sir. Really do appreciate the support. As we said, we're here every single week for UFC, so this is certainly not our first rodeo. And we've done the boxing ones as well. We were here for Jake Paul, Ben Askren. I think we've done every Jake Paul fight. And we will continue to follow what he does, because he definitely brings eyes. And even though I'm critical of how he builds his fights and how he picks his opponents, I certainly can recognize that there is a fighter there. Is there a high-class boxer there, though? The jury is still out, and maybe we'll get a bit more information on that tonight. Steven said Woodley has got a chin. Jake Paul is going to get knocked out. And if he thinks he is a decent boxer, put him in the ring with Ryan the King Garcia. I think are they friends? I feel like they're friends. I feel like they know each other and they've hung out and maybe even sparred. So I don't know that fight's ever gonna happen. I mean, there's levels, isn't there? And Jake Paul's nowhere near that level. Jake knows that though. So I wouldn't expect that. I mean, in all fairness to Jake, he's had 4 fights, so you probably would face a few cans quite early in your career. But there has to come a point where he faces a boxer. There has to. There just has to. There has to come a point where he faces a boxer. I mean, I said this earlier in the stream. You can't say on the one hand, I want to be a boxer. I want to treat boxing seriously. I want to dedicate my life to this. And yet, so far, have not faced a boxer. And also, as we said, trash talk and make childish noises and then just dismiss it as this is the fight business. Like, it's not. A lot of the stuff that Jake's doing has got nothing to do with the fight business. So it's all to do with the Jake Paul business. But he makes money, man. You can't criticize the fact that we're all here. The world is watching and waiting largely to see him get knocked out. That is the appeal. A lot of people are only here to see him get knocked out. That's the appeal. The longer he can avoid being knocked out, the big bucks are still going to keep rolling in. But as we've said, if you're watching this thinking that if he loses tonight, that's it, we know there's a rematch clause in there. Obviously, if Woodley looks amazing, absolutely dominates him, and Jake Paul is like a country mile, maybe that rematch clause wouldn't be triggered. I'm not sure. I don't know what it would take for him to not trigger that rematch clause. But, I think the only way I can see the Jake Paul boxing train being derailed is if he gets absolutely smashed around. If Tyron Woodley gets into a groove, starts throwing and starts just smashing Jake Paul about, not putting him down so the referee ends it early. If it's an early knockout, Jake Paul can always say, I got caught with one punch and that's boxing. But if he's getting smashed about the ring and it's quite clear that he's losing and then finally gets put down, say the end of the first, in the second, after being smashed around the ring, that might be enough for him to not trigger the rematch. I don't know that it would be enough for him to walk away from boxing, but it would definitely put him on a different path. And it would show that, there's still a lot of work for him to do. I think right now he genuinely believes in his own hype, to be honest. I think Jake Paul is firmly aboard the Jake Paul train. I think he believes a lot of what he says. And maybe what he says is true. Again, we find out tonight. James Chadwick said, will you do the Joshua Usyk fight on September 25th? Hopefully Joshua Fury happens sooner rather than later. 100% we're doing that fight. Usyk is someone that has been on my radar for a long time. I mean, he was a fantastic fighter down in the cruiserweight division, and he's someone that is he's not a nobody by any means. He is a very, very credible fighter. That is a great fight. That is a big fight. That is huge. Usyk could honestly win that. That is a big, big challenge for Anthony Joshua. So I really wouldn't look past Usyk. I think Joshua should get the job done. I think that the loss to Ruiz has really helped Joshua. I think he's gone away and worked on a few things. I think that, Joshua's done interviews where he said that rather than change his background team, he's added to it, he's brought in areas that he thinks he needs strengthening in, and it's just made him a better fighter, a stronger fighter. I love that. I think it's brilliant. I think that's, he's doing things that he feels that he needs to do. So, but how does it now matchup when he takes on Usyk. It's going to be a big challenge, something a little bit different as well, because Usyk's going to be a touch smaller, he's going to be quicker, he's got great hand speed, he's got knockout power. I'm really looking forward to that fight. So yeah, that it is only less than a month away, that one, so we're 100% doing that. And as we said, whatever the future holds for Jake Paul, will follow that as well. If Tyron Woodley wins this, there could be the rematch, but I think Woodley is actually looking now at a career in boxing. I think there's every chance that Woodley goes on to pursue a career in boxing. So yeah, I think we're going to see whatever happens tonight, there's going to be big repercussions, of course there is. So if you are watching as well and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. Make sure that you're joining us and drop that like as well. We're trying to work our way towards 1,000 likes. I have no idea as to where we are. 740 is what we're on, I believe. Or maybe, I don't know. Whatever we're on, hit that like. If we can get to 1,000, 1,500, we're always looking to get to that kind of ballpark, because it just massively helps the stream. So a big shout out to everyone that's joining us. If you are just joining us, Tommy Fury beats Anthony Taylor by unanimous decision. Titus, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. How many fights are left? We've still got a few fights to go, actually. We've still got our co-main event, which is Amanda Serrano versus Mercado. Yamileth Mercado. I think that there's every chance we're going to get a stoppage in that. I really do believe that Serrano is miles better than Mercado. Bookies do as well. The bookies have got Serrano at minus 2,000. And that one, I believe, can go for 10 rounds. So we are looking at that fight being relatively comfortable for Serrano. Daniel Dubois taking on Joe Cusumano. Daniel Dubois, as we said, is an elite heavyweight boxer. He's got a record, I believe, of 16-1. That defeat coming quite recently, but to a big name here in the UK, Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, a very credible heavyweight, and there's no shame in Daniel Dubois losing that. Cusumano is not that level. He is a journeyman. He is someone that should be relatively comfortable for Daniel Dubois to get a victory against. I want, even more than Tommy Fury, I want Daniel Dubois to look good. Tommy Fury, if he looks good, that helps Tommy Fury get the fight with Jake Paul. Daniel Dubois, if he looks good tonight, it really opens doors, because he is a future world champion, in my opinion. He is someone that is young, has got so much potential. They've really taken the slow road with Daniel Dubois as well. He started in 2017, and they're really trying to build him up step by step, not give him too much too soon. Turns out the Joe Joyce fight, which was a big test, was just a little bit too much. But he went to like the 10th round. So he went 10 rounds with a fantastic fighter. So he is someone that is, I don't want to say there or thereabouts. If he faced Tommy Fury, he would lose. Tyson Fury, he would lose. If he faced Anthony Joshua, he would lose. But I do think that he is still young, he's still developing, and he's still putting together his record. This should be an easy win for him. He comes in as well at minus 2,000, so this should be easy tonight for Daniel Dubois. And I really hope he puts on a performance. This is his debut in the USA. We're seeing Baranchuk, former junior welterweight world champion, taking on Montana Love. And I think this is going to be our next fight. I think we're going to this. We are actually. No waiting around. We're going to Montana Love against Ivan Baranchuk. This is going to be a close little fight, this one. This is going to be interesting. Right. Here's Montana Love making his way out. So let's change over the graphics that we've got. What are the predictions tonight? My predictions would be Dubois. My predictions would be Serrano. My prediction. This next fight is the hardest one to call for me. I think the main event is a bit tricky as well. I think the main event's tricky because I can see arguments for both fighters in the main event. But this next one, I can see arguments for both fighters here as well. Let's change the graphics over, and then we can try and break this down a little more. We've got Love versus Baron Chuck. Here we go. Days, my name was Bend Over, but I changed it because of my mom. Fair play. If you're going to change your YouTube profile name, I think because of your mom is as good a reason as any, to be honest. This is, look at this, Love and Baron Chuck, these two. There's no love lost between these two. No love lost between these two at all. Tommy or Anthony? Tommy won. Tommy was victorious. So we have got Montana Love, who is 15-0, stepping in. His last fight was back in June. He fought in April as well. He won by unanimous decision, and he got a round 2 victory in his last fight as well. So Montana Love is 26 years old and is undefeated. 26 years old and undefeated. Stepping inside, and he's got like a massive, like, furry kind of collar. It's like, just like, I don't know what it is, a shawl that he's got over his shoulders. I think might be the collar to his robe. And he is taking on Baron Chuck, who is 28. He's got a record of 20 wins and 2 defeats. The 2 defeats that Baron Chuck has had, he actually lost to Josh Taylor in Scotland. He's a very good fighter. Got a lot of respect for Baron Chuck. He lost to Josh Taylor back in 2019. He then got a victory and then got knocked out. He is coming in off a knockout from October of last year. So a few question marks as to how that knockout has affected him. He's only lost 2 fights and he's coming in off a loss. So this is quite close. I don't know who the bookers have got as favourite in this one. Hopefully they'll tell us when we actually get to the fight. But it's a very, very close fight, this one. I think it might be, odds-wise, other than the main event, the closest fight on the card. Let's jump over to the odds. I'll see if I can get that information. We've got... look at the crowd. There's so many 10-year-olds. Right. Ivan Baranchuk comes in at -175. And Montana Love comes in at +194. Jake Paul is the fight game, says Andrew Ashes. Jake Paul is a bum, says Mr. Bump. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Heather, shout out to you. I hope you are well. Are you here, bro? Justin, shout out to you. When does it start? We're getting to the second fight right now. So we are building our way towards that. See Mickey 48 said, Days, how many fights are there? We are building our way towards the main event. After this fight, there will be, I think, 2 more fights, and I think that's it. I think there's only the Dubois and Amanda Serrano fights to come after this. So 3 fights. We're about to go to the next one. 2 fights after this. So Montana Love has got a 1-inch reach advantage. He's got 15 wins, 7 knockouts, 1 draw. Baranchuk has got 20 wins, 2 losses, and I think there's about 13 knockouts. Baranchuk, as we said, coming in a slight favourite, but it is very, very close. Baranchuk losing twice. The first loss to Josh Taylor in Scotland, which I think was part of maybe like the welterweight knockout tournament in the semi-final. And then he lost his most recent fight. So Baranchuk coming in as favourite. Really looking forward to this one. I'm loving this card and no concerts. This is not that last event. We are inside in Cleveland. I believe it's where the Cleveland Cavaliers play. It's inside their that arena. And we have got a stage down the one end. It's not the biggest. Well, it takes up one end, but it's not like tall or anything. It's Got a little ramp that it's a bit weird watching them come down the ramp. I don't think the ramp is that great. People are having to like be quite careful as they come down because it's quite steep. So yeah, they probably could have looked at that and changed that a little. But yeah, you've got like a nice little entranceway, which I always think UFC should do, to be honest, rather than just walk through the curtain. I kind of feel like people like a little bit of sizzle. So I'm surprised the UFC don't have like an entranceway. Anyway, it feels quite UFC in all fairness. Feels very boxing. We're inside an arena. We got a normal crowd. There's no stage. There's no Snoop Dogg. There's no, what was his name? Pete Davidson. There's no marijuana, as far as I know. Like, these are proper fights, proper fighters. And this one in particular, as we said, should be very, very interesting. Do you stream during the fights? We stream during the fights, yes. Fury is king, says Mr. Bump. Read this. I am taller than Tommy Fury. I am 6'5". I'm huge for my age. Amazing. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. As I said, make sure that you drop that like. Really do appreciate the support. It massively helps, and we're about to get underway here with fight number 2. Baranchuk taking on Montana Love. I believe this one could go 10 rounds. We know that last fight could only go 4. I do think the longer that was going to go, Fury eventually would have found the victory. He dominated all of the round. Of course, he might have gassed out, but I don't think he would have. I think the damage would have told eventually. This one actually, round 1 of 6. So this one can go 6 rounds. Montana Love, his shorts are quite long at the front and very furry. Very, very furry. He looks, it's quite the look, in all fairness. If I can find a picture of it, then I'll try to show you a picture of what he's wearing. Because I don't think there's going to be too much interest in this one. But it is going to be a close little fight. Yeah, I think this one, it's gonna take a little while for these two to work each other out. I'm not expecting a first round finish in this. But Baranchuk standing his ground in the center and just jabbing away. He's managed to push Montana Love back a little bit. And yeah, they're just talking about that Josh Taylor loss that he suffered. I don't know that anyone has actually put a picture up on Twitter yet of what he's actually wearing, but it is quite the look that he's sporting tonight, Love. So, as we said, Love against Baranchuk. And almost a minute and a half gone in this one. And they're kind of standing off a little each other and... yeah, it's not the most exciting at the moment. I've seen a picture. I don't know if in America you guys have got Ariel Helwani and maybe even the absolute legend that is Mauro Ranallo on commentary, which would be awesome. I just saw an image on Twitter of those two. But, yeah, we don't have that. We've got our own BT commentators. So, just about a minute or so to go. Baranchuk is the one that's, like, causing more of the action and taking the fight. Yeah, nah, there's nothing showing, unfortunately. So, we can't get a picture to show you. I'd love to get a picture to show you of what he's wearing. Jake Paul is just dancing backstage to Justin Bieber songs. So, Baranchuk is, he's got Love over by the ropes, and he is the one that's been forcing the action a little bit more. What we've seen from Love is he's been counter-striking. He's been getting through with a few things, but he's getting tagged with a few shots there by Baranchuk. That was good. That was good. Couple of shots there had Love in quite a bit of trouble. Thanks, Hayden and Jay. Nice job. I wish I'd brought more snacks, says Adam. WWE Freak Official said the ref is going to stop it. Shout out to Bieber next. I wish I'd brought more snacks. Feeling out. Round 3, someone goes down, says Steve. Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. I think there's a good chance that someone could go down. Future compilation, shout out to you. Hope you're well, buddy. Febin said, how did you get the name Wrestling Days? We'll cover that on a different stream. Jake Paul will get knocked out on his home turf tonight, says Mr. Bump. Well, we are at the end of round 1. I think that, for me, Baranchuk looking the slightly better in this, taking the fight to Love. There was a little moment over by the ropes with about 30 seconds to go that he looked a little bit, he was letting his hands go. So, for me, Baranchuk, who was the favourite coming into this, slightly edging this one. Now they've changed the graphic again. Is this BT Sport or what is this? Is this Showtime that keeps messing up? What? I don't know what's going on. But now they've just changed the graphic. This is round 2 of 10. Honestly, it's a good professional card. It's I think the stage looks a little bit weird with the ramp. But the fact that they can't decide how many rounds each fight is going to be. And they keep changing it. Like, during that first round, it said round 1 of 6. Now they've changed it to round 2 of 10. I mean, I hope the fighters have been told how many rounds this is going for, because it's a bit of a mess. They did it earlier as well. They put a graphic up. I don't think this is BT. I think this little countdown clock in the corner that's black with the 2 names and their previous record and a big countdown clock, I think that's being provided by Showtime. I don't think that's a BT clock. I could be wrong. Whoever it is, they keep messing up with how many rounds. We saw a graphic earlier saying that Tommy Fury fight was 10 rounds. Then when the clock actually started, it said 4. This one, it said 6 in round 1. Now they've changed it to 10. We know for a fact the main event is 8. I don't care what they put up. The main event is 8. Baranchuk in black and green. Love just getting a little bit of joy in this. Love just getting through with a few shots. Strikes coming in. They did announce 10 when it starts. It's 10 with the bookies. I think it is 10. 10 with... I mean, it was 10 on Tapology. It was 10 that I was expecting. So I was quite surprised when they had it as 6. Not the biggest problem in the world. It's just a little bit loose. The sack between my thighs smells like taco meat, says Doers. Thank you for sharing that on such a public forum. I definitely think this was the right place to share that information. It's made me a bit hungry, actually, thinking about that. Could go for some tacos right now. Swing and a miss by Baranchuk. 10 rounds is a lot, says Austin. Ben Russell said, I think that Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley fight will end in a TKO. Who for, Ben? Who for? Ordered some food and I'm ready to watch the fight, says Big Boy Dally. I think Jake Paul will end in a TKO. Couple of jabs coming in by Love. This is better by Love. Love with a lovely left there. He's on the back foot. And little nod there by Love. I'd be tempted to give him that round, you know. I'd be tempted to give him that round. It's always hard to know what the judges are seeing. But I actually thought there was some lovely counter strikes there by Love. Love was getting backed up, but he was able to get some shots off. And I wasn't really seeing the success that Baranchuk enjoyed in the first round. So a swing and a miss there. A big miss by Baranchuk. So yeah, I'm leaning heavily towards Love taking that second round. Days Fury versus Paul. There's definitely a chance. He called him out. He said he wants him. Johnny said, "Is this on pay-per-view?" It is, yes. Adam said, "I'd be tempted to give you my love." This is nice. What a great chat we've got this evening. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Really do appreciate the support. As we said, we're here every single week for UFC. We do all the big boxing events as well. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, hit that like. We've gone over 1,000, which is absolutely amazing. We're trying to edge our way towards 1,500. and see what we can do. It massively helps the stream. Massively helps the stream. So really do appreciate the support. But if you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. And we are underway with round number 3. Barachuk is on the front foot and he's just edging forwards. And we're seeing some good success here for Love. He's again getting his counter shots off, but they are just falling straight onto the hands of Barachuk. Swing and a miss by Love. And Barachuk, some real aggression. He's got to be getting a little bit frustrated because he was doing so well in round 1. I kind of think that it faded a little bit for him in the second round. Love always wins, says Burn It Down. I hope you're right, my friend. I hope you're right. Sadly, it's not true, is it? It doesn't always win. Right, we've got, as we said, we're underway with this fight, and we're halfway through the round. Barachuk trying to throw a strike, and Love moves out the way. Love, oh, lovely counter strike. Good body shot there by Love. Getting backed up against the ropes. Barachuk with a couple of left-hand jabs, and Love just desperately trying to not get trapped. Desperately trying to not get caught up against the ropes. And, he is getting backed up a little bit. Big shots coming in by... oh, he goes! He's stumbling! This is good by Barachuk's unloading on Love! Love's having to use head movement! But, he hangs on. He had to weather a real storm. Love saying that was the back of the head, but Barachuk was just throwing, and Love was, like, wobbling around, and he was in a whole world of trouble. Whole world of trouble. Yeah, that was good, man. Fun fight, says Future Compilations. This is good. Swinging away again, and they're into the clinch. Yeah, we knew this would be close. For me, it's 1 round each. Of course, people can see things different ways, but it's a really fun fight. There's no denying that. And I think we're in for a really fun evening, in all fairness. We're definitely getting our money's worth here. I mean, I was not a fan of that Triller show when they were just doing endless... it was just like one non-stop concert. I was not a fan of that at all. But this card, they've put on some really good... Oh, he's unloading again! Unloading again! Barachuk a little bit wobbly, getting right back into the face of Love. Referee stepping in, trying to part them. Both guys swinging away. That is the end of the round. Barachuk seemed a little bit unhappy at the end of that round. I don't know if Love actually threw something after the bell, but Barachuk definitely looked unhappy with it. This fight is fire right now. This fight is fire. We're just having a look. Look, so lovely left. He actually puts Love... He puts Love down, but Love actually falls against the bottom rope and doesn't go down. He gets into like a seated position. Gives him a split second to kind of get back up to his feet. That's a Barachuk round. 2-1 to Barachuk, and there's a couple of moments in there. No count from the referee, so no knockdown is counted. But swinging away, and the referee comes in. Oh, that's the problem. Now you can see it. Wow. Wow, so the referee comes in to part them. As they're being parted, Love swings and actually clips Barachuk after they get separated. That's where the drama came from. Wow. Wow, this is a firefight. This is a flipping firefight, man. This is awesome. This is so much fun. Yeah, honestly, this is worth the 16 quid on its own to watch this. There's no love lost between these two. Barachuk is composed again. He's got Love up against the ropes, clipping him. Barachuk into the clinch. Oh my god, this is good. Here's both guys in the center. Barachuk ducking down, hiding behind, getting his guard up. And Love just trying to find a way through, being quite cautious. You know that Barachuk's unloading. Again, a big straight right. And Love stepping to the side, moving out the way. Barachuk edging forward. And he's got a good base, couple of jabs coming in. Barachuk just trying to take away any escape routes for Love. Swing and a miss there by Love, who tries to drive Barachuk back a little bit, We're into round 4. This definitely feels like there's going to be a stoppage. I reckon Baranchuk's winning this. Big body shot coming in by Baranchuk. And the two fighters get broken apart. Referee does say that Baranchuk did hit the back of the head. Love has been complaining about that all fight. All fight has been saying that shots have been coming to the back of the head. Body shot coming in by Baranchuk. And again, look, he goes for a shot. His arm goes round to the back of the head, but he doesn't strike him round the back of the head. Both guys in the center, some lovely jabs. Lovely jabs by Love. And Baranchuk having to tighten that guard. Ooh, look at that left uppercut coming in. It's really nice. Couple of quick jabs, driving Love back into the corner. Referee coming in and separating them apart again, once again. And 50-odd seconds left in round number 4. 10 rounds in this. Both guys just throwing. Both guys are not thinking too defensive here. You can tell that both want to put the other away. These two want to get finishes. They want to put the other person away. It is so much fun. Lovely jab there by Love. And, wobbles him! Wobbles him with a left hand. Love wobbles Baranchuk. Baranchuk's like, come on! Pounds his chest. 30 seconds to go in this one. We've got Love backing up against the ropes. Baranchuk is edging forward, keeping a tight guard, throws an uppercut. It's really, really good. Couple of shots coming in by Love. Love getting some real success in this round. And Baranchuk edging forward. We knew it would be close. We knew it would be good. I didn't think we knew it was going to be this good. Really, really enjoyable stuff. I'm going to say this is 2-2. I'm going to say it's 2-2. I think Baranchuk took rounds 1 and 3. I think Love took rounds 2 and 4. So I'm going to say that this is 2-2. But I tell you who's winning, the fans at the moment. This is an absolute treat. This is awesome, says Hayden. Future compilation says scenes. J14 said this is awesome. Drew said this is great. It's really good. Hello to Andrew Ash. Mr. Bump says woo. Febin, shout out to you. Burn It Down said this is too much for Love. Cybergoon, shout out to you. That was a Love round, no doubt, says Jet. Welcome back. A real slobber knocker, says Andrew. That's exactly what we've got, and we're not even halfway through the fight, man. Not even halfway through the fight. I must admit, I'm not expecting the other fights to go this way. I'm not expecting Dubois to be tested like this. I'm not expecting Serrano to be tested like this. I'm not expecting Jake Paul and Tyron Woodley to be this adventurous. Like, if Jake Paul and Tyron Woodley is this good, then fair play. But I'm expecting them to be a little bit more defensive. But it is so enjoyable, this fight. We are underway with round number 5. We've got 2 minutes 30 left on the clock. And we are seeing Baranchuk once again being the person that's taking the fight to Love. Love fighting off the back foot, using his counter boxing, counter striking, using his head movement. The problem is he has been caught a few times. Referee was almost caught. Baranchuk swinging a big hook. And the referee was right there. I should imagine the referee just saw his life flash before his eyes. So, yeah, it's amazing. It is absolutely everything that you would want this fight to be. Even in this round now, we're not seeing any signs of slowdown. We've got Love up against the ropes. Baranchuk trying for a big body shot. Love moves out the way. Love with a couple of 1-2s, working the head. Guard is high, so he goes to the body. And some side movement by Love, who is, again, being backed up against the ropes. Lovely right hand right to the body. Oh, that was a great left hand. Great left hand to the head there by Love. Baranchuk, again, just trying to keep things tight and tidy. Love is being a little bit more expansive. Love is being a little bit more watchful. And he's getting slightly better results in return. Swing and a miss there by Baranchuk. Duck underneath by Love. Love clinching with Baranchuk and referee pulling these two apart. We've got Love resetting in the center. A couple of shots coming straight to the head, but the guard is quite high by Baranchuk. Baranchuk has got the beast written on the back of his shorts. And I don't think he'll be too happy with how this is going, but he'll be happy with that body shot. That body shot just buckling Love for a second, but Love coming forward into the clinch. And some lovely strikes. He saw a quick opening. Great hand speed. Wonderful hand speed by Love. So the referee parts them, and in that brief moment where they're being parted, Love was able to get 2 clean shots right down the center. Swing and a miss there by Baranchuk. Love just seems to have the speed advantage. Hand speed and movement in general. 20-odd seconds left to go in this one. And Love swinging and missing. I mean, I think that Love has looked the better fighter here again. I think Love now is starting to just pull ahead. Ducking underneath. Oh! Big uppercut by Baranchuk! Big uppercut by Baranchuk! Love just goes back like this, but bounces off the ropes, comes back, and is right there to go again. That was amazing! Boom! Like this. Love goes, whoa! I'm right back in the room. It was really, really good stuff to end that round. You could honestly go either way. That big moment right at the end of the round might have just given it to Baranchuk, but it's as close as it can be. It's as close as it can be. I would say that Love was edging that round, and then in the final moments, we got a big uppercut, a big shot coming in by Baranchuk. Love bouncing off. He seemed to be all at sea. Bounces off the ropes, comes back, and is right back in the room, ready to go. And it's the end of the round anyway, so there's no follow-up that could come through. But the judges are going to see this however the judges see it. For me right now, this is very, very close. I think I would be really, really tempted to give that round to Love. I think he was the better boxer throughout the round. Big moment at the end, though. If you've got Baranchuk winning, I would not blame you. If you've got Love winning, I would not blame you. I've probably got this 3-2 to Baranchuk at the moment. But I could go 3-2 Love. Oh, it's so close. We'll see how this round goes. If this could tie it up, honestly. Nice strike there by Baranchuk. There's no love in this fight, says Mr. Bump. Andrew Ashes, shout out to you. That round goes to Baranchuk because of the uppercut at the end, said Red X. Can definitely see that. You'll get no arguments from me. No arguments from me. If someone was to say that Love had fought better in that round, so he takes the round, the uppercut wasn't enough, I wouldn't argue that either. I thought for me, Love was edging the round, so it just depends how you're seeing it. And I've got a feeling the judges will see this slightly different. But lovely strike coming in by Love. So we're into round 6. And it's really, really good. I wish we could see like the commentators' scorecards just to get an idea of what they're seeing. But for me personally, it's very, very close. Baranchuk being separated, and they're back into the center. Swing and a miss by Baranchuk. Some body shots coming in by Love. This is so much more entertaining than what we were getting from Triller with those concerts. You know, if Jake Paul, again, Jake Paul talking about how he's a proper boxer, and then we get those Triller shows. I mean, it was entertaining in regards to WTF, OMG, what the flip am I watching? But this is so much better, so much more substance here. And this fight in particular is great. At the moment, we got Love up against the ropes and not able to find a way through. The power, the aggression has just started to settle down. We're into round number 6 out of 10. So we are, still a little way off the end. But, yeah, Baranchuk not doing enough. Neither guy really doing enough to take this round. Couple of jabs there by Baranchuk. Love moving to the side. We need to see a lot more activity from the fighters. Baranchuk just firing out a couple of jabs. I'm not sure how you would give this to Love. I haven't seen much from him. Baranchuk at least throwing some jabs. 20-odd seconds to go, though. If there's a big moment here, that would win it. Swing and a miss by Baranchuk again. Love just on the back foot, trying to get out of there. Baranchuk not able to connect with anything. This is all about hitting your opponent. Swinging and miss isn't going to do anything. Body shot coming in by Baranchuk. Strikes coming to the side. That looked like a shot to the back of the head, and the referee again warning him. Referee again having a word. So, that is the end of the round. For me personally, I'm going to say that Baranchuk is edging this. I don't know if he's winning by 1 or winning by 2, but I just think he's the more active fighter. And, yeah, it could be a case that Love was leading, and so after... I mean, honestly, in all fairness, after 6 rounds, it might just be cleaner to say 3-3, because it has been so close. It has been so close that you could have Baranchuk edging it by a couple, or you might have it as 3-3. You might have it as 4-2 to Baranchuk, or you might have it as 3-3. Might be some people out there that think Love is edging it, but in that last round in particular, I didn't see him doing enough and providing enough. Fury won, he did. Corvid said, did people not learn from Pual's last fights? The money to be made is in the fight happening to begin with, not based on who wins, and some of the fights do seem like they've been paid off. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway, and we are underway. Something was... I don't know what's in the ring. There's something that was thrown. I don't know if it was a bottle. Was that... I don't know what that was. It looked like the referee was just having to throw something out. Couple of strikes coming in by Love. Here we go. That last round was probably the worst round we've had in this fight. So, Baranchuk at the moment, edging forward. Body shot coming in by Love. On the image that we've got, some great strikes coming in by Love. Love definitely getting the better of this at the moment. He's the one that's driving Baranchuk back against the ropes now. Baranchuk trying to throw an overhand left, and Love just moving out of the way. Good early start to this round by Love. Body shots coming in by Love as well. Swing and a miss there by Baranchuk. Love in this. How many rounds? This is 10 rounds. 10 rounds, and honestly, it's not a problem. Like, it's such an entertaining fight. I know it might not have the name recognition, but it is. Like, this is the sort of fight that could honestly turn some Jake Paul fans onto boxing. This is the kind of fight that is perfect for boxing to be on this card. 2 good boxers just going at each other, showing how much fun boxing can be. And there's been a couple of moments where people have gone down. Not knockdowns. Referee has never counted. Been very close. But, yeah, it's a good advert for boxing, this. Really, really fun fight. Baranchuk has managed to get himself composed. He's the one that's now jabbing away at Love. Swing and a miss, and Love ducking underneath the hook shot there of Baranchuk. Baranchuk slips. Baranchuk slips. Referee indicates it was a slip, and both guys reset. So we've got Love over by the ropes. We've got Baranchuk edging over, and Love is being quite watchful, trying to find a way through. Tries to throw a left hand into the clinch, and Baranchuk trying to follow up with something, but gets driven back against the ropes. And referee coming in, looking to separate them, part them, have a few words. And looks like we're back underway. We've got Baranchuk edging forward. Love backing up against the ropes. Baranchuk moving forward, looking for an opening. He's only got 15 seconds to get something from this. Duck underneath by Baranchuk. And it's really, really good stuff now. Oh, Baranchuk goes down! Baranchuk goes down! That is our first knockdown. Referee is counting. Baranchuk back up to his feet. Big moment. Big moment. Big moment. Referee checking that he's all right and he's happy to continue. And that is the bell, and that is a Love round. Oh, it's a big moment. Baranchuk goes down. Yeah, big drama in round number 7. Wow. I think they're pulling Baranchuk out. They're taking his gloves off. They don't want to continue. I think he's done. They've pulled him out. They've pulled him out. It's over. Lovers won. Lovers won, everyone. No. It is all over. Wow. What a great fight. What a slightly disappointing end. I was looking forward to that next round. That's big. That's big. Baranchuk is in trouble. To be honest, it's a lovely shot by Love, and honestly, Baranchuk is. I think that he was out on his feet. He was out on his feet. There's probably a few questions as to whether he was going to be able to continue. His corner took one look at him. They didn't want to risk it. I mean, fair play to the corner. Fair play to the corner. But that's a big result. Big result for Love. Love wins, guys. Love wins. Shola said it's a bad stoppage. Love reigns supreme. Yeah, that was a war, man. I'd love to see the scorecards on that. I'd love to see the scorecards. Montana Love sounds like a porn star name. Why did he quit? Well, he got put down right at the end of the round. My guess is his corner had a look at him and thought, we don't fancy him going out in the next round looking like he does. I mean, I think that Baranchuk had looked really good early in the fight. And he wasn't looking as convincing. It's just a little uppercut. It's a left-hand uppercut that just puts him down. And we were starting to see, he tries to get to his feet and he can't. His first attempt to get to his feet is not successful. He stands and he talks to the referee. You can see, he looks a little bit cloudy. The referee is saying, are you good to continue? And he repeats yes twice. I don't think Baranchuk is... Lovely. Just leans back as the jab comes in and counters with a lovely uppercut. Puts Baranchuk down on the ground. It was a great fight. It was a great advert for boxing. We get a finish at the end of it as well. Bit of drama with the corner not wanting the fight to continue. It's a big loss for Baranchuk, who was favourite coming into this. He's a very, very credible fighter. 20 wins and now 3 defeats. He got knocked out in his last fight back in October, and there was big question marks as to how that was going to affect him going forward. And sadly, it looks like it's affecting him quite negatively. He had his moments in this fight, though. He really, really did. He had his moments in this fight, but... yeah, I think at the end of that last round, it was too much for his corner to allow to continue. Turn the lights, the party is over, says Trend Ticker. William says, I'm going to build a time machine. Have fun, my friend. Austin says, 510 subscribers to Football Days. Yeah, if you are a fan of the Premier League, the English Premier League, we've got a brand new channel that's starting. That is, literally just myself. And it's just us watching the football. We are going to do that every weekend. We've done it for the past couple of weekends. We did all the European Championships. And we're going to be doing all the Premier League action as well. So, obviously, Ronaldo on his way to Manchester United. Lots of excitement around that. So, if you are a fan of Premier League football and you do watch the games, then join us. We've got a great little football community being built. And the link is at the top of the chat. It's a new channel that hasn't even started yet. It's actually starting next weekend. So, yeah. There we go. Love comes over and gives Baranchuk a hug and some respect to the corner. Love gets his hand raised and there we go. His record now is he's still undefeated. 16 wins, no losses, but that was a hell of a war that he was in. That was a hell of a fight. Absolutely brilliant. People saying Liverpool. Liverpool. Yeah, feel free, guys, to name any teams that you think are going to fall short this season in the chat. Liverpool absolutely being one. Callum, Arsenal getting shouts in the chat as well. Love to see it. Liverpool. Be safe. Thanks for that. Kryptonic, shout out to you, my friend. We are building ever closer towards our main event tonight. We've got Jake Paul taking on Tyron Woodley. Still going to be a little bit away from that, though. Obviously, we've got Amanda Serrano. I must admit, I think the next 2 fights have got a lot of potential. I think the next couple of fights have got a lot of potential for finishes as well. Glory, Man United. It seems like we've started quite the conversation. Do you think England will win the next Euros? I think that England have got a good chance at the World Cup. I don't know that they win it because it's in Qatar, and who knows how that's going to play out. Apparently the stadiums are going to be air-conditioned. But yeah, we did all the Euros. We did the final, England versus Italy, the heartbreak of the penalty shootout and England losing at Wembley Stadium. The pain. I'm still carrying that pain with me. But, yeah, I mean, England have got a great team. And we're watching in the Premier League some players starting to emerge that could be good players for England over the next few years. I mean, obviously we know about Mason Greenwood, but if you look at Liverpool, I'm going to give Liverpool some props. Because we don't do bantering. I was only joking. They've got a great player called Harvey Elliott that is looking so impressive in their midfield. English, 18, and he's looking so impressive. So, he is in the first couple of game weeks of the Premier League really stuck out. So, just seeing who else is coming through. Smith Rowe for Arsenal looking very good. So, England have got a really good team already, but there is some quality that's coming through as well that's only going to help in the future. So, yeah, look, if you're into football, we're going to be talking about it over on that channel. France are going to win, says Leah. They could. They absolutely could. Matt says, I'm an Arsenal fan and we're going to get relegated. Yeah, a big thank you to everyone that has subscribed to that new channel, by the way. If you are just joining us, you're not missing anything. We've had 2 fights and we're just back to the studio. So we are just working our way towards the main card. Or I should say the main fights of the main card. We've got Daniel Dubois coming up next, which I'm really looking forward to. He should get a finish. And then we've got Amanda Serrano, and then it will be time for the main event. But, we are looking to get that chat. I think it's on about 500. We're trying to get it to 1,000. We're trying to build our community. So, genuinely, if you are a fan of football, then join us. I mean, I love interacting with the chat, and we talk football and talk about what players are catching the eye. We talk about Fantasy Premier League, and we have a lot of fun. We did a stream earlier today. We did a stream yesterday. We were watching the Man United game. We saw Varane, Sancho. We'll be watching Ronaldo when he makes his debut. That won't be for a few weeks. International break next weekend. So, yeah, we've got eyes everywhere, man. We're watching UFC. We do wrestling. We're doing football. That channel at the top is just football, though. So if you are just a football fan, then don't worry. You're not going to have to worry about anything else. It is strictly football. Caroline Pierce is on BT Sport, and she is hot. Lots of people saying Liverpool in the chat. Can't wait for football days to get started, said LSW. Should be fun, man. I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah, I did notice that FPL Central. Shout out to you. FPL Central says, I'm also a Fantasy Premier League YouTuber. I mean, all I'm going to say is, shout out to you. All I'm looking to do is just do the watch-alongs for the games and just talk about what players are catching the eye and all that kind of stuff. So, we're no threat to your content or what you're doing, my friend. FPL Central, check them out if you've got a Fantasy Premier League. I'd imagine they're keeping you up to date with all things Fantasy Premier League. So, yeah, shout out to you, FPL Central. But as we said, I'm not looking to do Fantasy Premier League dedicated videos or anything. I'm just looking to do the weekly watch-alongs. Just if you watch the games, you want to share your thoughts live with other people, that's what we're there for. Did Kusnamo win? No, we haven't had that fight yet. I think Daniel Dubois will be next. I could probably change the graphics on that. So we are done with Love and Baranchuk. Of course, we've got Jake Paul, Tyron Woodley coming up. You can see the graphic there. So let's remove this Love image. We don't need that anymore. And let's bring up... There we go. Daniel Dubois on the left in the brown leather jacket. And Kusumano, a bit of a journeyman, in the black t-shirt. He looks good. But Daniel Dubois should definitely get the job done in this one. Don't know when we'll go to the fight. Not sure how long we're going to wait till we go to it. But really, really excited. I got to tell you, for BT Sport, we've got Michael Bisping at ringside for BT Sport. So Michael Bisping is there chatting away. And it's good, man. It's exciting. What I love about this is that, fair play to Jake Paul, we've got the boxing world and we've got the MMA world kind of coming together here. There's not much that brings these worlds together, but I think, in a way, he's united those worlds in hatred of him. So everyone's coming together, hoping that he loses, and it's kind of nice in a way. So it's great to see the likes of Bisping doing a bit of analysis and whatever. We're just seeing Daniel Dubois, so I don't think it's going to be too long till we go to that fight. No, Yadong meme. Song Yadong, MMA fighter who gets a lot of love in our community. A lot of people loving Yadong. He will be, I'm sure, referenced on our UFC streams. Kieran said, I'm a Liverpool fan. Will you do Liverpool watch-alongs? No. We do not just do United. We do all, let me stress this. Even though I had a little bit of fun a moment ago, right? I'm really not interested in bantering and stuff like that. I genuinely watch whatever gets shown. So we actually have already watched a few Liverpool games. Liverpool playing at Anfield was quite emotional watching Liverpool. I mean, I'm a United fan, and watching the Liverpool team come out. We've seen them at Anfield twice. I think they played Burnley the other day. There, we watched that game, and we watched them play Norwich. And we saw them play, I can't remember who did they play the other day? Liverpool, was it Chelsea? We saw them play Chelsea, we watched that game. Basically, if it's on TV in the UK, we're watching it. We did Burnley Leeds earlier, Manchester United Wolves, we've done Liverpool Chelsea, we've done Man City against, I can't remember who it was now, but whatever the games have been on TV, so we will if Liverpool are on TV, we're doing it. And it's a safe space. So for all you Liverpool fans out there, honestly, not interested in the bantering. You ain't going to get constant stick off me or anything. I just want to, I've actually got Salah in my fantasy team. So I'm rooting for Liverpool in certain aspects. I do watch teams and tend to root for my fantasy players more than teams. But of course, I want United to do well. So, no, it's not just United. It's open to all teams. We watched Arsenal against Burnley. If you're a fan of any Premier League team, we're covering it. But Dave's stream is looking quite nice. Football Talk, shout out to you. Man City Arsenal. That's right. Yes, it was. You're right. You are right. 5-0. How could I forget? 5-0. What a result. Hope all 1.8 thousand people join us for Raw tomorrow. Yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. There's a lot of interest in this fight tonight. We've had so much fun. I mean, the Tommy Fury fight was very interesting. Obviously, we've just had great fights between Love and Baranchuk. So, I'm really, really enjoying it. I don't know that the fights that are to come are going to be as much fun as those, because I do think the fights that we've seen so far have been quite close. The other fights we've got coming up now are very one-sided, apart from the main event. I like to banter with Liverpool fans, but only those that know that I'm joking, says James. Yeah, it's all right. As long as both parties know it's just harmless and a bit of fun, then it's all right. But I'd hate for people to think that that's what we do and that's what we're there for. We're not like a fan channel. We're literally, we are a fan channel. We're a fan channel of the Premier League. So we're just a safe space for all of the teams. So shout out to everyone that's joining us right now. Again, if you are watching, drop that like. We are building towards Daniel Dubois. We can't be far away. I reckon they're probably on the hour. So maybe 8 minutes, and then we'll go over to Daniel Dubois, taking on Kusumano, who, as we said, is a journeyman. Have you got an Instagram? I would love to make a video with you. I don't. Well, I do, but I don't. Like, the football stuff is all new. So, it's not something that, I mean, I know what I'm talking about. I've followed the Premier League since it started, and since I was at school, so I've watched it every year since the Premier League began, and I've been a Manchester United fan since the early 90s as well, so I'm fully aware and up to speed with what's happening in the world, but very new when it comes to doing streaming of it. So yeah, as I said, the link's there for anyone that wants it. There is an Instagram for this channel, but it obviously isn't focused on any football stuff at the moment. I might even start a new Instagram. It's exciting! Exciting times ahead. And talking of exciting, Daniel Dubois is coming up, and he is exciting. Real prospect, real heavyweight prospect on the way. Him taking on Cusimano. And this is going to be his debut in America, and as we said, they're talking about him. We've got to be around about 7 minutes away. If you don't know about Daniel Dubois because you're in America, I'm hoping that you know about him after. This could be his coming out party. He has beaten people tougher than this. This is a step down just to say, hello, America, I'm Daniel Dubois. So he is someone that I'm hoping is going to get a finish. He's going to catch the eye. He's going to look impressive. And I'm very, very excited for this next one. Moving through these fights quite quickly now, says Mouldy Spoon. Well, in all fairness, we are coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. I'm guessing that we're probably going to be still a couple of hours till we get Jake Paul. Jake Paul against Tyron Woodley, as I said, is probably going to be a few hours from now. Might not even be that long. You've got to remember a lot of Jake Paul fans are around about 5. So they're probably not going to want to leave it too late. But, yeah, we are working our way through these fights. Daniel Dubois is from my area, and I hope he wins, says Andy. Same here. Jake versus Francis Ngannou. That would be fun. Will you have the pitch behind you during matches? We can't do that because of copyright reasons. I mean, the Premier League really do not mess around. So all we can do is kind of get as much information as possible. But if you are someone that is passionate and wants to share your thoughts about football, about your team, about who you want your team to sign, or what you think about who you've signed, or what formation you would play, or what you think about the latest rumours. Do you think Arteta should be out? What do you think of Ronaldo joining United? What do you think about Liverpool's chances this season? Who do you think is going to get relegated? Who's going to win the Premier League? So on, so on, so on. I think that we are really well positioned because we're quite small. I mean, we've only got 500 subs. So we're really well positioned to make sure that we go through everyone's comments. I would say that's probably the advantage that we have over like bigger channels. With other channels, like where they get like 20,000 viewers at a time, like it's just hard to get to people's comments. But here, I mean, like, it's quite comfortable to chat with you guys. And over there, where there's only 500 subs, it's going to be even easier. So, yeah, I'm really excited about it. We've been doing it a few weeks, as we said, and I'm so dedicated to it. It's got its own channel now. Right, Daniel Dubois is making his way out. There's no need for us to talk football. We don't need to fill any time. We're going to our third fight of the evening. Daniel Dubois, he hasn't come out yet. It's Cusimano that's made his way out. So Cusimano making his way down that slightly overly steep ramp, which I keep talking about, but it is. Ronaldo is a bit old. He'll go back to Real Madrid next season. Have you seen Ms. and Mrs.? It's funny. No. Our owners are FSG. They don't do sign-ins. Andy, shout out to you, sir. Yes, Liverpool have made a profit. Was it 2 out of the last 3 seasons during the transfer window? That's ridiculous. I know that, I think it was Edward that sent me a thing saying that Mbappe might be on his way to you, but this is, or certainly Liverpool are looking at it. I think Mbappe will go to Real Madrid, but Mbappe is maybe the sort of signing that you could really do with. I still think you need a defensive midfielder, but who doesn't in this? Well, Chelsea. But Man United do. Man United need a defensive midfielder. Right, Daniel Dubois is about to make his way down. Who do you think will win this? Morgan, I think it's going to be Daniel Dubois. He comes in at minus 2,000. He's beaten people better than this. Kusumano is not known for being a fantastic fighter. I don't mean that as any sort of disrespect. It's just he's not. And he is someone that really should be easily dispossessed by Daniel Dubois, who gets his entrance and is making his way down. Daniel Dubois, they always walk down this ramp on their own as well. Like, there's no trainers or anything. Look, he's having to, slightly quite focused, Daniel Dubois. There we go, little smile on his face. I think he's excited to be in America. This is big for him. You know, he's had, I think, 17 professional fights. He's been fighting professionally now for 4 years. So this is quite a big one. Kusumano has actually got a record of 19-3, but the people that he beats are not that impressive. I really do expect this to be relatively comfortable for Daniel Dubois. Don't forget, after this fight is our co-main event coming up after this. Daniel Dubois from London, England. 16 wins, 1 loss, 15 knockouts. Yeah, he is coming in off a win. His fight before that was the loss against Joe Joyce, a fantastic fighter. This guy is someone that we've got high hopes in. This guy genuinely is someone that we think can go on to get a world title of some description. So, high hopes for Daniel Dubois. If this is your first look at him, then, yeah, he is good. He is impressive. From what time will you be streaming on Transfer Deadline Day? I'm not sure yet, to be honest. My focus has been on tonight. So, we'll definitely do at least the final few hours of Transfer Deadline Day, which I believe is on Tuesday. Hopefully United sign a defensive midfielder, but after getting Ronaldo, I doubt they will. Tyron Woodley pulled out the fight. Mama Woodley is going to take his place. Sins and Grins, shout out to you. Said the bearded wager is back. If Jake Paul KOs Woodley, then would you shave the beard? It's pretty low. No, it's not really. You used to give me it before when it was like out here. So I don't think it would be really anything now, would it? I know that's a bit disappointing, but I kind of feel like it's not really there. Before, when it was like, oh, that was something I didn't want to part with. 6-inch reach advantage for Daniel Dubois. Sins and Grins, I hope you're well, buddy. James Chadwick says, yes, days, transfer deadline day, Tuesday. He's only 23. I reckon Ronaldo, after Man United, will go back to Sporting and retire. He said in past interviews, Sporting made him the player and he wants to end his career in Sporting. Do you know, I could see that because Sporting are in Portugal. Portugal's where he's from. I could see him wanting to close his career there. Even if it's just one final season, go back to Sporting and give them something. I mean, it would be such a boost to their business that I could see him wanting to repay them that way. So it's kind of nice in a way. He's gone back to United. Even if he's just there for a couple of years, it just cements his connection with the club because he was there but left in 2009. So the fact he's gone back... The fact that, he's back at being... It's the only club he has ever gone back to so far. So, we're talking about one of the greatest players of all time. The fact that he's got those strong connections to Manchester United are going to do Man United well past his career. Do you know what I mean? Like, when people are talking about the greats, they will talk about Ronaldo. And they will obviously talk about the teams he played for. And the fact he's come back to United is going to massively, massively help for years and years to come. So from a business point of view, it's fantastic. On the pitch, it's going to be fantastic as well. But for how long? That's the question. What time is the main event? Well, this is the Coco main event. After this, we've got Amanda Serrano in the Co, and then we've got the main event. So, hard to say. We were probably looking about an hour and 50 minutes or so till we get there. Might be a bit before that, though. United could do with signing Calvin Phillips. That would be great. McTominay is now out injured, says Stephen. I would love Ndidi or Basuma from Brighton, but I wouldn't be down on Phillips. Wouldn't be down on Phillips at all. Right, here we go. These two face-to-face, and this is quite tasty. Dubois versus Cusimano. Round 1 coming up. Both guys have had their intros. This is nice and full now inside Cleveland, Ohio, in this arena. I don't know what the arena's called. But either way, we are live. And Dubois letting his right hand go and just fall short against Cusimano. A couple of jabs coming in. Cusimano's got white shorts with like the Italian colours going down the side. So, green, white, and red. Dubois in just black shorts, looking quite classy. Dubois is pushing the pace already. He's started well. Nice left-hand jab there, and Cusimano firing back with a shot of his own. Little bit tentative and watchful. These are two heavyweights, by the way. You know, we've got heavyweight fighters in there. And as we said, we've got high hopes for Dubois. Make no mistake about it. He's beaten better people than Cusimano. He's letting the hands go here. Oh, Cusimano goes down! Cusimano goes down already! Referee starts counting. 6, 7, 8, 9. And has he done him? I think he got to 10, but he's allowed it. He's allowed him. He's allowing him to continue. He counted to 10. Oh, he's in big trouble. He did not want to get back up there. Dubois can sense this. Come on, Dubois. Uppercut coming in by Dubois. Shots coming in. Cusimano up against in the corner. Oh, he's in big trouble. He's in big trouble. Come on, Daniel Dubois. Putting him down early in round 1. Puts him down again. That has got to be it. That'll do it for you. That has got to be... Don't count! What are you counting for? Just do this! Just do this! He's got back up to his feet. Oh, my God. Referee seems to be allowing this. Just wave it! Come on, Daniel. Bah! Smack him in the face, Daniel! And he is! He's put him down again! Wave the fight! Stupid referee! Referee, he's put him down 3 times! 3 times! Flip! I was waving it for you! I was waving it for you! Someone needs to get that referee to Specsavers. We need to get him down to the opticians. At what point is the referee going to call that? Idiot. He counts to 10. Counts to 10. And then allows him to continue after the first knockdown. Second knockdown. I mean, at that point you go, nah, you're done, mate. You there's levels to this game, and you're a flipping. Do you know what I mean? My God, I don't even think you take up chess. Take up chess. You're not a boxer. Take up chess. But rather than wave it, he goes, what? Are you all right? Are you ready? Lets him go again. Daniel Dubois puts him down again. 3 knockdowns in the first minute. We wanted Daniel Dubois to send a statement. He sent that statement. He sent that statement. Look at the smile on his face. That could not have gone any better for Daniel Dubois. America! America! Daniel Dubois has arrived. And as we said, he is a big, big hope for us in the future. And Cusimano coming over and, wow, look at you. I tell you what, you need a sandblaster to get that smile off Dubois' face. You need an absolute sandblaster. Stupid referee. Where did they get the referee from? I bet the referee is the same person that's been messing around with, how many rounds each fight is. What a debut. What a debut. One championship is on tonight. Let's go. I just sat down and the fight was over. Yeah, well, I mean, Kusimanu sat down 3 times and the fight was over. Yeah, the power of Daniel Dubois. Look at that. I mean, there's it's a little uppercut there and then a strike to the side of the head. And then, boom, that one right on the ear. Just knocking about his equilibrium and backs him up overhand. And look at that. That big overhand coming in right onto there's so many shots that were coming to the ear. The I mean, like, poor Cusimano's just like, just getting knocked about. Yeah, I mean, he's just absolutely pieced him up. He's absolutely pieced him up. The only thing I would say is that this was levels below what Daniel Dubois has faced. We said that Daniel Dubois is better than this person, and we expected a knock. I didn't expect 3 knockouts in that. I didn't expect the referee to be this useless, but it was absolutely brilliant performance and a lot of excitement for Daniel Dubois. 23, I think he is. 23 years old. So, yeah, bright future. Don't let that one defeat bother you, because that one defeat came to the hands of Joe Joyce, who's also a very, very good fighter. Like, that defeat for his age came against a very, very impressive boxer, and it was a fight that a lot of people thought Dubois was going to win as well. He got all the way to the 10th round, and it just shows how good he is. This is why you can never go to the toilet during a Dubois fight, says Mouldy Spoon. He beat him in the first round, eh? He beat him in the first round. Days, Serrano for the KO or on points? KO. I think Serrano's got a record of 40 wins and 30 knockouts. And I can't see why she can't get a knockout here. Easy fight for Dubois, it was. Mr. Bump, shout out to you. That should have been Tommy earlier, says MCC. Well, true. I mean, I think that's what Tommy wanted to do earlier. But he couldn't. I mean, I think someone made the point earlier that Anthony Taylor's size was actually a bit of a problem because he was so small and so compact. It just meant that Fury couldn't quite find a way through, but he should have. He should have found a way through. Like, you know, if he's covering up like this, then work the side of the body. I mean, Tommy Fury knows all this stuff. I don't know. Yeah, it wasn't... he said, not my best performance. He held his hands up and said, not, you know, I need to do better. So, yeah, you're right. Mic issues again. Here we go. Dubois thanking Cleveland. Ariel Hawani said, there's a big spotlight on you tonight. Would you say this is the best moment? And Dubois said, no, the greatest moment is still to come. I know that he splits opinion. I really like Ariel Hawani. I think he's in a world where there seems to be less and less professionals. He's really professional. And, you know, he knows his stuff as well. And he's talking about Daniel Dubois' history and what his loss was like against Joe Joyce. And now they're just having a look at a little replay. I mean, it is a little replay because the fight was short, so there's not much to show. Are you still watching? You said yes. Yes. The UK boys coming home with the dubs. Mind games from Fury, tricking Paul into thinking it's going to be an easy fight, says Data Watch. Edward said, Days, Katie Taylor or Serrano? I say Katie Taylor would win. Well, I mean, it's going to be great. It's the fight I want to see, to be honest. It's definitely the fight that I want to see. Dynamite, Daniel Dubois. You can't beat UK boxers. It's impossible, says Goro. Well, they're very good. They are very, very good. UK boxing is, we've got such a good system set up over here. We saw great results at the Olympics in boxing. I think we got 2 gold medals, 2 silver, and 2 bronze, which was, six medals returned from boxing for GB, which was brilliant. So, I'm very proud of the boxers that were able to produce. Of course, Lennox Lewis and Joshua and Fury, and there's a lot of really good talent, and Daniel's just part of that. But I mean, there's others that are coming through as well. It's really exciting, really, really exciting. Todas Plays says Jake Paul's mom probably beats Jake Paul in a schlong measuring contest. Well, this might surprise you, Today's Plays, but I have not seen Jake Paul mom's schlong. I've no doubts that it would be impressive, but I can't say that I've seen it. I don't know if she's produced it on one of his vlogs, but it's not why I'm tuning in tonight. I'm tuning in to see what Tyron Woodley can do against Jake Paul in a boxing ring. And I don't know if Jake Paul's mum is going to do some kind of schlong show beforehand. Then I'd watch it, in all fairness. I'm sure that it would get plenty of views on his channel. But I'm pleased to report that this is a much more professional show than what we saw last time from Triller. With Triller last night, we were getting like Doja Cat and Snoop Dogg and I don't know, other rappers that I've never heard of. And thankfully, I don't mind the occasional musical interlude, but I'm much happier with what we've had here. Some brilliant performances. I mean, Daniel Dubois winning in round 1. That last fight between Love and Baranchuk was fantastic. And then Tommy Fury, there's so much interest in him because of the fact he could be next in line for Jake Paul. Obviously our next fight is going to be Amanda Serrano, who is regarded as the greatest women's boxer ever. Like, she is right up there. So 40 wins, 30 knockouts. Very, very exciting. So we might have to wait a little while till we get to that next one because Daniel Dubois had an early finish. Unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily mean that fights are going to start sooner. It just means more talking from the pundits. So we are building our way, though. Make no mistake about it. We are getting ever closer. Right now in the UK, it's coming up to 3:15. I think that we could be looking at maybe half an hour, and then we'll start with the co-main event. And then we might be looking maybe an hour and a half. We'll start with Jake Paul. I reckon we're about an hour and a half away. About an hour and a half away from Jake Paul. So half an hour away from the co. And maybe an hour and a half away from Jake Paul. Luzian Gamer said Tommy needs to focus on himself before he fights Jake. He needs to prove himself more. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only 2 fights left. You are not wrong. So, Austin, I legally cannot correct you. Who do you think is going to win, says Ty Clan. I'm going to go with Jake Paul. I think that we've broke it down a couple of times in this stream, but I think that they're going to be quite defensive. I think that both guys are going to be not wanting to be knockout memes. I don't know that either guy is going to want to commit. I think Jake Paul respects Tyron Woodley. I think that he's aware that Tyron Woodley has got power to put Jake Paul away. I think that there's pressure on Jake Paul. This is in an arena. This is an arena full of people in Cleveland. Like, this is huge. This is huge. I mean, don't forget when he's fought against Ben Askren, there was just, a few hundred people there, I think. Because they were having to put scaffolding up and make it look a bit different because of the pandemic. Like, it was, they had like a big commentary area. They had like a scaffolding, loads of lights and signs and a stage for people to perform. This is like a proper boxing event. We've got a proper undercard with great talent. There's going to be pressure on Jake Paul going out there having, he's going to want to show off. He's definitely going to want to show what he can do. But the problem that he's got is that he's in there with someone that will capitalize if he makes a mistake. So I think it's going to be quite cagey. I think boxing can be cagey. It's kind of like, brutal chess. And I think they're going to, do a lot of feints, see if they can find any chinks in the armor. And I honestly could see this going into the later rounds. And really at that point, the question mark is, who's going to have the advantage? Tyron Woodley has been in the later rounds. We know that cardio conditioning-wise, he can do it. But does his age catch up with him? And also, Jake Paul, we don't know what he's like in round 3, round 4, round 5. We don't know. We haven't seen it. What is Jake Paul's cardio like? He's younger. He's 15 years younger. So, what is his conditioning like? WBA rankings. WBA rankings. Number 4 is Andy Ruiz Jr. Number 3 is Luis Ortiz. Number 2 is Usyk, who is facing Joshua. Number 1, Daniel Dubois. Daniel Dubois is top of the WBA rankings. He is, when we said he was a prospect, when we said that he was someone that we have high hopes as being a future world champion, we were not lying. He is top of those WBA rankings, and that is, it's a bright, bright future for him. I don't know how much longer they can go slow. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how many fights they're going to be able to set up and just showcase him in. Sooner or later, he's going to have to face some really big ranked fighters, and we'll see how Dubois does. He's beaten some good people, really good people, but obviously that Joe Joyce loss still hanging in the rearview mirror. That was only a couple of fights ago. Will it go to the final round? Well, I don't know. I mean, I personally don't know what happens in round 6, 7, and 8. I think it'll be cagey. I think that we'll get out of round 1. Jake says that he'll win in round 2. But I don't think we will. I think Tyron Woodley's still going to have to... I can't believe that Tyron Woodley is going to start tiring in round 2. The only way I can see that happening is if he throws everything in round 1. And he's got to be smarter than that. So I think that he's going to pace himself. I think they'll be quite defensive. Some people might say the fight is a bit boring. Is my thoughts. I think that we've seen Jake Paul get some great knockouts. If the opportunity is there, he'll take it. Tyron Woodley has just got to make sure the opportunity isn't there. I said before, if I'm Tyron Woodley, the worst thing that can happen to me today is I get knocked out. That is not lose, knocked out. Knocked out is worse than losing. Because this doesn't really mean anything. It's just an exhibition fight. Do you know what I mean? It's not like they're for a world title or they're trying to climb rankings or anything like this. If I'm Tyron Woodley, if it goes decision, I can always make the claim that I won. Unless I get battered every round, but I doubt he will. I can always make the claim that I won. I can always make the claim that, boxing isn't my thing. Credit to Jake Paul, he was tougher than I thought. But I definitely took some of those rounds. Some people out there could say I even took this fight, but it is what it is. And, I'll take the paycheck and move forward. My legacy is intact. You lose by decision, who cares? He'll get a bit of, people will banter him, of course they will. Whatever happens, people are going to banter, but he can't afford to be knocked out. So if I'm Woodley, I am front and center making sure I do not get knocked out. Which is why I think it's going to be quite defensive, and I think that Jake Paul's going to feel the same. I kind of think that, Jake Paul does not want to get knocked out. They do not want to be those memes. They do not want to be those memes. So I just can't see these two bringing a firefight and just throwing at each other. So I can see the fight going a few rounds. Then it becomes a question of Woodley's age. It becomes a question of his cardio and conditioning. It becomes a question of Jake Paul's age and the fact that being 15 years younger should mean that he's got more energy in the tank, in the reserves. Should also mean that we haven't checked his cardio out, but I think it'll be fine. I mean, I feel that Jake Paul over 8 rounds might have more to give than what Woodley has got to give over 8 rounds with boxing gloves. If this was MMA, completely different. But with boxing gloves, heavier boxing gloves, I do think that Jake Paul could get a few shots off, few jabs, pick up a few points, get in there, get a few shots off, get out. I think that the boxing ability is with Jake Paul. I can see him jabbing away, getting out of trouble, hit and move, and just, avoid that big overhand that Woodley throws. You know, Woodley, in a way, I think is going to be a little bit similar to Anthony Taylor. I think Anthony Taylor was, trying to move forward, couldn't get close enough. The reach was a problem. That's not going to be so much of a problem in the main event. I mean, we know that Tommy Fury had an 11-inch reach advantage. Jake Paul doesn't have that. But I do think that we're going to see Woodley trying to move forward. Jake Paul working the jab and getting out of there. I think you could see Woodley being the aggressor. I think you could see Woodley trying to get his big shot off. And I think you could see Jake Paul getting the jab and moving out of there. And I can see the rounds just going by, whereby Jake Paul ends up just winning rounds. It's just going to be, Woodley was trying, but he couldn't get close enough. It's got to be a Jake Paul round. I mean, you might say, well, Woodley was more aggressive, but Jake Paul landed more shots. And I think by the time we get towards the end, I think it's going to be that Woodley will need a knockout. I don't know that he'll go for it. He might do. But honestly, we might just get to a point where they both just accept the decision, where Woodley's like, well, I didn't get knocked out. Jake Paul takes the win against, a decent name. And that's why I'm thinking this could go decision. This could go to points. But I am wondering what Woodley's going to be like in round 6, round 7, round 8 with heavy, heavy boxing gloves. So I am pondering that as well. So, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns. It's so hard. There's no tape to watch. I mean, what boxing match of Woodley can you go back and watch? Like, what boxing match of Jake Paul can you watch of him against a boxer? Of him going into round 3? I mean, you can't. So there's so many unknowns that we are just having to kind of guess in a way. But I think for me personally, I'm very excited by it. And I think that we are in for hopefully a decent fight. I don't think it's going to be fireworks and knockdowns, but who knows? Could be. Could be. Here we go then, my friends. Co-main event time. With that stupid ramp that's too steep. Legend Killer, shout out to you, sir. Sam says, Bitcoin party. Oh, hello. Is it all kicking off on Bitcoin? Hang on. Let's have a little look over there. Bitcoin, has it hit 50k or 48? 40. That's still not bad from where it was. Right. Fight number 4. We've got Serrano versus Mercado. There we go. This is our co-main event. Serrano, 40 wins, 30 knockouts. This is going to be quite one-sided. I don't think it'll be as bad as the Dubois fight, but I do expect Serrano to win. She is regarded as the GOAT. Do you think Logan will fight someone else? Well, I mean, look, if an opportunity presents itself, then yes. But who's he going to fight? Honestly, who's he going to fight? I think that he is someone that is going to be, I think, maybe done. I mean, if there's a payday out there, I think he'll take it. But it would need to be a grudge match, or there would need to be a reason for it. So, yeah, other than that, who would he face? I haven't heard any rumours of anyone coming up. But if there was, like, someone trash talking and they're credible and they can make money out of it, then yes, I think he would. I think he's in great shape. I think he's trained a lot of boxing, getting ready for Mayweather, so he's got a lot of skills. I mean, he probably should, in all fairness. Why let it all go to waste? Here we go. Anyway, forget Logan Paul. Let's talk about a GOAT. Let's talk about Amanda Serrano. 40 wins, only 1 defeat, 30 knockouts, minus 2,000 favourites. And she's making her way down. She's a southpaw. She's got great ring IQ. She's got great footwork. Loads of experience, great conditioning. She looks amazing. She's bouncing and dancing away. She's got a big smile on her face. And, yeah, this is cool, man. I've got a lot of respect for her. I would love to see her against Katie Taylor. I would absolutely love that fight. And as we said, there's rumours that next year they might make that dream come true. We might get that fight next year. Logan Paul is better than Tommy. His fight with Anthony was disappointing. I expected more, says Vanessa. If you are watching and you are having fun and excited for the fight, make sure that you drop a like. I know many of you have already done that, and it's greatly appreciated. We're sneaking our way to 1,500 likes. If we could get that up to 1,500, start approaching 2,000, that would be amazing. We always look for 1,000. We tend to do that on our bigger UFC shows. But yeah, it's so cool that so many people are joining us tonight. I hope everyone's having a great evening. Hope everyone's having a lot of fun. Hope everyone's having as much fun as Amanda Serrano, who is kissing the, I think it's the Puerto Rican flag that she's from. And she's having a little dance in the corner. She's so relaxed, so happy, massive smile on her face. So she's 32. Mercado is 23. Mercado is 18 wins and 2 defeats, but only 5 knockouts from those 18 wins. Serrano, 40 wins, 1 draw, 1 defeat, 30 knockouts. She's going to have a 3-inch reach advantage. Both of these coming in at 124 pounds. Serrano, 5'5". Mercado, 5'4" and 3/4. 9 years age difference, not much between that. Serrano fighting out of Brooklyn, New York. Mercado fighting out of Mexico. And we should be underway with this one very soon. Mercado is going to win, says Miller. What is the status? What is the status? This is 4 titles. There's many belts on the line here. This is in the women's featherweight division. And this is our co-main event, actually, earlier than I was expecting. Jake Woodley next. 7-7, shout out to you, sir. Joshua Warrior, shout out to you, my friend. Why are you wearing that goofy hat? That's a fair question. So, the truth is, I'm shockingly lazy. So, when I get up, I literally don't want to have to bother, like, doing my hair, putting product in, all that kind of stuff. I'm like the anti-Jake Paul. Instead, I like to just get up and put a hat on, and that's it. Done. Practical. That's what I am. Focused on what we need to do. So, yeah, that's why I always wear the hats. And actually, my hair is a bit shorter now, so sometimes, like, I just let it go quite long. It's because we stream all the time. We've done 4 streams this weekend. So, we've done football in the day, then last night we did UFC, then today we did football earlier, and now we're here doing this. And then tomorrow we've got a pro wrestling stream that we're doing. And then Tuesday we've got football deadline day. And obviously working our way towards next weekend's UFC show. But as we said, we're here all the time for like the Jake Paul fights. We'll be here for Joshua versus Usyk. We'll be here for Fury against Wilder. I always like to have a look at the Canelo fights. Lomachenko we were looking at. Ryan Garcia's fights we've been doing. So anything that's got a bit of a buzz about it, definitely here for it. Just want to be where the hype is, really. Just want to be what, you know, where people are excited and where people are, where the conversation is. And the conversation is definitely in Cleveland tonight. The eyes of the world are on Cleveland right now, in fact, as Amanda Serrano fighting out of Brooklyn, New York, nicknamed The Real Deal. Her last fight was in March earlier this year. It was a 9th round win. As we said, I'm not expecting this to be as straightforward as the Daniel Dubois fight that we just saw, but I am expecting her to get the victory very comfortably. Wouldn't surprise me if she gets the finish, stoppage, round 3, round 4, something along those lines. Might go a bit longer. I don't know tons about her opponent. Her opponent's only 23. So I don't know much about her opponent. I've just done a bit of reading as we've got towards this. But her opponent is not some grizzled veteran that it's going to be really difficult for Serrano to get out of there. I kind of feel that her opponent, not handpicked, but a good opponent to be able to show off her skills against. Right, here we go. We've got Serrano getting ready to go. What's your prediction for Jake Paul? I'm leaning with Jake Paul. J14 says, I'm going to root for the underdog. Austin316, shout out to you. Days Russia are the beach soccer world champions. NLW Live, shout out to you. Well done, Russia. What time does it start? Well, we're about to get underway with Serrano right now. So here we go. I'm just honestly looking forward to seeing what she does in there against Mercado. So this is round 1 of 10, and Serrano looking really good already, taking the centre ground and getting her shots in. She's got Mercado up against the ropes. Mercado, I would hope, would last the first round, but already Serrano is stalking and getting some shots to the body. A few shots come back from Mercado. Mercado driving Serrano back against the corner, but Serrano breaking away. And it's just edging forward. Nice body shot, swing and a miss, though, by Mercado. Serrano, I love the way that she's just so comfortable, just edging forward, and she just looks so confident, comfortable. I mean, with all the experience she's got, she's been there, she's done it, she's seen people like this before. She knows exactly what she needs to go in there and do. And really, Mercado's got nothing more than a puncher's chance in this one. Lovely head movement there by Serrano. Mercado with a lovely hook shot, and Serrano able to just get her head out of the way. Kind of countering with some lovely straight rights. And we're seeing Mercado slightly on the back foot now, going up against the ropes, in a little bit of trouble, as Serrano is just going about her business. Mercado is on the back foot quite a bit, but standing her ground now in the centre, letting her hands fly. She's definitely come to give an account of herself. She's not just covering up and trying to hide, but Serrano working the body. And I've got to tell you, Mercado's eyes are quite wide there. I don't know if some of them shots got through and she felt a little bit of the power that Serrano possesses, but she definitely does, as we've said. Oh, lovely strikes by Serrano. Lovely strikes. And that's actually the end of the round. I forgot these are 2-minute rounds, aren't they? 2-minute rounds in this one. We've got Woodley being interviewed backstage. I have no idea why they're doing that right now, unless they're pre-recording it, and we'll see what he's got to say afterwards. But, yeah, I forgot these are 2-minute rounds. 2-minute rounds, and Serrano looking the better fighter in that first one. But not really able to cause much damage or trouble in there with only a couple of minutes to work. Let's see what she can do in this one. Nothing that I think is going to really trouble Serrano. Some lovely head movement, some nice counters, the more aggressive fighter as well. And we'll see what she brings in round number 2. So here we go. About to get underway with round number 2. I know that Serrano and Jake Paul were joking about who was going to have the more deadly knockout. Here we go. Right, round number 2, we are underway. The thing is, with 2-minute rounds, you really do need to come out and kind of stamp your authority quite early, because that kind of feel-out process takes half the round away. So hopefully she's got a bit of information that she needed and she can go about her business now. But she's got the centre ground again. Nice head movement. Trying to throw straight right hand, but just glances off the head of Mercado. Mercado using her footwork to move backwards, getting trapped a little in the corner. And Serrano edging forwards and keeping her guard quite high. Little flurry there from Mercado. Nice little exchange by both women, just kind of swinging away. And it doesn't look like anything's really landing that clean. Nice body shot there by Serrano. And Mercado, again, backing up against the ropes a little bit. Stepping to the side, trying to find a different angle to attack. But every single way that she's going and every movement forward is being greeted with a heavy, heavy shot by Serrano. And big strike coming back by Mercado, but Serrano able to avoid. Serrano on the front foot now. Seems to be a little bit of swelling on the cheek of Serrano. I don't know if one of them shots did actually get through. Hard to tell. It was just a little look, but it looked like there was a little mark over there. Need a better angle in all truth. It was just a fleeting moment. It looked like there was something on the chin, on the cheek. And she's got Mercado back against the rope. Serrano is the one that's being the aggressor. And body shot coming in. It's always hard to know exactly what is landing and what is just falling short. But the busier fighter is definitely Serrano. And she's the one that's kind of forcing the fight on the front foot as well. That's nice little exchange to end there. I mean, for me personally, I've got this as Serrano winning by a couple of rounds. Jake Paul has actually got a belt that has got like a digital. That's kind of interesting. So the front of Jake Paul's attire, the attire is orange, and it's got stars down it. But he's got like some kind of digital panels, and it's got Jake Paul scrolling across in text, which I've never seen on attire before. So fair play. I mean, there's not going to be any weight to that. That looks like it's some sort of new technology, and it looks cool. It looks really good, actually. So Jake Paul is, I don't really know why he's doing it, but fair play. If I can find an image of it, I will try to find an image of it. I should imagine there are images of it on social media right now, so that you get a better idea of what I'm talking about. But, you know those like old belt buckles that you used to be able to buy that you could program a message on and then like the text would scroll along? He's wearing something along those lines. Right, round number 3. So a quick little chat with Jake Paul just in between rounds. Round number 3, Serrano is moving forward, throwing hands, and into a bit of a firefight. Still no images coming through from Twitter. Swing and a miss by Serrano. And we've got Mercado edging back a little bit. I want to see a bit more work from Serrano. I mean, in all fairness, we can wait a little bit, because as soon as he comes out, we'll see the image of those shorts. Do you remember those Daft Punk helmets that did that? Yes. The reason that I say new technology, I mean, it's probably not new technology, but it looks like those panels are flexible. And it looks like with the helmets, the Daft Punk helmets, they're obviously really solid and there's no movement to those. But those panels on the shorts look like they're flexible, and they've got like the digital LED capabilities in there. So I can't remember seeing anything like that, to be honest. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there are examples of things like that, but I can't think of any that come to mind. But yeah, it's not as if like he's got rigid panels attached to his shorts. Like it's not going to affect his movement, because that would be really stupid. Serrano looking very, very good in this, just letting her hands go, and there we go. End of round number 3. Okay, Bitcoin is walking on Jake's face. Just trying to hear what they're saying to the corner for Serrano. We're getting ever closer to Jake Paul. We are getting ever closer to Jake Paul. Did they fight yet? Jake Paul hasn't fought yet. Right now we're in round 4 of Serrano versus Mercado. 2 people in the corner of Serrano. I think she's doing all right. What she isn't doing is really catching the eye too much. So she's keeping it quite tidy, going about her work. I thought that Mercado was going to be able to last the first few rounds. And then really it's around this point here, I would like to see her put her foot on the gas. You kind of feel that Serrano has got about 5 gears at least that she could go through. And I'd like to see her go through those gears. So she's coming back out and throwing out a few jabs, trying to keep Mercado at a safe distance, and then looking to launch something. Constantly throwing out that jab. We know that she's got that slight reach advantage. And we're seeing Serrano jabbing away. This fight could go 8 rounds. They're saying that this fight can go 10 on the scorecard. And I think it is 10, actually. But the main event is 8. I'm trying to think what Tapology said, because I don't trust the graphics that Showtime are putting up. People are literally sleeping. People are seriously sleeping on Woodley. How many rounds in this one? According to the scorecard, they're 10, and I think Tapology said 10 as well. It's a shame that people are easy to con, believing that Pual has got a chance, says Melvin. Woodley will win, said, okay, have fun playing trios. Yup, yep, we're here for the main event. And a couple of strikes coming back, swing and a miss there by Serrano. And again, just walking forward. Couple of flurries coming in by Serrano. I'd like to see more out of her here. Some lovely strikes coming into the head. I'm loving this by Serrano. She's definitely taking this round. Nice uppercut there. She's just getting a couple of 1-2s to the head and body shots. Yeah, she's finishing the round really, really well. Ooh, nice counter-strike there, though, by Mercado as we're over in the corner. That's the end of round number 4. They're saying on commentary that, and I agree, that Serrano's looking the better fighter. She's taking the rounds. She's looking the classier boxer. What we're seeing is Mercado really struggling to close that range, and that seems to be the problem at the moment. It's not the barn burner that we had with that amazing second fight. Obviously, it doesn't have quite the intrigue of the Tommy Fury fight. It hasn't had the drama of the Daniel Dubois fight, but it's still very interesting. I'm really into it. I really, I am a fan of Serrano and what she's been able to achieve. And I would like to see a bit more, though. I would like to see a little bit more here. Right, here we go. We are back underway with the next round, round number 5. Imagine if Woodley dominates all the rounds. It goes to decision, and Jake still wins. How many rounds are left in this fight? Well, this is round 5 of 10. Is the main event after this fight, says Cybergoon? It is, yes. Khabib, the best fighter ever. Certainly in the conversation, best UFC fighter, yeah. Woodley wins because his muscles are bigger, says Z79. Nice jabs coming in there by Mercado. Who's winning? I've got Serrano winning this. She might even be winning it 4-0, in all fairness. It's very hard to see how Mercado could take a round because we're seeing Serrano working the jab, keeping Mercado at distance, not allowing Mercado to really come in and really get any shots off. And I just think it's been really, really good work, clean work by Serrano. And there's been plenty here to appreciate. A couple of strikes coming in by Mercado. But Serrano able to get a couple of jabs off. And she's never looked in trouble, Serrano. In all fairness, Mercado's never looked really in trouble. But she has been hit a lot in the face. She has been tagged a lot. And, as this goes on, then that's obviously going to build up. But yeah, she doesn't look too bad. Nice body shot. Follows it with a hook shot to the head there with the right hand by Serrano. Mercado trying to move, use her footwork. And, just keeping things simple. Working the jab. Mercado trying to come in. Lunging forward. Keeping her head down. Very susceptible to the uppercut. So, Serrano... Oh, lovely right hand by Serrano. Snaps the head back of Mercado. And Serrano really turning it on to end the round now. Few seconds left. She's got her up against the ropes. And again, another Serrano round. Another Serrano round. And Mercado giving a really good account of herself, though. She's not getting, like, blown away and smashed around the ring, but just not able to get in close enough to do any damage, to be honest. Who have you got, Pual or Woodley? I've got Woodley winning. 4 a.m. It's coming up to 4 a.m. in the UK. Yeah, we're about 10 minutes away from 4 a.m. or 13 minutes away from 4 a.m. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. We are here every single week for UFC, and if there is another Jake Paul fight, we're here again for that. Not only that, we are here for all of the Joshua fights, the Fury fights, Wilder, Lomachenko, Ryan Garcia. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on Daniel Dubois. If there are any great American fighters that have got some hype, then we're keeping an eye out on them as well. So, yeah, we're all over this. This, as I said earlier, is not our first rodeo. So if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe. Drop a like as well. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And nice body shot there by Serrano. And we're seeing that Mercado just covering up a little bit, trying to find a way forward. And Serrano just being quite comfortable and taking a couple of body shots by Mercado. We've got 1 minute 25 left and letting her hands go there, Serrano. And lovely jab. She's really mixing her levels well, Serrano. So she'll lunge in with the right hand straight to the head. The right goes to the body. So she does a really, really good job of working the whole body. She uses the whole body as a target. And she's very, very good at it as well. She's landed quite a bit as a result. Mercado, though, is getting a little bit more joy in this round. We're starting to see her getting through with a few things. But Mercado getting backed up against the ropes. Some big strikes coming in by Serrano. Serrano covering up as Mercado is edging forward. Nice body shot there by Mercado. This is better by Mercado. This is better. Serrano edging forward. She's got Mercado trapped in the corner. Nice body shot coming in there. Couple of shots to the head, 20-odd seconds left, and Mercado in a little bit of trouble. Serrano looking good. Couple of jabs, Mercado backing up, big body shot. I've got to tell you, I keep seeing these body shots from Serrano. It will not surprise me if she gets a liver shot. If she gets a liver shot and we see Mercado drop down to a knee, I would not be surprised because some of these body shots that are landing are really heavy and they look really, really good. There's some really bad intentions being thrown here by Serrano. Some really bad intentions. Certainly more towards the end of the rounds. Towards the end of the rounds, we're seeing her really letting her hands go and really getting some big, big shots off. So I would say that it's not the most eye-catching fight. This is maybe not quite what Serrano was hoping for. I think she definitely wanted a better performance than this. But she's fighting the fight that's in front of her. Mercado giving a good account of herself. And I think Serrano's really quite comfortable. I mean, I would say personally that she is winning this. Like, you might give a round or two to Mercado. But I haven't really seen much to say that Mercado should be given a round or two. Like, if you gave every round to Serrano, I wouldn't argue. When does the fight start? Well, we're underway with Serrano and Mercado right now. The Jake Paul fight will be on after this. Right, and we are underway. If it means anything at all, I can tell you that the interest and the amount of people that were joining us reached its peak during the Tommy Fury fight. It is building back up, obviously, as we get to the main event. But it is quite interesting that people really were looking for this event during the Tommy Fury fight. That says to me that he is a needle mover. That says to me, if that is a reflection of interest on Twitter and number of tweets and engagement and all of that, it says to me that people were very interested in Tommy to see how he was going to do. Now, obviously, his performance might mean that interest has waned a little bit. But if you are a Jake Paul fan, you might just be interested in knowing that there was a lot of interest in the Tommy Fury fight at the start of this stream. And obviously we're building back up as we get towards that main event. People are, I think they knew to kind of sit out maybe some of these early fights if they weren't that interested. But main event, not that far away at all. Not that far away at all. We're into round number 7 of this one. Serrano versus Mercado. 40-odd seconds to go. Mercado ducking underneath. And Serrano just throwing her hands out, landing with a few things. Not everything coming through. Some big body shots coming through there by Mercado. But hasn't looked yet like either woman has really been in trouble. But Mercado definitely taking more damage. 20-odd seconds left in round number 7. She's got Mercado looking still in there, looking quite fresh, looking all right. And trying to throw a shot back. This is a really, really good performance for Mercado, Really good performance. I don't expect her to get the decision, but if she can get to the judges, I think, she's got to be really pleased with that. She might struggle to get to the judges, though. Some clean shots right at the end of the round. It seems like Serrano does the same thing. Like, she's quite cagey at the start. She gains confidence, and by the end of the round, she is getting the bigger shots off. And that means that she then looks good and takes the round. So I've given Serrano the round many times for what she's done actually right at the death. So once again there, body shot, big flurry, big hooks coming in. And referee again having to come in. There's a real nod of acknowledgement from Mercado. And I think this is pretty easy work here for Serrano. She's not been tested all that much. And I think she's going to get the job done. Who's winning? Serrano is winning quite comfortably. Tommy won by decision. He did, yeah. Tommy was victorious. We are building towards Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. That is coming up next. We've got a couple more rounds of this co-main event to go to first, though. We are on 1,600 likes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. We're trying to get to 2,000. We are edging towards 2,000, getting ever closer. I promise, as soon as we get to 2,000, I will shut up. How about that? Not for everything, but just the likes. We tried to get 1,000 on UFC, so 2,000 tonight would be amazing, so I give you my word. I will shut up about likes when we get to 2,000. I'm a reasonable YouTuber, what can I say? We've got some right-hand jabs coming in by Serrano. And again, copy and paste. I feel like I've seen this round many, many times. Serrano putting the pressure onto Mercado. Mercado looking for counters. Serrano getting more shots through. Mercado getting a little bit of joy. And I would guess at the end of this round, it'll end with Serrano looking good and the referee pulling them apart. A couple of body shots coming in by Serrano. And into the clinch they go. And Mercado trying to work some body shots as well. Ooh, lovely hook shot there by Mercado. That was clean. That was clean. That was nice. Body shot again coming in by Serrano. 40-odd seconds to go. Trying to find a jab. She's backing up Mercado in the corner. Mercado trapped in the corner a little bit. 30-odd seconds to go. Serrano up against the ropes, but she manages to get out of there. Both women back into the center. It's a real dogfight, this, or a cat fight. Nice little body shot there by Serrano. Mercado again on the back foot with Serrano edging forward. Swing and a miss by Serrano. 14 seconds to go. If she's going to let the hands go, she's got to go now. 10 seconds to go. And she is letting the hands go a little bit. Going over. Letting those go. Nice on the head. Swinging away. Mercado leans in and the two go to their corners. Again, no. Nice little combo shot. 1-2. Straight to the head by Serrano. And yeah, I think, I don't know what to tell you. It's just copy and paste and it's all very comfortable stuff. So we are going to round number 9. I've got Serrano winning this. Maybe you give Mercado a token round. You might want to give her a token couple. There's a bit of commotion. I'm not sure what's happening. What is happening? Everyone's on their feet. There's some music that's playing. What's happening? Everyone's on their feet looking over. I have no idea. All you could see in the background was people quickly stand up and look over to the side. There seems to be everyone on their feet. Some real distraction. Don't know. The commentators are not paying any attention to it. Everyone seems to be focused. I don't know if a fight has broken out. People are starting to sit back down now, but I think there might have been something that's just kicked off in the crowd or something, because everyone just stood up and started looking over. And there seemed to be a real distraction in the arena. People are still standing and cheering and staring, not at the fight, but something that's happening over in the distance. BT Sport, our commentator's not paying it any attention, and a good few people have sat back down. Serrano is getting some strikes off here. What's going on in the crowd right now? I don't know, but people are starting to sit back down, so whatever it was, I think, has been sorted. It wouldn't surprise me if it turns out there was a little brawl or something. But there seems to have been some sort of commotion. There's people on their feet. When is the Pual fight? It is next. 1987 big fan, shout out to you. Said it might have been a fight in the crowd, yeah. We're seeing Serrano again putting it onto Mercado. I kind of feel that at this point we're probably looking at a decision result. Big body shot there by Serrano, though. He says he won't show how is a scam. Celebrity guest. Might have been a celebrity guest, but it was a hell of an entrance if it was. It got absolutely everyone off their feet. According to Twitter, it was a fight in the crowd, says Adam. Right. Thank you, Adam. Shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, it definitely felt like something. Definitely felt like there was a commotion, something that was really distracting people. I mean, even if it was a celebrity coming in, like, people would probably just nudge their friends and point over. This was everyone getting up and looking over. So, right. Amanda Serrano, we go into final round. Round number 10. There's blood on the cheek of Mercado. She is taking some deep, deep breaths. And we are about to get to our final round. That cuts... it's not bad. It's not horrific. It's you can fix it. But she is busted open now right on her left cheek. Mercado. So, as I said, for me, this is going to be Serrano that wins this. You might give a token round or two to Mercado. But, yeah, she's done it. She's given a good account of herself. She really has given a good account of herself. Lee said, that is Cleveland for you. Adrian says, I'm too tired to stay up for this. Right, here we go. Serrano putting her hand in the air. She's ready for this final round. 2 minutes. This is our final round. The next fight after this is Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. So that is our next fight. We're not sure when the ring walk will be. I'm guessing it's going to be in about half an hour's time. Nice jab coming in there by Mercado. And we're seeing Serrano letting her hands go a little bit. Lovely uppercut there by Serrano. Whatever is left in the tank for both of these women, they need to empty it now. And Mercado is up against the ropes. So I don't know there's much left in her tank, to be honest. Serrano seems to have a bit more. And Serrano moving forward, getting a few shots off. Oh, we're seeing Mercado buckle. We're seeing a real golfing class now. I think Mercado is really starting to struggle. That cut is busted open now. And we saw her legs buckle there as she's being tagged quite a bit. Heavy body shot coming in by Serrano. Serrano sensing blood. Mercado desperately trying to get to the judges. And they're into the clinch at the moment. 40-odd seconds left on the clock. It's all Serrano at the moment. And letting her hands go, she's sure to win the decision. And big body shots coming in. She's stalking Mercado. Little bit reckless there by Serrano. She's literally just walking forward. She's got no guard up, but big right hand. Mercado felt that. Mercado just runs out of there. Goes over to the other side of the ring. 20-odd seconds. This is all about survival for Mercado. Serrano has got Mercado up against the ropes. And again, looking for some big shots. Mercado working an uppercut into the clinch. They break apart. They're swinging away at each other. Final few seconds. Mercado gets her head down. Gets her guard up. Swings away at Serrano. That is the end of the fight. And it goes all 10 rounds. The final round was the most entertaining round. A lot of fun there. And I must say, this whole undercard has been very, very entertaining. I tell you what, there's things being said here by the corners. Things being said by the corners. Not even the fighters, but the corner men getting in each other's faces. No idea what all that was about. But, wow, there's a little bit of needle absolutely everywhere. Serrano knows that she's got the job done, and we're just going to wait to see what the scores are going to be. They're saying that it was the complete performance, but didn't have the finish that she would have been looking for, of course. Yeah, she worked hard. Get it, Serrano is going to get this. T-Wood, let's go. Woodley is going to do what Dubois did to Jake, says Ryan. Excellent work on the call, brother. Very very good commentating. Drew, shout out to you, sir. Appreciate the support. I just hope people are enjoying their evenings, wherever they are. This is, it's meant to be fun, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of thing that I can't take it all that serious. Who cares? It's just a bit of fun, and I hope people are enjoying themselves wherever they are. And I think this has been a really good card. I must admit, after the Triller show, there was a bad taste in my mouth because it was just not. I mean, it's weird because it was a fun card because there was so much to talk about. I mean, we had like at one point a slap fight with Ric Flair backstage on that last Triller card, but this is so much more professional and so much more entertaining for me as a result that yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. So we are waiting to see what the judges have scored this one. As we said, the next fight coming up after this is Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. I can tell you we're at 17-7-1, 1771 for likes. As I said, I'm going to shut up for likes when we get to 2,000. So if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, drop a like. It's massively, massively appreciated. And if we could get to 2,000, that would be absolutely brilliant. If we don't, who cares? Honestly, if we don't, who cares? But it'd be cool if we did. Right, here we go. 97-93. 98-92. 99-91. All three. The winner. And still. There we go. The real deal. Amanda Serrano is announced as the unanimous winner. One judge gave 1 round to Mercado. I think the other judge gave 2 rounds to Mercado. I think the other judge gave 3 or 4, in all fairness. So I didn't see it that wide. As I said, you could probably give 1 or 2 rounds to Mercado. I have no issue with that. But yeah, I mean, it was the same round again and again and again, really. They're putting a little medal over the neck of Mercado. Here's Ariel Hawani was about to talk to Amanda Serrano, but BT Sport have cut away from that. Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. It was maybe not the stoppage that she would have wanted because, you know, her record now is 41 wins and 30 knockouts. But, you know, she definitely would have wanted to have put on a show. This is one of the biggest cards she's ever been a part of. So she absolutely would have wanted to have put on a show here. But it wasn't to be. One of those things. And fair play. All credit. Hats off to Amanda Serrano. And getting the job done. Unanimous decision. Can't really ask for much more than that. Right. Next up. Just a little fight that we've been waiting for here to get the appetites satisfied. This is what everyone's been waiting for, of course, the main event tonight. I must admit, I've been looking forward to some of the undercard fights, so it's been great for me. But this is what it's all about. Jake Paul taking on Tyron Woodley. We have broke this down time and time again tonight. I don't really want to be repeating myself for people that have joined us all night, but my prediction is that this is going to go a while. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar to what we just saw, which is where we're going to see two fighters making sure they don't get knocked out, giving a decent account of themselves. And in all fairness, if you're a Jake Paul fan and this is going to go the distance, you're going to see more of Jake Paul's boxing ability in this fight than you've seen in his whole career so far. So, and I think that is exactly what we could see. I think that we could go into a third round, fourth round. I think we could go all the distance. I think that there could be a TKO for Jake at the end of this, depending on how Woodley is. But, yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me know in the chat what you think. I'm going Jake Paul decision. But what are you seeing? What are you seeing? As I said, I'm going Jake Paul decision. Those are the stats on screen. Not many numbers to talk about or explore. You can see that we've got Jake Paul, 24. Tyron Woodley, 39. 3 fights for Paul. 3 wins. And, yeah, absolutely nothing there for Woodley because he has never had a professional boxing fight. But he is obviously a big, big name in MMA. If we actually put the face-to-face on, you can see the size difference between them. We're seeing the weird stretch technique that Jake Paul shows. It's where he's on the feet of his trainer, and he is bent backwards. They must feel that this is of benefit. It's not something that I see other people doing, but who knows? Perhaps everyone's going to start doing it now. But he's done this at, like, open workout sessions where he's bent backwards, and it must be to do with his agility. Must be like a form of yoga or something. Carlos says, a great way to focus on the match. Thank you, dudes. Carlos, shout out to you, my friend. Really do appreciate the support. And as I said, I hope you're having a really, really good evening. You know, it's just entertainment at the end of the day. Like, this is definitely one that I don't think anyone should take all that serious. Maybe if you're a die-hard Jake Paul fan, this is life and death. Maybe if you're a die-hard Tyron Woodley fan. But I think if you're an MMA fan, like, if Woodley loses this, I don't feel like Jake Paul has beaten MMA. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't feel that. I feel that there are many, many better strikers in MMA than Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley has definitely got knockout victories, but he's very one-dimensional with his striking. He doesn't have, like, a great striking arsenal. So, yeah, I kind of feel that Jake Paul keeps trying to make this boxing versus MMA just because it's very marketable and it's easy to sell, isn't it? But I don't feel like it's that way. And again, Ben Askren, he was trying to say that Ben Askren was defending MMA's honor. And now, like, he's trying to spin it that that's exactly what Tyron Woodley is doing as well. But as I said, I don't see it that way. If Jake Paul wins, credit to him. He's beaten a good name, a credible name. And this will be his biggest victory, definitely. If he gets this will be his biggest victory. But I still want to see him take on a boxer. And I think if he takes on Tommy Fury, even though Tommy Fury didn't look great earlier, I would put money on Fury. I'd put money on Fury for that one. The viewers growing for the fight. This is getting crazy, says Austin. Shout out to you. How long until the fight? No idea, but the only thing I can tell you is that right now we've got footage of the press conferences. Kind of feels like we're probably about 15 minutes away from the ring walks. I would guess that we're getting ever closer. Can't hide from a ghost. Yeah, get in your thoughts. Let's read out your thoughts. Let's read out your comments. What are people thinking? What are you expecting? Has anyone got any money down on the fight? What do you think? Likes. We're at 1,922. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. As we said, we're trying to get to 2,000, so we're less than 80 away. So we're less than 80 likes away. Hit the subscribe as well if you haven't already, because we are here every week for MMA if you're a fan of that. And we will be here in the future for Jake Paul fights, Logan Paul fights, KSI fights, Joshua fights, Fury fights, Dubois fights, Lomachenko, Like, we do try to do as much boxing as possible, but we're here every week for UFC. Woodley is going to win with 1 punch knockout, says Dank Meme Jake. I think Jake round 3 knockout, but I've put money on T-Wood, says Manny Campbell. Jake wins by knockout. I've got 450 on Jake Paul, says Rowie Games. Joshua said, I've got money down, bro, all the way. Who have you got it on, Joshua? Triple A said, I'm nervous, to be honest. OP said, I've got $100 on a Jake Paul win. Jay Slater said, my mate has got 80k on Woodley. He's bogus. Brian said, T. Woodley has to be the one to stop Jake Paul's hype train. FPL Central, shout out to you, said Woodley KO in round 2. Angie says, Tattoo Woodley. Wow, Woodley has actually backtracked from that in recent interviews. So there was this bet. Apparently there's a tattoo artist that's been brought there that will tattoo I love Jake Paul on Tyron Woodley or I love Tyron Woodley on Jake Paul. But Tyron Woodley's like, I never agreed to that. So if he does lose, there won't be a tattoo on Tyron Woodley. He won't go through with that. He's already started backtracking on that. Which, in all honesty, I mean, it is becoming more and more now in these kind of fights where I'm seeing a lot more sit-down talks, and they're talking about the loser's got to get a tattoo. Will you bet your purse? And all stuff like this. Like, that's starting to come into it a lot more now. But it's just a bit silly, isn't it, really? But, yeah, they haven't bet their purse. There isn't a tattoo. I don't know what happens if Tyron Woodley wins. I don't know if Jake Paul gets tattooed. I mean, I could see him doing it just for the views anyway. Are you into crypto? XRP. I did get into the Dogecoin craze, and then obviously I got out of that. I've got a bit of money on it in Ethereum Classic at the moment, but yeah, not much. Not much. The market kind of fell away, didn't it? But it looks like it's bouncing back at the moment. Not Laser Pato said, I'll pay half my savings that T. Woodley wins. Deanne says, not a Jake Paul fan, by the way. Gets 2 likes, Edward says. Okay, how about this wager? If Jake KOs Woodley in 1 round, would you get a moustache for a week? No. No. I had a moustache before, and it doesn't suit me. We did it for the likes. Did we get to the 2,000? I'm a man of my word. No more mentions of that. Thank you to everyone that left a like or hit the subscribe. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. It is nights like tonight that are just so big for the channel. So, yeah, really appreciated. And let's focus on the fight. I'm a man of my word. So we are now looking at Bisping saying a few words at ringside. And I think they've just asked Bisping who he would say is going to win this. And he's gone with Tyron Woodley. If Tyron wins, I'm going to shave my head, says Drew. Tyson, yeah, I did see that. Thank you so much to everyone. Sins and Grin says, damn it. Jake Paul is getting massive boos. Tyron Woodley will get a lot of cheers. No, I don't think so, because they're in Cleveland. This is Jake Paul's home. You know, we're here for a reason. Jake Paul is going to get a hero's welcome here. So I'm really not expecting Tyron Woodley to get a good reaction at all. I don't think that's going to factor into things. Tyron Woodley has been there and done it. If anything, this could put a bit of pressure on Jake Paul. Jake Paul is so used to being booed and hated and being the underdog, being the problem child. What's it going to be like when he's got loads of people cheering him and he feels like he's got to impress them? Like, if people are booing you, you have no intention to try and win them people over or try and impress them. Like, you just go about your business. But what about when all your family, all your friends, everyone you went to school with, like Cleveland, are there and they're all cheering you? He might feel the urge and he might feel that he's got to show off. And honestly, that might leave some openings for Woodley. It could backfire. I'm not saying it's going to, but it could backfire. So there's so many variables here. Gotta tell you, there's a massive smile on Bisping's face. It's really exciting. Moldy Spoon, shout out to you. Tree Trunker said, I think Pual wins, but this will be a longer fight. We're just having a look in the changing room. Jake Paul, as we said, his colour has been orange. I don't know if it's always orange, but we've seen at the press conferences his team have all been wearing orange jackets. Well, his shorts are orange as well, and he has got black and white stars on them. Yeah, the big talking point, if you want, about his trunks is the fact that he's got like LED panels at the top that have just got like the words Jake Paul scrolling across. They're not going to interfere in anything. They look like they're quite flexible. But, yeah, it's not something that I can say I've seen before on fighting attire. So if there is a picture on Twitter, then I'll try and show you on screen. But, yeah, it's very exciting. Hard to know how long it's going to be till we get there. And but we are getting ever closer. There is actually a picture that I found of them, so I am going to show you. There might be some people that are just at work or just listening to this. So if I can get an image of what Jake Paul is wearing, I will try to find that and show you. Here it is. So you can see the shorts, and you can see this image. It was literally just taken. Coming up next, Pual versus Woodley. You can see the orange shorts. You can see the black with the white stars. Yeah, that is what he's going to be wearing. And you can see those like LED panels. Like they're all around the edge. And it says Jake Paul just scrolling across. As I said, those panels look quite flexible. So they don't look like they're going to restrict movement or get in the way or anything. But, yeah, it's something a little bit different. That was moments ago inside Jake Paul's dressing room. And we are, as we said, getting ever closer. I think we might be about 10 minutes away. I don't think they're going to make us wait 40 minutes. So I've got to think we'll probably wait until about past. Jank, shout out to you. Come on, Woodley, flatten him, please, says Retribution. It stays as Hawaiian. We do not accept Jake Paul as Hawaiian. He is banished. Negative Nigel, shout out to you, my friend. I'm expecting him to get a good reaction. The reason that what I'm basing that on is that when Tommy Fury came out earlier, he was greeted with a lot of boos. Dustin Poirier is there. Dustin Poirier is backstage. Is he actually in Jake Paul's changing room? Dustin Poirier? We're seeing Dustin Poirier? We're getting a real glimpse at some of the stars that are around. But, yeah, Tommy Fury got a really bad reception. If the crowd were anti Jake Paul, then I'd have to think that Tommy Fury would have got a hero's welcome. I'd have to think that this crowd is going to cheer anyone that wants to step up to Jake Paul. We're seeing some medals, Olympic medals in the crowds. There's a bronze and a silver. Olympic medals on display. I don't know who these people are. There's a gold. Was he a swimmer? I forget his name. I think was, is that, what's he begin with, D? What was his name? We did, like, full Olympic streams as well. He's kind of the new Michael Phelps, isn't he? I think that was him. And, yeah, it looked like he was in the crowd. So we got a few Olympic medals in there. Justin G says, dabbing on haters from Portland. Days, hit a dab for 2,000 likes. Your #1 fan. I kind of feel like, is dabbing like super cringe now? Is that why you're trying to make me do it? Are you trying to make me be super cringe on the internet? Because, I mean, it's really not a problem. I'll quite happily do that all day long. Being cringe is kind of my MO. Ricky KV says Trevor Murdoch has just won the NWA World title. Amazing. That is amazing. That's big news. That's ended Nick Aldis's title reign. NWA really just had Murdoch end the Aldis run. Lol. No days. Bisping said Paul is going to get massive boos every time he comes on screen. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't really... But Tommy Fury got a really bad reaction when he came out. And I think the reason why we're here is so that he gets cheers. I mean, that's the whole point of us being in Cleveland, so that he can fight in front of his home crowd. So I am now very, very interested to see what reaction he's going to get. I was under the impression he was going to get a lot of cheers, but it seems like you guys are saying that it's not going to be that way. So let's see. Let's see what goes down. Woodley gets disqualified. He wants a street brawl, and he wants Paul bad. I can see it. Woodley would rather get DQ'd than lose. Well, I agree with that. Deadhead, definitely. He'd rather get DQ'd than knocked out, definitely. I lost power in Hurricane Ida. Clay Hodge says, the eye is coming and I'm streaming your show. Thanks, brother. Clay Hodge, stay safe, dude. Woodley gets DQ'd, says Deadheads. When will it start? It will start relatively soon. We've been talking about the fight for a while. We can't be that far away. Dale said, are you from Birmingham? Yes. Yes, I am, yes. Well, my family are. I'm from Stourbridge, which is about 20-odd minutes outside of Birmingham. Born and raised. Woodley gets disqualified. He wants a street brawl. He does. Deadhead, I agree. Jank said, I hope it's a brawl. We need to see some deep waters. K-Fly says, I've got 1 million on Woodley. Wow. Wow, that is huge. Unbroken 1010 said, I'm just here because aliens are chasing me, with a running man emoji. Well, everyone is welcome for whatever reason. But however you want to spend your Sunday evening, it sounds like you're having a great one. Jake is going to win by unanimous decision, says Han. Imagine the tribal chief chokes out Jake Paul, says Chris. Could you see McGregor accept a fight with Jake? Yeah, Xavier, we spoke about... Xavier is actually my name, says Xavier. I think that I could see that, but not for a good few years. I think that McGregor right now is very focused on MMA. And here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is what it's all about, my friends. This is what it's all about. Right, here we go. Main event, main event, main event. Jake Paul, we're seeing video footage of him walking backstage. Now we've got Tyron Woodley. We're seeing Jake Paul. It's a little video pack. I thought this was part of Jake Paul's entrance, but looks like they've just gone to a video package. We're just seeing a final video package before the fight. Leave it to MMA champ to knock Jake Paul out and end this clown show, says Mitch. Here we go, says NWL Live. Mark Hummel, shout out to you, sir. Lots of excitement. Baku Saga said, I'm nervous. Jake Paul gets knocked out in the second round, says Ivan. Days, you may have lost likes for that dab, says Tree Trunker. I'm almost certain that I did, yes. What is Jake Paul's fascination in fight in the University of Missouri's wrestlers? Both Askren and Woodley were teammates. Well, I mean, in all fairness, I mean, Woodley was in Askren's corner. So I think it was really interesting, actually, because if you are like me, not someone that follows Jake Paul all that much, then you might not know the backstory to this, but Tyron Woodley said that this actually started well before what happened on the night of the Askren fight. Apparently, they prank called Tyron Woodley, saying they were from a network and asking him questions. And apparently, Tyron Woodley hung up, but he was in a vlog and they were making fun of him. So he went backstage to kind of confront them. He was watching as they were wrapping Jake Paul's hands. And he said that he knew who had made that prank call. And it kind of stemmed from that. So words were had backstage. And I think really things were in motion then, that Woodley would be the next person. So that's how it came about. We're seeing a tunnel now. We're seeing an entranceway. And we're seeing Tyron Woodley making his way. We've seen no one else come through this little tunnel. It looks quite cool, actually. And we've got smoke shooting up. And Tyron Woodley is about to make his way out. And, yeah, this is huge. This feels huge. This feels huge. Actually, the tunnel that they're walking in is under the stage. Woodley then is raised up. And he's got his head down. He's got headphones on. His jacket is silver. It says Team Woodley in pink on the back. And he's making his way down the ramp right now. Tyron Woodley making his way down to face Jake Paul. If I can find, I've already shown you what Jake Paul is wearing. If I can find what Woodley's wearing, then I will try and get that so that you can see it. It's all silver. He looks like a space alien. And he's slowly making his way down the entrance ramp. And we've got someone rapping with him as well. That couldn't see who it was, but he's slowly walking side by side. Apparently, Kanye West's album dropped today, so I still need to hear that. But it's definitely not Kanye. So Tyron Woodley making his way and slowly making his way down to the ring. There's not really much energy here or much pace here. They're slowly just kind of walking. However long, I'm guessing this is probably one of Tyron Woodley's tracks. I know that Tyron Woodley has been dropping some tracks recently, so this is probably one of those. And yeah, he's got some headphones on. He's got this silver jacket on, and he's slowly making his way down to the ring. He wants you to hear this whole track. He's really slowly making his way down. He's just got a mouthpiece in already, and he's like, you can see, is very focused, gritted teeth as he's making his way down. I'm just trying to look to see if there's any images. There's no images yet on social media. But is this the man that is going to be beating Jake Paul for the first time? Is this the man that's going to answer the prayers of many, many fans around the world? Is this the man that puts an end to the clown show? And there's going to be many, many people hoping that it is. Many, many people hoping that it is. And, yeah, still nothing yet. So if I do get an image, I will bring it to you. Big shout out to, is that Ricky? Let's have a look. No, it is Jace Sanders. Jace Sanders, shout out to you, my friend. Says, I feel like Woodley is going to win, no doubt. But I just wanted to say I really appreciate this. Been watching you for years. You've brought me so much joy, and I am addicted, so thank you. Jay Sanders, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dude. It's just great to hear that there's people having a great Sunday night. That's what it's all about. So, as we said, you know, this is just fun. I wouldn't take this too serious. If Woodley does end up losing this, it just means that we get to watch someone else giving it a go, and that person could be Tommy Fury, but there's a good chance that that person will be Woodley. That does get the job done. We saw that tunnel with red lights shooting down. Now we've got blue lights shooting down. We've got the problem child in this tunnel. It's kind of a nice little entranceway. I like the fact that they walk down this and then they raise up. Here comes the problem child. He's got Cleveland. He's got Cavaliers. He's got lots of Cleveland sporting logos, teams kind of sewn onto like a top, and looks like he's really trying to win the crowd over here with this one. I really want to hear what reaction he gets. Here we go. He rises up. We've got the Cleveland Indians, the Cleveland Cavs, the Cleveland Cavaliers. We've got... There's a lot of people on their phones. There's not like a massive roar or anything as he's made his way out. We've got foghorns going off. We've got the stupid flipping robot. We've got Logan Paul behind. We've got Logan Paul and Father Paul, Papa Paul. I think they're both in Cleveland shirts. So they're all decked out in Cleveland attire and making their way down. This crowd are not going crazy at all. Looking at the crowd, they're all literally doing this. Literally just filming. I can't see a single person clapping. I can't see a single person clapping right now. Not one person. Not one person. People are doing this. That's it. That's it. That's what people. Why don't you just stay at home and watch it on TV? My God, no one is clapping. There's no noise. There's no energy. It's literally like there's about 20,000 film crews in there right now. I should imagine what it is you've just got so many people with YouTube channels. Do you know what? Can I just publicly say this to one of our biggest audiences? YouTubers are scum, right? And I honestly count myself in that. The absolute scum of the earth. Alright, it's just they ruin everything. I mean, right now we're like ruining boxing. Honestly, we should shut this platform down. It's the best for humanity. We should shut this platform down. And as I said, I very much count myself in that. Scout81SD said, Days, how is everyone? Will you be starting a UFC channel? Well, the thing with the UFC stuff is we only do it once a week because it's only on once a week, so it doesn't really feel like it needs... I was going to say deserves a channel, but I don't know that it needs a channel. But who knows? I mean, if we get to a point where we feel that it does, then yeah, we absolutely could do that. I suppose, I mean, it sits all right on the wrestling channel. The football doesn't. Moving football makes sense. And boxing fits all right on this channel as well. I don't really want to get to the point where we've got a boxing channel and a wrestling channel and a UFC channel. Like, I don't know. We've got a variety of interests. I think many people have. So I think people understand there's a little bit of crossover and whatnot. But, yeah, this is exciting, man. This is what it is all about. Both people have made their ring walks. Very little noise in Cleveland. And but that's no disrespect to Cleveland. I just think that this is Jake Paul fans, to be honest. I think not even that. I think it's YouTubers. I think it's just YouTubers trying to get exclusive in-arena footage of what it was like to be there. Right, here we go. The introduction time. If you're not pumped for this, then... well, I suppose I could understand it. But, yeah, come on, you should be. It's exciting. Those two girls have been the same girls that have stood with that announcer all night. They're two of the hardest working people out there. Fair play to them. I think Mama Woodley is going to start a brawl. They probably are bloggers. Yeah. New NWA champion, says Jason. Ross, shout out to you, my friend. $70 in America? Is it really $70 in America? Flip. It's not that in the UK. It's only about $20 odd here. $70 in America. Flip. Right, here we go. Fight fans watching around the world. Scout81SD. Days leading a YouTube rebellion. I don't know about a YouTube rebellion. Starting the charge for us to get shut down. Because we're just scum. We are scum. There are some good ones, you know. I mean, the Vsauce guy's pretty cool. I like him. He can stay. Right, here we go. Showtime. It's showtime. Tyron Woodley taking off his headphones. No, they just slightly removed the headphones so he can have some water. He's keeping them on. Little bit like a baby. Little bit like a baby that's got a few, you know. You know when you take a baby to somewhere really loud and you put on, like, some earmuffs? I'm getting that vibe from Tyron Woodley right now. He's just kept his headphones on all the time. Like, he is really getting into some sort of zone. UFC welterweight champion. One of the best welterweights as well. Let's not do Tyron Woodley dirty. He really is one of the greatest UFC welterweights of all time. Like, he is a legend. There she is! There she is! Mama Woodley! I'll tell you, she's jumping in that ring if anything goes down here. She is jumping in that ring. They're gonna need more security than they've got in that whole building to keep Mama Woodley out that ring. Jake Paul coming in at 190. Have no idea what he's actually weighing. We know that he weighed 190, but that was obviously yesterday. And as soon as he finished, he started to eat. So he's definitely coming in a little bit heavier than that. Baby with a headphones meme. Mama Woodley, I need Jake Paul to get ruined, says MCC. Where do you see the fight in Europe? I'm not sure. I mean, I've got it on BT Sport box office, but I don't know where it's going to be. Here we go. Is that Mama Paul? I have no idea. I don't know what Mama Paul looks like. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 1. Everyone's patiently waited all night, and we're finally there. The excitement is real. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. And we are about to get underway with Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. So here we go. It's Mama Woodley. Oh my God, that's the best moment of the show, says LLNLW. Right, final few words. We've got the face-to-face there. Woodley goes to touch gloves. Jake Paul does not want to. Jake Paul backs into the corner. We're about to get underway with this one. Here we go. Jake Paul versus Tyron Woodley. And we're about to get underway. 8 rounds. 8 rounds this can go. It's got a big fight feel. So much energy and excitement. A lot of noise in there now. Tyron Woodley comes down and gets his head down really low. Gets his guard up and throws out. He's got some lovely movement, Tyron Woodley, you know. Some really lovely movement. Jake Paul goes over by the ropes. Tyron Woodley standing in the center. Jake Paul with orange gloves and tries to throw a shot to the body. Tyron Woodley stands like a boxer. He's got a great boxing stance. Fair play to Tyron Woodley. He really looks like he knows what he's doing. Tyron Woodley is got a great stance. He's got a great base. Body shot coming in. Jake Paul throws out a left to the head and a right to the body. Tyron Woodley goes back. But a couple of shots coming in at the moment by Jake Paul, but nothing that's caused any drama. What I've been really impressed with is Tyron Woodley's come out, and I love his stance. He's gone straight into a boxing stance. It's not something I was expecting, but he's gone straight into a boxing stance. He's not just charged forward, looking a bit reckless like he doesn't know what he's doing. Tyron Woodley looking quite set, quite comfortable. We said that I expected both of these to be quite defensively minded. It's exactly what we're seeing at the moment. Tyron Woodley, couple of jabs coming in by Paul. Straight in between the guard of Woodley. Woodley just shakes them off. And I think that Paul is probably edging the round at the moment because he has managed to get a couple of jabs through. A couple of body shots coming into Woodley as well. You've got to think that Woodley is just waiting really to unleash a big shot here. I don't think any of the shots that Jake Paul has thrown is really going to trouble Tyron Woodley. But they will point score. They will point score. Oh, that was nice by Paul. Fair play to Paul there. He really let his hands go. Couple of body shots by Jake Paul. And then he throws one to the head as well. Jake Paul is showing some really good hand speed here. He's showing some really good hand speed. Jake Paul with a couple of shots to the body and a third to the head. Really good hand speed from Jake Paul. We're already starting to see more of what Jake Paul is like as a boxer. And there was some really good stuff there. Some body shots coming into the side by Woodley. I'm impressed with Jake Paul in this round. Jake Paul in this round has shown some stuff. He's not under any pressure, though. Woodley just standing in there, keeping a bit of a distance. And I think that the longer it goes on, Jake Paul's going to feel a bit more comfortable. Neither guy wants to get knocked out in this one. That's why I said there was the big overhand right by Woodley, but nowhere near Jake Paul. It falls well short. If he can connect with that, though, that would put Jake Paul away. We've seen that overhand right from Woodley put many people away in the past. Woodley getting backed up in the corner, and that is the end of the round. And that, for me, is a Jake Paul round. Jake Paul round. There was a lovely little flurry in there. I think he landed with more shots. I think what we're seeing from Tyron Woodley is Woodley covering up. We're seeing kind of what I was expecting. Neither guy wants to get knocked out. And I just think that Jake Paul was able to get a few more shots through than what we were seeing from Tyron Woodley. So far, exactly what I was expecting. So far, exactly what I was expecting. So it's going to be very interesting to see at what point is Tyron Woodley going to up the ante. To be honest with you, he might not. He might not. But he might be prepared for 8 rounds. Scout81SD said, if Jake wins, I'm going to throw my phone. Right, here we go. We've got out of round 1. At no point was Woodley in any kind of serious trouble, but Jake Paul did get a nice combo shot off on the body. I know I keep coming back to it, but it was probably the most significant moment. And both guys stepping out into the center. And we are underway. Now we go. Look, Woodley charging forward. I am so impressed with Woodley's stance. Woodley has got a really good base. That's an overhand by Jake Paul. Nice left-hand jabs coming in by Jake Paul, and Woodley trying to get in low, keeping his guard up high. Really impressed with what I'm seeing from Woodley as well. Considering he's an MMA fighter, he's transitioned over to boxing. Not that bad at all. Much better than what we were seeing from Ben Askren. Absolutely night and day compared to what we saw from Ben Askren. Jake Paul is definitely being tested here. Jake Paul has got a man in front of him that has got a good boxing stance, that can throw hands. Jake Paul actually flashes the guns to the crowd after Woodley does fire off a hook shot, but it falls short. Nice left-hand jab by Jake Paul. Woodley looking a little bit more aggressive than what we saw in the first. I'd like to see him check that aggression, to be honest. I kind of think that 8 rounds, you know, he's still looking very cool, not really breaking a sweat. If he's there, then you might as well go for it. But at the moment, there's a distance between them. Woodley trying to come in with a couple of jabs. He looks great. He looks in great shape. Woodley looks $1 million in his shorts as well. Like those silver shorts and everything. He looks ripped. He looks in great shape. Love his boxing stance. He's keeping his guard up. There's not really much for Jake Paul to exploit. There's no openings for Jake Paul. Jake Paul is looking, and he has managed to get a couple of body shots off. But Woodley is keeping a healthy distance. At the moment, both guys, lovely step forward there by Woodley, and he tries to throw the straight right hand. And Jake Paul just backing away. Jake Paul coming in with a few jabs of his own. This round feels a little bit closer. I feel like Woodley's been a little bit more aggressive. I still don't know that Woodley has really connected with a great deal. Certainly not more than what I've seen from Jake. Another little flurry there. We're seeing the hand speed of Jake Paul, and I do think that's quite an impressive factor. We saw it in the first round, and we just saw another little flurry there. I'm probably leaning Jake on this one, but we have seen a more aggressive Woodley. But 30-odd seconds to go in this one. Nice. Woodley getting a little moment, though. Very close round. Very close round. I could see this one splitting opinion. We got Jake Paul on the outside. Woodley taking a step back. He's very calm, very calculated. You know, Woodley knows this is a proper fight, and it really feels like he's really prepared for a proper fight. You can see that Paul is looking. He's got his hands down. It really looks like Jake Paul doesn't quite know what to do. And Woodley just seems to be very compact, very composed, and that is an interesting round. That is a very interesting round. I'm probably going to lean towards Woodley on that round. I'm going to go to Woodley on that round just because there was nothing in it. There's nothing in this fight. So I'm actually going to say after one round, 1-1 for me. I'm going to go 1-1. 1-1 after 2 rounds. Neither guy has looked like they're about to put the other person away. We've seen some really good hand speed from Jake Paul. A couple of times he's managed to get a flurry of shots off on the body. But we did see some nice moments from Tyron Woodley as well in that round. So that second round for me was a little bit closer. There might be some judges that have got it 2-0 to Jake Paul. I've got it as 1-1. But, yeah, I mean, we're in Cleveland. It really wouldn't surprise me if a few people have got this as 2-0 Jake Paul. I think if it goes to the judges, then, you know, you've got to think that they might lean Jake Paul. But, yeah, I think that so far this is really entertaining stuff. Jake Paul said he was going to get this done in the second. They're into a clinch. Body shots coming in by Woodley. Woodley just seems to be getting a bit more aggressive as the rounds are going by. Referee coming in and separating both fighters at the moment. And nice body shot coming in there by Woodley. Tommy has got it as 1-1 as well. LFC Family has got it as 1-1. Ken sees it as Pual 2-0, and I can definitely see that. Definitely don't have it 2-0 to Woodley at the moment. I've got it as 1-1, but 2-0 to Pual I think would be very acceptable. Keeping an eye on this, and we're seeing Woodley needs to be careful. Woodley needs to make sure that he's not going to switch off. Jake Paul at this point knows that he's in a fight. We're seeing a nice left-hand jab there by Woodley. Followed it up with an overhand right, but there wasn't much venom behind that. Really using it more to measure distance. That was great by Jake Paul. Body shot again by Jake Paul. And what I really like about it is when Jake Paul lands the body shot, we're not seeing Woodley really reacting and presenting any openings. He's keeping his defense up quite high. So Woodley is edging forward. Jake Paul with some jabs to the body. And Woodley, what I love about Woodley, the facial expression is so calm, so serious. Big shots coming in by Woodley. He had Jake Paul against the ropes, and Jake Paul shakes his head and says no. Jake Paul is looking for an opening. Woodley fires out a left-hand jab. Jake Paul backing away. He's keeping his hand down low. Kind of feel that Jake Paul is starting to feel a bit more confident in the fight now. Starting to think that some of those shots that have got through have really given Jake Paul some confidence. For me, Jake Paul is edging this round. Big uppercut, and this time, Woodley says no. Sam said, I genuinely believe this is a fix. James says, love what you do, really appreciate it. Shout out to you, James. I'm glad you are enjoying the action. We've got 50-odd seconds here, and for me, this is a Pual round. This is a Pual round. I think Pual has looked very good in this round. He's managed to get like some uppercuts, some body shots. Haven't seen anything really from Woodley in this round. Couple of jabs coming in. I think Jake Paul is starting to feel more confident. We're starting to see Jake Paul with his hands down, and he's starting to really take some good looks at Woodley to try and find the openings. So I feel that Jake Paul is gaining his confidence. 20-odd seconds left in this round. Woodley standing his ground in the center. Woodley has got his hands down a little bit lower. Jake Paul's hands are down by his waist now. I think Jake Paul knows that Woodley's not going to be able to connect with anything from that range. But listen, if Woodley can find that overhand right, that could be a real big wake-up call for Jake Paul. It could be that lovely straight right. Lovely straight right at the end of the round by Woodley. That was nice, right at the end of the round, but it was only one shot. I'm going to say that's a Jake Paul round. I think that Jake Paul, it comes down to who landed more shots, and for me, Jake Paul landed more shots. So we are going into round number 4. I think people are really enjoying this. Umni's got it 2-1 Woodley. Mohammed has got it 2-1. Ken has got it 3-0. I feel embarrassed about Woodley. I think Woodley's doing all right. I mean, he's keeping things nice and tight. He's standing his ground in the center. The one thing that I'm really impressed about with Pual is his hand speed. So I think that Jake Paul, when he's getting, what I like about Jake Paul in this is that straight right, straight down the middle was, that was big. Look, Jake Paul making sure that he gets in Woodley's face, making sure that he knows that that did nothing, because that straight right had some real power behind it. I mean, fair play to Jake Paul for taking that. Noctic Jones said Woodley is getting Jake into false confidence. I hope you're right. Jake Paul dropping his hands, looking quite confident. Oh, lovely counter shot by Woodley. Snap back the head of Jake Paul. You've got to say that Jake Paul has taken some shots here. He took a big shot at the end of the third round. He's took a big shot here. The two of them clinching up. I don't know, man. I've got to tell you, Jake Paul's confidence seems to have waned a little. I think Jake Paul has taken some shots. I reckon he's tasted a little bit of the power of Woodley. And I think he definitely knows that Woodley is possessing a threat. It's a really, really entertaining fight. And this is not a disgrace to boxing at all. They're not elite fighters, of course. We've seen better boxers, but, for the level that they're at, they're doing really well. A couple of body shots there, and Jake Paul comes in for the clinch, and Tyron Woodley gets broken apart. So, Notlick says, I told you. Yeah, body shot coming in. Hey, look, if that was the plan to make Jake think that he was getting through, then brilliant. It's fantastic ring IQ, but I'm not sure that's the case. Jake Paul is still getting through with things. But Tyron Woodley, need to see a little bit more from him. Jake Paul just keeps landing those body shots. Tyron Woodley with a body shot. Paul backing over to the ropes. Paul, oh, big shot by Woodley. That was a nice right hand. Didn't quite have the snap on it to put Jake Paul away. Referee breaking the two apart. Woodley does not look gassed. Woodley is not taking any... Big right hand by Woodley! Big right hand by Woodley! Jake Paul goes against the ropes! Jake Paul was in trouble! He was in trouble! He's got back up though! It's not a knockdown! It's not a knockdown! But he does knock him against the ropes! That's big by Woodley! That was big by Woodley! This is a Woodley round! This is a Woodley round! The crowd can sense it! And there's a nice shot by Paul at the end. And Woodley is leaning on Jake Paul. Referee breaking them apart. Referee breaking them apart. That was a good shot then by Jake Paul. Good shot by Jake Paul right at the end of the round. But, man, there's no denying the impact that that shot had on Jake Paul. He takes a deep breath. He's covering up. He knows that Jake knows that Tyron Woodley is the real deal. Jake knows. Jake knows. Jake knows. Jake knows that Tyron Woodley is the real deal. Scout 81 SD. It's coming home. It might be coming home. Absolute scenes. Boom. Left hook shot. Jake Paul goes back against the ropes. He doesn't go down, but goes back against the ropes. Wow, wow, wow. There's that overhand. Follows it. We're just seeing some replays of some of the shots in there. And look at this. Little jabs coming in. Overhand. Boom! Right hand. Jake Paul goes. He actually goes against the ropes. He doesn't go out at any point. Credit to Jake Paul. He doesn't go out at any point. Round number 5. What a fight this is. What a fight this is. Really entertaining stuff. Really entertaining stuff. Is this the round? Is this the round? Is this the moment? Is this when Jake Paul gets put away? Here we go. We've got shots coming in by Paul. And uppercut by Woodley. Swinging away. Oh, it's absolute scenes. Look at that body shot coming in by Paul. We're in round number 5. Jake Paul is still in there. Body shots coming in by Paul. Woodley is edging forward. And, oh, great by Jake Paul. Jake Paul with a body shot and a left hand kind of cutting across Woodley, which was really nice. Right on the chin. Now we're seeing Woodley edging forward. Jake Paul back up against the ropes. Might take a little bit of time for Woodley to kind of get that shot again. Nice hook shot there by Woodley. After 4 rounds, I've got it 2-2. Right? You can't deny that Jake Paul had moments in this fight. That last round was a Woodley round. Nice right hand by Woodley. Nice right hand by Woodley. Jake Paul has got his hands down. He's taking some deep breaths. Jake Paul definitely looking like he's out of his depth a little bit here. Woodley is looking so composed. Jake Paul trying to throw that big overhand right. Jabs to the body. That's where Jake Paul's getting his joy. Jake Paul needs to just work the jab. Make sure that he can keep Woodley back. He's shown that he's got great hand speed, Jake Paul. But Jake Paul is just trying to jab at the body. What he's trying to do is jab at the body with the left hand and then throw a big overhand right. Tyron Woodley talking trash. Jake Paul just licks his gloves. This is getting dark and personal. And these two really don't like each other. I'm not sure that we're going to hear much respect spoken about each other after this fight. Jake Paul might try and talk some respect about Woodley, but Woodley's just not having this, is he? He's not having this at all. Lovely jab there Left-hand jab by Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul's done a really good job in this to get back into this fight. This round is a little bit close. I mean, Jake Paul has been jabbing away at the body. I can't say that Woodley has done a great deal. This might be a Paul round, you know, just because he's been jabbing at the body and we haven't had that big moment. We haven't seen Woodley been able to get close enough. Don't forget as well, we are in Cleveland. This is the Jake Paul show. If we go to the judges, you've got to think they're going to be leaning towards Jake Paul anyway. But in all fairness, he is landing more. He is landing more. I think this is a Jake Paul round. Jake Paul round. So far, I've got Jake Paul Woodley, Jake Paul Woodley, Jake Paul. So we've got 3 rounds to go. 3 rounds to go. Let me know, how are you seeing this? 3-2 Woodley, 3-2 Woodley, 3-2 Woodley. Oh, I've got it 3-2 Paul. I've got it 3-2 Paul. I think that there are some really close rounds in there. There are some close rounds. It's going to be so interesting to see how the judges see this. But, yeah, Adam's got it 3-2 to Paul. Ken reckons it's 4-1. Theodore says, come on, Woodley. I say Jake is winning, says Mega Cartoons. Woodley's round, said Red X. Mama Woodley. Mama Woodley's a legend. Mama Woodley is a legend. That is undeniable. If we've learnt one thing here, it's that Mama Woodley is a legend. I tell you what, if they do a rematch of this, people would buy it. This has been a very, very entertaining fight. Very, very entertaining fight. We are underway with round number 6. And you can hear the cheers from people in the crowd. So we've had some big, big moments in this fight. 2 minutes, 40 odd left. And we are seeing them clinch up and strike to the side of the head by Jake Paul. So, yeah, a lot of people seeing it as 3-2 to Woodley. I've got it 3-2 to Paul, but it's so close. It's really, really close. There's every chance that after this it's 3-3. We're seeing Woodley edging forward. Jake Paul has never been this far or this late into the rounds. Jake Paul backing up. Body shot coming in by Woodley. Woodley getting his hands up. Body shot coming in by Paul. So far, they're just trading body shots back and forth. But this, for me, was where the questions were going to be. I wanted to know, what is Woodley going to look like in rounds 6, 7, and 8? He lunges into Jake Paul. Jake Paul really is looking gassed. Jake's cardio is starting to falter in my eyes. I'm not sure about Jake's cardio. Tyron Woodley does not look like he's broken a sweat. Tyron Woodley looks very, very comfortable. Jake Paul is sweating buckets. Jake Paul looks like he's having to dig quite deep already. But he is getting shots off. Oh, big shots coming in. And Tyron Woodley trying to block them. Jake Paul finding a way through. Jake Paul, though, taking some deep breaths. Tyron Woodley does not look phased by what Jake Paul is throwing at him. Tyron Woodley is trying to get some jabs off. Jake Paul taking some deep, deep breaths. Deep breaths. As Tyron Woodley is trying to close down the ring against the ropes. Jake Paul trying to throw a couple of straights, but Tyron Woodley backing up a little bit. Those fall short. Hard to say that this is a Woodley round, but we are seeing that Woodley is more of the aggressor, and we are seeing Jake Paul constantly taking deep, deep breaths. Deep breaths from Jake Paul. 44 seconds to go. This round is there for whoever wants it. Someone just needs to have like a big moment. Some nice shots coming in by Woodley into the clinch. And Woodley is working some body shots. And the referee is separating both fighters. And Jake Paul over by the ropes. Woodley standing his ground in the center. Jake Paul is taking deep breaths all the time. Woodley looks so calm. But we know that Jake Paul is nice. Oh, Jake swung, and we saw Woodley duck underneath, but all he could do was get in and clinch. So, oh, goodbye, Woodley! That was goodbye, Woodley, right at the end of the round. Right at the end of the round, that was goodbye, Woodley. Let me know how you're seeing it. Let me know how you're seeing it. I'm going to say that was a Woodley round just because there was a nice little flourish at the end. So, I'm saying 3-3. 3. This really feels all square to me. Like, how do you separate these two? I think that Woodley is looking really composed. Woodley's looking really good in the center of the ring. But Jake Paul is definitely getting through with more shots. But the bigger moments belong to Woodley. And I feel that it's 3-3. If someone wanted to make an argument that Jake Paul was winning, then I could go with that. I really don't see Woodley winning this fight at the moment. Personally, I don't see Woodley winning. It's either Jake Paul or a draw with 2 rounds to go. Jake Paul or a draw with 2 rounds to go. Here we go, round number 7. We are underway. Are we going to get some fireworks in this round? Here we go. We've got him edging forward. This is good by Woodley into the clinch. Into the clinch and driving Paul back into the corner. Big talking point as well is going to be Jake Paul's cardio. These next 6 minutes are going to feel like the longest 6 minutes of his life. So you can see that he's got sweat dripping down his body, dripping down his hair. He's looking a bit disheveled. He's taking deep breaths all the time. Woodley's conditioning looks incredible. Woodley looks like an absolute machine. Woodley looks great. I mean, honestly, if this fight was like a 12-round fight, then you might be looking at Woodley, because it really does look like Jake Paul is having to use up all of his reserve energy already. Woodley standing his ground in the center, edging forward, trying to get his shots off. Jake Paul having to duck out of there, takes a couple of deep breaths. Jake Paul is backed over in the corner, tries to throw a shot, but can't get anything through. Oh, that was great! What a hook shot by Woodley! That was great by Woodley! Woodley edging forward! That was great! What a hook shot! So I've got Woodley edging this round at the moment, and he's got Jake Paul over by the ropes. He's stalking him! He's stalking him! Another deep breath by Jake Paul. Woodley is edging forward. Swinging away! 1 minute 30, and if Woodley can keep this up, this is a Woodley round. If he can keep this up, this is a Woodley round. His conditioning looks so good. I think everyone was expecting Woodley to fall away at this point. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. Jake Paul's cardio is in question here. 7 rounds we're into now. 7 rounds. Jake Paul is not throwing that much anymore. It seems like he's having to conserve energy and just try to find a few openings. He's now just pushing Woodley back. All he can do is push Woodley back. Woodley is not allowing Jake anything easy. He's keeping his guard up. And Jake on the back foot. Woodley moving forward. 40-odd seconds left on the clock. This is a Woodley round. It's a Woodley round. Jake Paul trying to come forward. I think he might have connected with a straight left, but really hard to see if it landed or not. And Woodley just edging forward. Jake Paul into the clinch. Into the clinch. A few body shots coming in. We look like we're going into the final round. Looks like we might be going to the final round. 20-odd seconds left on the clock. And Jake Paul taking some deep, deep breaths. Jake Paul should be able to get... Oh, that was a lovely counter strike by Jake Paul. That was nice by Jake Paul. Woodley connected with a shot of his own, though. And, yeah, I've got this as being... Was that enough? Was that enough for Jake Paul to take that round? Did Woodley take that round? You've got to remember that we're in Cleveland. You've got to remember that we're in Cleveland. I personally would edge towards Woodley for that round. I would say 4-3 Woodley, but this could be anywhere. This could honestly be anywhere. If people have got this for Jake, I could see it. If people have got it as a draw, I could see it. I think the judges, this could be split. Honestly, this could be a split decision. It really could. It is so close. It is so entertaining. And we are about to go into the final round. My prediction has been Jake Paul wins by decision. I did think there could be a late technical knockout. But here we go. We're about to get underway with the final round. Round number 8. 3 minutes. Can someone find a finish? We don't know what the judges' scorecard's going to look like. I've got Woodley just edging it. But if you've got Paul edging it, I would not disagree. And let's see what this final round brings. It looks like Jake Paul is gassed. Woodley just connecting, is jabbing away now. Woodley getting a few shots off, snapping back the head of Jake Paul. And, oh, look at them exchanging. It's great. It's really, really great. Jake Paul is throwing. Whatever is left in that tank needs to be emptied out right now. It's so interesting to see these two trying to find a way forward. Jake Paul lunging forward, and Woodley takes a back step. Woodley in the center of the ring. You can see that he could go 12 rounds. Woodley looks like he's got another 4 rounds in him. It really doesn't look like a problem. Overhand thrown by Paul. Woodley shakes his head, I think as if to say that didn't land. But it certainly looked like it got close. From the camera angle, it was quite difficult to tell. But I can see Woodley taking a step back, and into the clinch they go. Jake Paul again taking some deep breaths. Tyron Woodley looking really composed. Woodley definitely not looking like a man that's been beaten. Jake Paul looking like a man that's been beaten. But I don't know that it's going to go that way. We know that Jake Paul has just been working his jab really well. You've got to remember that boxing is down to hitting your opponent and not getting hit. And Jake Paul has done a really good job with that body jab. The body jab has really been key for Jake Paul in this fight. And again, he goes back to it, flicking out the left hand. Like, how many times is that body shot landing for Jake Paul? And that is what it's all about. If he can land more shots than his opponent, then Jake Paul will get the win. The big moments seem to belong to Tyron Woodley. And, yeah, at the moment, it's hard to say what's landing. It's hard to see what the judges are seeing. And there's every chance this could be a draw. There's every chance this could be a draw. Woodley looking fresher. Jake Paul looking more tired. But it's all about them body shots. Lovely shot there by Woodley. I think he connected with a bit of a hook uppercut. And again, the body shots coming in. 30-odd seconds left to go. Doesn't look like anyone's going to get put away. Doesn't look like there's going to be a knockout in this one. I don't think Woodley will be too down about that fact. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the judges have seen. What have the judges seen? What have you seen? Lovely shot there by Woodley into the clinch, and referee looking to separate them. We know that Jake Paul's conditioning is not quite where it needs to be. Logan Paul shouting some stuff on the edge of the ring, and Jake Paul saying he's the one. Jake Paul saying that he's the one. He's doing a bit of a bullfighting. Jake Paul stands on the corner, throws his arms in the air. Jake Paul believes that he's done it. Jake Paul believes that he's done it. Jake Paul's mom believes that he's done it. That is a fight that is going to split people. That is a fight that's going to split people. If I am judging it, I'm saying 4-4. 4-4. What you got? What you got? I'm going 4-4. I can see this being a draw, and we end up getting a rematch. I think it could be exactly the same as what they did with Logan and KSI. That first one, I believe, was a draw, and then we ended up getting a rematch. I could see this being a draw, and that'll set up the rematch. So I'm going to go 4-4. I'm going to say that this goes 4-4. If you've got Woodley winning, I see it. I get it. If you've got Paul winning, I see it. I get it. Paul was working that body jab. What is it that you see? What is it that you see? I've got it as 4-4. 4-4 in this fight. I think the draw would make the most sense. But what is it that you've seen? Let me know. A draw, 4-4. Robbery is incoming. Rigged. I don't think it was rigged. I think that was a really, really enjoyable fight. That was a really, really enjoyable fight. The moment when Jake Paul is taking some deep, deep breaths. If he has got the result, you've got to remember this is in Cleveland. If I'm Tyron Woodley right now, I've got so much that I can argue with. I mean, Tyron Woodley's got a big, big payday. There's potential for the rematch. I mean, people would buy the rematch. So there's real potential. Whatever the result is, people would buy it. I mean, really, in a way, Jake Paul, you know, if he can get the result here, it's a great night for him because he's got the win. And I've got to think that Cleveland are going to give him the win. He is the hometown boy. We know that politics are going to play a big part. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see how this goes down. 4-4 rematch incoming. I agree. Edward said Showtime has got it 6-1 to Pual. Showtime's got it 6... I don't see that. I don't see 6-1 to Pual. I really don't see 6-1 to Pual. 4-4. It was a 12-round fight. Jake would have lost. I agree. 5-3 to Woodley, says NLW. 6-2. Wasn't close, says Debbie. Woodley wins 5-3. Woodley, it's going to be a draw. Anthony, shout out to you. The reason it's 8 rounds is so that they could make it a draw. Woodley's going to win. Money talks. Mr. T versus Piper was better, says Eric. I don't think it was rigged, says Godzilla. I don't think it was rigged. No, I don't think it was rigged. Jake Paul's gone over and he's saying some words to Tyron. I think I think Tyron's accepted some of the words there. I don't know what was said, but yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting. Right, here we go. Right, we're waiting to find out. Let's find the outcome of this one. Split decision. Split decision. Here we go. 77-75. Jake Paul. 77-75 to Jake Paul. 77-75 to Woodley. Who's going to get the decision? Split decision. 78. 74. Here we go. Split decision. It's Jake Paul. Jake Paul's won. Jake Paul has won. Jake Paul has won a split decision. Jake Paul wins a split decision. Jake Paul wins. Jake Paul wins. I mean, I can't argue it. I can't argue it. Jake Paul had to dig really, really deep in that fight. Jake Paul had to dig really, really deep. I think Jake Paul, we're not seeing him like, I think he's shattered. I think he's absolutely shattered. Jake Paul wins via decision. He beats Woodley by split decision. There's not much there for him to gloat about. I'm sure he'll find something. But it's split decision. He's not gloating. He's not running around acting like a child. He's actually got his head down. I think he knows that he has just been really pushed to his limit. I think he knows that he has just been really, really pushed to his limit. Tyron Woodley just doesn't really look like he's been in a fight. He certainly doesn't look like the beaten man. And we're seeing Mama Paul, Mama Paul, and Mama Woodley are like embracing and rocking in the ring like this. So yeah, we knew it was going to be close. Tyron Woodley, that doesn't do his legacy any harm. That doesn't do his legacy any harm. There's people that saw it for Woodley. There's people that saw it for Paul. We knew it was going to be close. I had it as 4-4. And, yeah, I mean, there was things in that I was really impressed about with Jake Paul. I think that Jake Paul's hand speed was very good. I think his cardio is a problem. I think he's still new in the fighting game, though, and that's something he can work on. But you could tell that with like 2 rounds left, his tank was emptying. The reason that Jake Paul has won that fight is because he's just thrown out the jab to the body repeatedly, and he's just been able to land with that. The reason he's won that fight is his size. That's the reason he's won that fight. It's not his boxing ability, but he does have good hand speed. He steps in with Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury wins. Jake Paul, we're just getting the post-fight interview, but big breaking news. We just got the results coming in. It was 47-45 Jake Paul, 47-45. Yeah, Jake Paul says, this feels like a dream come true. This feels like a dream come true. Jake Paul. Jake Paul said he hit me with one shot this whole fight. I mean, he talks a big talk now. Oh, God, I hate this guy. He said, I got 8 rounds under my belt. He says that, where's that judge at? Because that was absolute rubbish. He's talking about how he's going up against the Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Famer in MMA. I mean, he is a tough opponent, and I do have to give Jake Paul credit that he has beaten someone that was not going away. Is Fury next? Jake Paul says we're going to have to wait and see. He says, I've dedicated... He says, I want to figure out who I am. I thought he was dedicating himself to boxing, and now what's happening? He says, I'm going to get back in the gym when I'm ready. I don't know, man. Tyron Woodley might have just knocked the joy out of boxing for Jake Paul. Jake Paul might have lost the joy of boxing. Yeah, he says, can we put an end to the debate about are these guys fighters? I mean, look, I've got to give him props. He's got good hand speed, but there's no denying he was gassed. He said this was my first time fighting in front of a crowd, and that is actually a really good point, in all fairness. Logan is speaking, saying that his voice has gone. We saw him face adversity. Logan Paul says Tyron Woodley is an animal. Logan says you don't quite know what to expect when you feel that shot for the first time. Well, I'm going to get people's thoughts in a second. Tyron Woodley is looking as cool as he's looked all throughout this whole process, man. Oh, the fact you have to listen to this waffle from Jake Paul. Words hurt, says Jake Paul. Jake Paul has just said words hurt. Can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment to recognize how flipping ridiculous this is? Woodley said, I didn't expect Jake to go down. That's why I'm in such good shape. Yeah, Woodley says me and Jake need to run this back. Fury ain't going to do it. Of course I want a rematch. Tyron Woodley demanding a rematch. He landed some clean shots. Jake says, of course, he wants the payday. Tyron Woodley is face to face. Logan. Woodley is getting in the face of Jake Paul, demanding a rematch. If you get the tattoo. If you get the tattoo. If Woodley gets the tattoo, they're going to run it back. What? What the flip have we just witnessed? If you get the tattoo, we'll run it back. What the flip? Rigged. Nah, he's got a bigger mouth than McGregor. Hell no. What is this? I don't understand what this is. Out of nowhere, Jake Paul said, if you get the tattoo, we'll run it back. And Tyron Woodley accepted. Jake Paul said he wasn't really happy with his performance. Make it 12 rounds next time. Jake won, get over it, says Big Boy Dally. Get the tattoo, I love this. The reason he won was because it was only 3-minute rounds. A lot of people saying that it's rigged. It's $1 million tattoo. Well, I suppose there is that, isn't there, in all fairness? Yeah, it is a lot of money. You do make a very good point. You do make a very good point. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the arena is emptying out. I mean, just so much, so entertaining. That was so entertaining. How much did Wolfley get paid? Pro wrestling shenanigans. I love it, says Jay Swiss. Rigged. Make it MMA next time. Yeah, Woodley should have responded with that. I'll get the tattoo, but next time MMA, yeah? And then just shake the hand. Do you know what this does, though? Do you know what this does? It shows Jake's weaknesses. Jake gasses. He gasses out. Yeah, I mean, look, Jake Paul keeps saying, I want to figure out what I'm going to do next. I want to take some time for myself. I really think this opened Jake's eyes. I think tonight opened Jake's eyes. I might be completely off, but I think tonight opened his eyes because I think that he couldn't put Woodley away. And I think Woodley just kept coming forward. And the thing with Woodley, throughout that whole fight, Woodley was like... I mean, it's just like no expression on his face. He just went about his business. He wasn't sweating. Woodley was in... I mean, like, Woodley was a different animal. Woodley was... a prime, peak fighting machine that just kept coming forward. Jake Paul won that fight because Jake Paul was using his size to jab away. If Jake Paul steps in with someone his own size, he gets put away. That's what I learnt tonight. That would work, MMA, because Jake would still be undefeated in boxing. Rigged. Jake is good. It's as good as he's going to get, says Ash. This great stuff. All these kids still making excuses to say that Jake is bad. What else does he have to do? I don't think he's bad. But I think he's been pushed to his limit here because he, with a couple of rounds to go, was gassed, and he's won that fight because of the jabs to the body. And those jabs to the body are as a result of the size difference. If he's in there with someone like Tommy Fury that's the same size as him, I think right now he's going to get put away. And I find it interesting that he hasn't immediately said, yeah, let's do the Tommy Fury fight. He hasn't immediately come out and says, yeah, let's do the Tommy Fury fight. Let's do this, let's do that. He said, like, I want to take some time out. I want to go and cut my hair. I want to, he keeps saying, I want to think about what I do next. I'm not reading that as to who I'm going to fight next. I'm starting to wonder if he's now, if he's now thinking, like, I'm gone as far as I can go. Tommy Fury versus Jake Paul does make sense. They're both undefeated, and Jake claims that he's a boxer. So why not do that fight? Fury already called him out, so let's do it. Woodley is getting a rematch. Never should have done it in Cleveland. I knew that it would be biased. That's why I think KSI might be the one to end him if Fury doesn't. A lot of people feel like Woodley won, says Jay Swiss. He said he wants to go to the dentist. Yeah, he did. The guy's done. He's reached his ceiling, and he knows it. I hate Jake, but he is a good boxer, says Corey K. Days, what you're saying is KSI would beat Jake. I don't think KSI beats Jake, no. Time for KSI and Jake. I think Jake's better than KSI. I think he's better than a YouTuber. I mean, he's been in there with Ben Askren. I mean, he's just been in there with Tyron Woodley. Now, I know Woodley's not a boxer, and that has got to be a concern. He stepped in there with someone that's not a boxer, but I loved how Tyron Woodley had really good boxing stance and had great cardio and was a real test for Jake Paul. Now, if Jake Paul can take the lessons learnt from this and move forwards, then, this is what it's meant to be. I mean, he's got the win. He's got the win, and take the lessons from it and improve and keep moving forwards. But you can look at the flip side, and the flip side is that Tyron Woodley is 39. He's never been a boxer, and he's just pushed Jake Paul to his limit. But the flip side again is this was Jake Paul's, fourth professional fight, and he's facing someone of the caliber of Woodley. So there's pros and cons absolutely everywhere for Jake Paul. I can understand why he wants to take some time to really reflect on it all, because there's so much to reflect on. Eyes of Mav said Woodley won. Howard said, I never root for a classless fighter. We saw so many weaknesses against Jake, says Timothy. KSI is English, and they are better boxers. No. Guys, I know that KSI has got a big fan base, and everyone's a bit, maybe blinded to that fact, but KSI is not a boxer, and he's not been training in boxing. Even KSI has said, from things I've seen, that he is not at Jake's level right now. And I don't know how he would get to Jake's level, to be honest. If Jake was to continue, Jake is now further along than what KSI is. And Jake has been under the bright lights. He's been there. He's done it. Jake Paul would walk into that fight with so much confidence, knowing that he's just been 8 rounds with Tyron Woodley. I mean, KSI is not going to train and then do Jake Paul. He's going to have to face a few other people first. Would the fight sell? Yes. Is that of interest to YouTube fans of Jake Paul and KSI? Yes. Would it get some passing attention from boxing fans, MMA fans? Sure. But this isn't the right way forward for Jake Paul. That's a big step backwards. It's a big step backwards. Jake Paul should be looking at, if he is serious and he is a boxer and he keeps saying he wants to go for world titles and he's dedicating his life to boxing and all this kind of stuff, then, he's got to take that next step. Now, is that next step Tommy Fury? For me, after that fight, no. The next step is not Tommy Fury. Woodley is an old UFC fighter that didn't have a great tank in the first place. Jake's very smart at picking his opponents. Hayden, shout out to you, sir. Derek said KSI said he'll go for Austin and then a few more people before he goes for Jake. Jake would never challenge anyone worth a $70 pay-per-view. 100% not a sore loser. It's just annoying when I know that Woodley won that fight, says MCC. Excuse me, who won? Jake Paul won. I've got it down here. It was by decision in the end. It was really good. It was really, really good. I mean, what I will give Jake Paul credit for is actually giving us a really entertaining fight there. I mean, some people watched it, thought that Woodley won. Some people watched it and thought that Jake Paul won. And some people have watched it and thought that it was a draw. I mean, I actually had it as 4-4. So when we went to decision and it was split, I could see that. I could see that it was, split would, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those, you know. It's I can see why Woodley feels disappointed. I can see that Jake Paul feels like he deserved to win. I can see why people have got you know, multiple different opinions on it. I think the big thing is that this does not do Woodley a disservice. This doesn't harm Woodley. I mean, Woodley has left MMA, has had a big payday. He's gone against Jake Paul, and in a lot of people's eyes, he's won that fight. I don't know that getting the "I love Jake Paul" tattoo is the right way forward. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Woodley's next steps are going to be. Jake Paul says, "Get the tattoo. We'll do the rematch." Does Woodley swallow his pride and just get the tattoo, or I honestly don't know. Retribution, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean it's quite late now, isn't it? We can see that we're coming up to 5:30. Oh, I want to see what John Fury is saying. Okay. So John Fury was saying, even though that wasn't a hard boxing match, it was hard for him, but he kind of seems to give a little bit of credit to Jake Paul. Briley said Jake Paul got exposed. Yeah. T-Wood deserves respect. T-Wood was initiating. It was a draw for me. 4-0. 4-0 out of 8 rounds. Next will be Tommy Fury. I think Woodley knows that he would beat Jake in a rematch. We saw Jake pretty much get knocked down. It's only 9:30 here, says Howard. I think KSI would annihilate Jake. KSI is thought beat Logan, would beat Jake. It's like Mike Tyson fighting GSP in an MMA fight, says, yup. I watched the fight on TikTok, says Josie. Did you? Bigger robbery than Triple G versus Canelo 1. DC Chamberlain said he's not a good boxer. Yeah, I mean, look, Jake Paul has spent 3 years, he says, getting to the level that he's at. And I've got to tell you, that level is nowhere near championship level, nowhere near. I mean, honestly, I really feel that if he faces Tommy Fury wins very comfortably. I think that he's just got taken to his limit there. So, still, not the moment, though. Not the moment that we were looking for and hoping for with a Jake Paul knockout. Almost got it. Almost got it. But, yeah, I think we are going to wrap things up there. Let's just see what Michael Bisping says. He said, the whole thing was entertaining. Might not have been the best fight I've ever seen. He says, Woodley was a bit of a victim of himself. He never pressed the action. There was quite a distance between them. Bisping said that he needed to be the aggressor. He needed to get on the inside. There was too much distance between them, and this is true. Was he a bit sloppy? Could he have done better? But all in all, he did well for himself, right? Well, there we go. You know, Bisping saying that both guys gave a good account of themselves, but Woodley is his own worst enemy for not closing that gap and forcing the fight a little bit more. Right, guys, we are done. We are done. This is going to be a debate that will rage on, but I can't really have many complaints with that. I just was thoroughly entertained. And as I said, a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. If you are subscribed to the channel, or if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe. Whatever Jake Paul does next, fighting-wise, we will be here for it. And same with Logan and KSI, all of that kind of stuff. But the same with Joshua and Usyk and Fury and Lomachenko and UFC, and we cover all of that. And as we said, we've got a new football channel starting as well. So hit the subscribe if you are a fan of the Premier League, because we do weekly watch-alongs for that as well. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are. And hopefully I will see you again next time. Bye for now.